Welcome into the NBA draft. Good afternoon. One of the best draft classes we have seen in the last 10 years. We'll find out how things shake out tonight here live for all 30 first-round picks. The NBA officially got the offseason underway last night with the blockbuster Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. Even the Brooklyn Nets and Timberwolves snuck in a Julius Randle, Nick Claxton three-teamer. And this just kicks things off because we've got Trey Murphy rumors. We've got Jaylen Brown rumors. And now we're going to find out where AJ DeBansa go. Cameron Boozer, Darryn Peterson, Caleb Wilson. It's going to be one heck of a night here at Chat Sports. So welcome in. Buckle up, sit down, and enjoy the show. Nick Roloff and Brett Elper here bringing you the coverage you need on draft night. This stream is presented by Prize Picks. We'll tell you more about them throughout the stream, that is for sure. Shout out your city for me down in the comment section. Elper, I know you're hosting a Larry O'Brien, you're a Knicks fan, but you got to admit here, draft night always special.
Draft night is always a very, very fun time. And usually being a Knicks fan, it's kind of like, we are ready, and this is the exciting part. But usually we're up in the top fives. Not anymore lately. It's kind of like, all right, we got the Larry O.B. Who are the Knicks going to take to kind of be able to repeat? But I'm really looking forward to seeing just who's going to be taken at the top because there's always some surprises. And let's see if any of my Kentucky guys will get picked.
Yeah, I'll say we'll go through it in the 2-hour pregame here before we get things tipped off 8 p.m. Eastern time, 7 p.m. Central time. I hope this actually is not the case, but it does feel like the top 7, barring any trades, is borderline scripted already. I do not hope that's the case. That would be incredibly lame. I want some surprises. I want a little Anthony Bennett. Whoa! Whoa! I'd love to get one of those tonight. But shout out Riley Shea in Fort Myers, King in York, Pennsylvania, Prince Mo in Jacksonville, Florida, Dan in Toronto. We got New Jersey for Lexi, Chris Lotteray.
Chris Lotteray in the building. There we go.
Arizona. Always love seeing Chris here. We got Prince Mo saying A Fort Myers. So do we got multiple people in Fort Myers? I don't know. One is in Jacksonville, one's in Fort Myers. I go to Fort Myers on vacation all the time. Oh, my guy Morgan is saying holy F.
Holy F.
That's actually my best friend.
Really?
He's tuning in here.
The Knicks are champions.
He's a Knicks fan.
Hey, I'm wearing a Knicks shirt under here.
That's
so
all
I had to rep my squad.
I know he's shaking his boots though over those goons in Dade County. I know they're shaking over there. It's going to be a fun night here, man. There's a lot of good players in this draft. You've heard the noise. 2 years ago, one of the worst draft classes in memory, 2024. Had a solid one last year with Dylan Harper, Con Kneppel, Cooper Flagg. This draft might be a little bit of that on steroids. You've got 3 guys. Some people even might throw Caleb Wilson in the conversation. I will not. That could be the number 1 pick in any given year. And for the people out there, I think Cooper Flagg would have went number 1, but it would have been a legit conversation if these 3 guys were in the draft a year ago. Peterson, Boozer, DeBansa, they always bring different things to them, right? Peterson, that two-way upside playmaking guard. DeBansa, that wing scorer that can just get to his spot on all 3 levels. And then you've got the most impactful freshman statistically that I have ever seen in Cameron Boozer. All he does is win. But some reason, people out there don't think it's going to translate.
That's me. I'm a big AJ DeBansa guy. Just watching him play, his slashing ability, and also just he's kind of a good shooter as well. It feels like he's the most NBA ready out of these 3 guys.
Yeah, AJ, I mean, that's fair. Boozer, we'll go through some player comps and breakdowns of every player tonight, that's for sure. But you want to take it old school? Cam Boozer, man. Mix of old Tim Duncan, early 2010s Kevin Love. Okay. That's how I feel about Boozer. Is he going to be the best player on a title team? No, I actually probably would lean that's not the case. But is he going to be one of the more complimentary winning guys? Absolutely. Shout out to King. He's going with Cameron Boozer as the best player in this draft class. Rocco's typing 4, which what I assume is Caleb Wilson. Aiden, AP in the building, saying my Wolves ain't done yet. B8 saying give me a cuff. Jack rocking with AJ DeBansa. We got Anima saying AJ DeBansa. I mean, you really can't go wrong with any.
No, I mean, any of the 3 you're going to get. I mean, well, I guess for Washington, they have their point guard giving the worst contract ever. So it's kind of like, all right, who do you think would pair up best with Trae Young?
Now, we can talk more about this as we get into our pregame show here and pre-draft show. Although I do have DeBansa actually ranked 3rd out of these 3, I do think he is the best fit for the Washington Wizards.
I kind of agree with that. We'll get to more of this in just a second, ladies and gentlemen. But first, I got to tell you about our sponsor of today's live show, and that is Prize Picks. I can't get enough of Prize Picks, and I know Rolly can't either. It's the best place to win cash while watching sports. And look, basketball, it may be over for the season, but the fun does not stop on Prize Picks. We got the big soccer tournament going on. We have big golf tournaments. I know, Rolly, you be loving those Prize Picks lineups with some of those golfers. Baseball is full swing, and you know I love motorsports every Sunday as well. Love sports, love making daily fantasy lineups. You guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Rolly, what's yours?
You can see me at Rolly CS. You would have seen this lineup that I made for today's World Cup action. Thank goodness, Elper, I chose to do the flex play because Harry Kane smoked a couple good looks. No goals for Kane today, but the lineup isn't done just yet because we still have the ability to win some money with a combined more on the goalies between Croatia and Panama. And I'm just going to botch this guy's name. Coop told me to take it, so blame producer Coop if it misses.
Come on, Coop.
Give me it, Sam.
Josko? Variol?
Josko. That's how we're going to just say Josko. That's my lineup today.
I like it. Guys, you can make a lineup just like that. The app is super easy to use. You just pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. And we got a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat for you guys right now of today's live stream. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. Okay, so here's the first top 4 picks. And you got the Wizards, the Jazz, the Grizzlies, and then the Chicago Bulls. And I know everybody is saying that it's going to go pretty much how everybody thinks it's going to go. And then number 4, Caleb Wilson to the Chicago Bulls. I know Seeps.
Yeah, Seeps is excited about that. I don't anticipate any surprises here. I know there were a lot of rumors and buzz a week or two ago that Washington likes Darryn Peterson a lot, maybe even more than a guy like AJ DeBansa, and that could be a leverage play to have the Utah Jazz trade up to get to the number 1 spot. I don't think we'll see any movement here, and if I'm honestly going to just be Rolly as a GM here, I don't think I would care to trade in the top 4, at least up that is, because, yeah, does it feel like a consolation prize to get Caleb Wilson instead of the top 3? Yeah, but you could argue Caleb has as much, if not more, upside than a guy like Cameron Boozer or even a Darryn Peterson. So these guys in the top 4 don't ruin any of your future draft capital. Stick where you're picking and enjoy the show here. But this is the range where things could get dicey, man. This is like, if you want to talk about like Tornado Alley, how about talk about Guard Alley? Like, there is a real chance here that we have 4 straight guards off the board. Clippers heavily linked to Keaton Wagler, but maybe they switch things up. Like, does a Braden Burries come out of nowhere, or a Michael Brown Jr.? Brooklyn, heavily linked to Michael Brown if he doesn't go to the Clippers at 5. But what if the Clippers stunt people and go with the Louisville guard? What does Brooklyn do? Do they pivot to Wagler? Do they go with the Kingston Flemings? Do they go with a Nate Ment who's been linked there? So I do anticipate it kind of being guard, but who knows? Things could really turn in a hurry. And then you've got like an interesting one here too, Elper. The Mavericks just hired Dusty May. Do they go with Braden Burries, who they've been linked to, if he's there, or do they go with the Wolverine?
Yeah, do they go with Yoxel? It could be. I mean, Dusty May could go. I mean, the Bucks It depends on what the Bucks want to do. Are they going to get rid of Tyler Hero? Do they draft his replacement, or do they go out and just take the best player available? And the Warriors, do they want to build for the future? And I mean, the Thunder, you could go with anybody.
I'll say this before we move on. I think the Warriors might be the most fascinating pick tonight, in my opinion, because what way do they go? There's rumors they want to trade for Kawhi. Are they going to draft for the future and take a high upside swing on a guy like a Kareem Lopez or a Cameron Carr? Or are they going to draft someone who they envision helping Steph Curry and maybe another guy they add, whether it be a Trey Murphy, whether it be a Kawhi Leonard, win over the next 2 years? Because if they're focusing on the now, well, then my mind goes to Daimar if he's there, or Yaxel Lenderborg. But if you're thinking for the future, all right, why not take the swing on Cameron Carr, who's a ridiculous athlete and shooter out of Baylor? I mean, that's a pick right there that is really exciting for me to see how that ultimately
You
plays
could
out.
definitely you could plan for the future, but at the same time, because we don't know when Jimmy Butler's going to come back from his injury.
He might be traded in his own right.
Exactly. So you could find his replacement and get a guy that you could use for the future and just have him get ready until Jimmy Butler comes back, unless, of course, they move off of him. But it's definitely a lot more interesting than what we've had in the past. And, guys, we got to get these like numbers up. The bosses, they always said we got to get to 50% like. So let's get to 50% right now. We did 125 people hitting that thumbs up icon right now. We got 250 people, 270 people in the chat, and it's super easy, guys. It's common courtesy. You just hit that thumbs up icon. Pretty sure once you hit it, it's free, it's easy, and you see a little flying basketball kind of go across your screen or go on that like button. So go ahead. Keep getting those like numbers up. There we go. We're up to 74 right now. Can we do it
Keep on that thumbs up icon,
the clock hits? Let's see, 145. Let's go 146. Can we do it within a minute? Hit that thumbs up icon, guys. Come on. We also got some super chats coming in.
Yeah, we'll get that on screen here in a second. My boy Tom Sipe tuned in and asked me to talk about Melvin Council. That's reserved for day 2. But Melvin Council, is he continuing the Jalen Attaway pipeline of Bonnie to Miami? Could he be in with the Heat? I don't know.
See, day 2 for me is where will Otega Oweh go?
I actually am low-key higher on Otega Oweh than others. I don't want to get into a day 2 guy
exactly.
Today, but like the way he can kind of defend and get to the rim out in transition and in the half court, it is an intriguing skill set to add to a team looking for some depth on their wing. Continue to hit that thumbs up icon. We want to get to 125 likes. We got to at least get to 100. We're at 98 right now. Let's get over that triple-digit mark. Also, by the way, when we get to 100 likes, we'll have to do something. We'll explain that here in just a second, because we're going to get to the Super Chat menu. Before we do that, though, shout out Christian!
Christian!
With the first Super Chat of the night. Hopefully it will be an exciting draft. At least your coverage is helpful of getting my mind off while still being in the hospital. Christian, sorry to hear that. Prayers out to you. Hopefully everything goes in a positive direction, Christian. We'll be entertaining for you guys as much as possible in terms of our commentary, our analysis, our reaction of tonight's draft. We've had you covered over the last 2-3 weeks in the pre-draft process. I put out my big board yesterday, put out my final mock draft this morning, and we'll see if anything shakes out in the trade market. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but there's rumors about Trey Murphy. There's Jaylen Brown out there. Maybe something happens. Maybe something doesn't. But I expect some fireworks in some capacity today. Well, Christian, that $5 Super Chat takes us to our Super Chat menu. Christian, comment your team down in the comment section right now, because every $5 Super Chat, if you tell us who your favorite squad is, we'll talk about them, what they can look to do in this draft and offseason. Every 100 likes, which we just crossed, is a Bean Boozled. We'll do a Bean Boozled alternating every $10 as well. And if we want to have a real party here on a Tuesday night, $100 beer bongs. He's got Happy Dads. I got a High Noon.
Got lucky with the High Noons.
Yeah, there was only one High Noon left in the fridge. Your boy scooped it up. But Alper, you've got the Bean Boozled box over there. Are you taking the first one?
I'll take the first one. Christian says Knicks. Shout out to Christian, man.
Perfect for you.
Perfect for me to talk about exactly what we need. Let me take this Bean Boozle. Do I just pick one or what? Do I got to spin the wheel as well?
I think you just pick one.
All right, we're going to go with this one right here. I think this is Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. So that is definitely Tutti Frutti. I got lucky.
I mean, sounds like no reaction.
That is definitely very good. So I'm gonna put that right there for you.
Yeah, I'll be there at 200 likes or a $10 super chat.
Shout out to y'all. But Pete says Alper's here. I'm leaving. Bye.
Do you know who that is?
No, I have no idea who that is.
Well, I'll say this, folks. Help us out. Like, comment, subscribe, share the video. That's all helpful. But we had a $5 super chat come in from our guy, Christian. $5 super chats. We talk about your team. He said the Knicks. I mean, I'll give it over to you, Elper. You can talk about your Knicks and what to expect this offseason. And then I will add in here some
non-biased takes.
Some non-biased NBA draft targets.
I mean, you got to admit, like, it's kind of hard to bounce or kind of improve after winning the NBA title. Last year, we only had one pick. It was Mohamed Diawara, who we were trying to hide, and we got him to re-sign. But owning the 24th pick in the draft, the question is, are the Knicks going to be willing to go into the second apron? We know that James Dolan said, hey, maybe not. But if they're not willing to go into the second apron, that's most likely that Mitchell Robinson is gone. Landry Shamit's gone. Jose Alvarado, if he opts in, we're fine. But Jordan Clarkson most likely gone. So then kind of you got to look at, obviously, if Mitchell Robinson's gone, you look at some centers to go in for the draft, especially at pick 24. And, I mean, my Kentucky guy, Rolly, JQ, I think that would be the kind of target that I'm going with. But if they're willing to go into the second apron and Mitchell Robinson wants to stay, then that kind of changes your whole trajectory. And we'll see what the Knicks do tonight, and that kind of will say what they need.
Yeah, I agree there. Like, that's going to be a fascinating thing to keep an eye on here because you see I put 4 players as a draft fit for this Knicks team.
And they're all centers.
Where did I focus? They're all big men.
They're all big men.
I just feel like the market for Mitchell Robinson may ultimately be a little too rich for New York.
Yeah.
I'll also add, you're picking at 24. That, to me, is a sweet spot in this draft to find a productive young big man because that's where you expect to see a guy like Henry Vasar go, Terrace Reed Jr., Chris Sinak. You mentioned Jane Quaintance. I talked to Marshall. He asked me 5 names to keep an eye on for the Knicks. I had the 4 names you just saw on screen and Abuka Okori from Stanford if you wanted to go a guard route to replace a Landry Shamet and some of those other guys. I said Jane Quaintance would be a cheat code. Yes, the injury questions are there. There's no doubt about that. Only played 4 games this past year after tearing his ACL at Arizona State. This guy is an athletic freak. He looks like a Robert Williams clone, not only with the knee issues, but his physicality, his athleticism, his rim protection. If he ends up staying healthy and you add Jane Quaintance to that Knicks team off the bench, that's a cheat code.
It's a cheat code. And I will say there are injury concerns, but being a Kentucky fan, being a Kentucky alum, watching Quaintance literally not play, it just gave me flashbacks of he knew he was going to the league.
Yeah.
He knew that he was probably at 85%. Gave me Shaden Sharp kind of vibes as he knew he was healthy, but he didn't want to risk himself.
Why put bad tape on film playing at 80-85% when you know you're going to be a first-round pick regardless? Sure, are you going to go in the 20s instead of in the top 10 maybe? Yeah, but assuming that these teams have checked off on his medicals, which have obviously likely been given over after this draft process, I feel like Quaintance is a guy that could exceed his ultimate draft slot where he goes tonight. But who knows? Maybe someone buys it, and maybe a team like Charlotte who checks off on it, pick 14, last pick of the lottery, maybe they take a flyer on Jane Quaintance, and he's not even on the board for the New York Knicks. Shout out my guy, KBM! My guy's always watching, dropping that Qatari, baby. We got Giannis. I can't believe it. KBM, missed you last night on the celebration stream. What a last 24 hours. We went from doom and gloom on Monday morning to absolute elation late Monday night. into Tuesday morning here. The trade not made official. It will become official on July 6th. Agreed upon yesterday. The Heat landing Giannis Antetokounmpo and Bobby Portis in exchange for Tyler Hero, Kel'el Ware, Jaime Jaquez, Kasparas Giacochonis, three first-round picks, 13 tonight, 31 in 2033, a 2030 pick swap, and a 2033 second-round pick. A lot to bring in here, but the moral of the story is Miami is now building out a roster with Bam Adebayo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, likely Andrew Wiggins, Davion Mitchell, Pelle Larsson, and Bobby Portis. That is a team. I won't guarantee a trip to the finals in year one, but they will be a top 4 team in the Eastern Conference with Coach Eric Spoelstra running the ship there.
It gives me, this is going to be a crazy take. It gives me Carmelo Anthony to the New York Knicks vibes in 2011. Because you guys, the Heat gave an absolute haul. And granted, I love Bam, and obviously it's the best front court in the NBA. But how do the Heat expect to kind of be productive with the backcourt that they have?
Those issues are definitely concerning. I'm going to trust this front office as a Heat fan. If you guys didn't know, I am a Heat fan, so I'm pretty fired up about this. But the reason why I'm not as concerned as other people are was because look at what this team did 3 years ago. And I know Jimmy Butler went on God mode here.
Caleb Martin couldn't
miss. The
miss.
Heat made the finals with Gabe Vincent, Max Strus, and Caleb Martin all playing 28 minutes, 30 minutes a night. I'm going to imagine that Pat Riley, Andy Ellisberg, Adam Simon, Eric Spoelstra are going to be able to find young guys and veterans to give an added boost to this core in Miami that you wouldn't see anywhere else.
And I'll give it. I mean, I know that if there's any coach who could possibly do it, it's Eric Spoelstra. That's the only thing. Is it going to – because everybody now is – can they beat the Knicks? They're building to beat the Knicks. Can the Heat possibly?
And I know,
I think they match up well.
I know from your perspective, everyone's going to be like, "Oh, they're building to beat the Knicks." I actually don't think they had the Knicks in mind. I think the Celtics did.
Oh, the Celtics 100% had them in mind.
1,000% like, oh, the Celtics are thinking, how can we be better than the Knicks? And they thought it was Giannis. From Miami's perspective, they've been trying to land a superstar for so long. I don't think they gave two shits who it was.
That's very true.
So they were just like, give me a guy that we think could be a 1A on a championship team, and we'll get it no matter who it is and worry about fit later. Although I do think Giannis, Bam, and Wiggins matches up with the strength of New York. Obviously, Jalen Brunson is the big name there for New York in the backcourt, but you talking about a McCall, OG, Cat front court? Yeah, Wiggins, Bam, and Giannis, they match up pretty damn well there.
Pretty well. And it's just been time, like you said. The Heat, they've been trying to get a superstar. I remember a couple years ago it was KD, and then they were all in on Damian Lillard. And
Donovan Mitchell, too.
Donovan Mitchell, and now finally Pat Riley gets it done. Pat Riley finally gets it done.
Who won the Giannis trade, though? Let us know down in the comment section. 330 people watching. I'm curious on who you think there, Elper. From an objective viewpoint, listen, to me, it is Miami. I know they gave up a lot of draft capital, but the only player I am really heartbroken to lose in this trade is actually Kasparas Giacochonis. Yeah. I'm not moved by Hero, Ware, and Jaquez going for a top 5 player in the league when healthy. So yeah, it's a lot of draft capital. I'm not moved by it, so I'm taking the Heat here. But from an objective, unbiased viewpoint, who do you think
I think the Heat won the trade.
Okay.
I think the Heat 100% won the trade. Jaquez, he's kind of fallen behind. I mean, Kel'el Ware has not been playing to that contract. And then Tyler Hero, I honestly think Tyler Hero is one of the most overrated players in the league. I think he's one of the most overrated players. He could shoot, but he's not helping your team win. He's so inefficient in a sense of defensively, he was really a problem.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Heat fans wanted him shipped out for a long time. So they were able to do it and get Giannis in the return. You want me to take this one, Elper?
Yeah, sure. Okay. You can take it. We could always do it together.
Before we continue here with more Super Chat reactions, this stream is presented by Prize Picks, the daily fantasy sports app that we play every day here at Chat Sports. Why? Because it's easy. You just pick more or less on at least 2-player stat projections. You want another reason? Well, how about the versatility that you have when you play? How about the difference on a daily basis? For example, I randomly just checked my rewards tab today. What did I have? Oh, I had a $15 protected lineup. Now, it did have some specific ramifications. It needed to be a 3-player flex play with a goblin in it. So it was pretty specific.
So there you go.
But it's still a $15 protected play, so I can either cash in or I get bonus funds in return. Now, it's not off to the greatest start because Harry Kane did not score a goal, but we still have the ability to win money by going 2 for 2 in Panama, Croatia. We got the combined goalie saves for each team, and then our guy Jacko. On passes attempted. We'll see if those hit tonight. Join us over on Prize Picks. Download the app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That is code HMA to get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That link's in the live chat and description of today's stream.
Jacko, shout out to Raider Shield family.
No?
How about Vegas getting an NBA team? Should be silver and black and be named the Villains or the Venom. Nice ring to it. Tell Mitch, is he saying pff, or is he actually saying an acronym?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Vegas is getting an NBA team, though, Raider.
I just don't know when.
I'm curious what the name is, because you've got the Las Vegas Aces. Am I tripping here, or have I heard Vegas Vipers is the thing?
I think is that a thing? Well,
I hope not. That's awful. But I feel like I've heard that. I don't know. I will guarantee when the NBA expands, was it 28, 29 when they're doing it? XFL team, that's the Vegas Vipers? I'm getting confused. I do think, though, when the NBA expands, it's pretty much confirmed it's Seattle and Vegas.
And Vegas. And then one team will go to the Eastern Conference.
Yeah,
probably
I think it's going to be either Minnesota or Memphis.
One of those two.
It does sound like it's going to be the Timberwolves, but it could be Memphis. That part, I don't think is decided yet.
Or just move Memphis to Nashville.
That too. Yeah, I think I got it right here. Big John with a $5 super chat. What is your opinion on Boston taking Joshua Jefferson from Iowa State at 27? A reach or a good fit? Big John, terrific question. So, this is our first player breakdown of the night, which I love. I am not personally the biggest fan of Joshua Jefferson. I have him 36th on my big board. I do not think at 27 it is that much of a reach, though, because his draft range seems to really start around 26. That's where I feel like he could ultimately go off the board here. Jefferson has a really high feel to him, really smart basketball player, excellent passer. I mean, if you want to pinpoint one thing that he does at a high level, which stands out amongst the best in the rest, it is his ability to pass. He can hit you in stride, right in the shooting pocket. He can hit you on bounce passes, on backdoor cuts. He's got good size. He defends well. Now, the question is this what the Boston Celtics need? They're in for a weird offseason here, because do you trade Jaylen Brown after the debacle of not landing Giannis? Well, if there's one guarantee I'll give you, it's that the Celtics, no matter what, need to improve their front court. Jefferson's a 3 or a 4, can't play the 5. If I was Boston, I would prioritize trying to maybe get a true center. Like if Terrace Reed Jr.'s on the board, auto pick to me. The way that he can defend, rebound, block shots, be a lob threat, that's the guy I think Boston should be praying falls to them. Also just played the last 2 years at UConn, so he's familiar with that Northeast area.
Do they have a starting center now? I mean, you could see the key free agent.
Yeah,
but it's got a team option. They're going to have to pick that
They're
up.
Probably picking
They're going
it up,
to have to. I mean, Vucevic, who is a traffic cone on defense, they need someone that can play center, because you have your point guard in Peyton Pritchard. Well, we'll see if Jaylen Brown's still on this team. I have no idea if he's going to still be traded or not. And then, obviously, everybody wants to build around Jason Tatum. But they still have their shooters. They still have Gonzalez. They have Baylor Shireman as a shooter. So you got to go front court. You got to go center.
Yeah, I mean, if they're picking at 27, I think you got to go in that big man range. Jefferson, I don't think does it for me personally. I would, as an unbiased viewer, I would say the best thing for Boston is to go one of their big men on the board, whether it be a guy like we mentioned, Zubi Ejiofor, as another player to monitor.
Could you see them possibly trading Jaylen Brown and moving up to around the early mid-teens?
I don't think they would trade Jaylen Brown to move up. If they trade Jaylen Brown, I would have to imagine is for a retool of the roster with win-now players like a Trey Murphy and Zion Williamson. If you just those two contracts borderline pretty much match up pretty good here. You can also hear there's buzz from Atlanta on Jaylen Brown, maybe even Houston. From the Rockets' point, it would be like Fred VanVleet and like Jabari Smith, or maybe the Rockets want to go young and maybe it's KD heading to Boston. I don't know. I'm just spitballing ideas here. I just don't think the Jaylen Brown market is as robust as people thought on social media, which is why I think Milwaukee ultimately chose the Heat's package. Because if they believe they could flip Jaylen Brown now or at the deadline in February for a haul, then they probably would have taken that. But I just don't think the market for Jaylen Brown is as robust, as I mentioned, as you think it would be coming off a second All-NBA year, which is why it's an interesting predicament that Boston's in.
It's definitely an interesting predicament. Charmander, that's skill for you.
My guy, let's go. We did it. My boy, Charmander, a.k.a. The Highlight, he's been sending super thanks on videos for the past 3 or 4 days, asking me every day, Rolly, what's your updated confidence in Giannis being in Miami? Saturday night, I answered 80%. Monday morning, I answered 20%, and now I can answer 100%. Shout out all the super thanks and super chats from you, Charmander.
Shout out
you
to
are a legend.
Charmander.
You know what? For that, Charmander, that's going to get me to crack open my high noon. My high noon.
I got the happy dads here.
Also, if you want, Charmander, we'll be live on our Heat channel in 28 minutes.
28?
Save your super chats for that channel. That's just your decision, though. That's just your decision.
Jack's like, whoa.
I know Jack really wants this stream to go well. I really want it to go well, but I also wouldn't mind getting some extra.
Jack, let's do a simulcast on Patriots.
Whoa. All right, let's talk about some of these prospects, man. I know that I will be different from some people out there. My number one player is Darryn Peterson. And I really have no issue standing on business with this one. And this is not me trying to bring down an AJ DeBansa who most people think should go number one overall. When you have these top 4 guys, as good as they are, you have to really nitpick. And you have to look for anything and everything that could separate them to put one above the other. And the reason why I personally have Darryn Peterson number one is because we have seen the NBA shift from time to time of what is in, what wins titles. We were in the wing renaissance era the last 3 or 4 years. Well, I feel like we're starting to see a shift back to the guards a bit here. Jalen Brunson, Steph Curry. We obviously know Anthony Edwards has been playing at a really high level. The Timberwolves have been making deep runs in the playoffs every year, and they've been a 6th seed, it feels like, every year. So, these type of two-way guards that can handle it, can play off the ball, that's where I think we are shifting to right now in the NBA. And then you surround those high-level guards with wing defenders and big men that can space it, but also rebound and defend. And I just view Darryn Peterson as the perfect, I wouldn't say perfect, but as that kind of mold. Sure, does he have a lot to work on? Yes, I understand the concerns of him not playing that many games this year. But when I'm hearing Bill Self say Darryn Peterson is the best player we have ever recruited, and that is over names like Andrew Wiggins, Joel Embiid, that speaks volumes to me. And when I watch his tape in high school, his explosion was way better than it was this year at Kansas. So I do have Darryn Peterson number one. And when you compare him to some of these other guys, I think DeBansta, he's going to be an elite-level all-star wing. He is. That's a fact.
That's why he's my number one. He could score from anywhere on the court at all times, and I love just his explosion. It felt like watching, and I wouldn't compare him to Anthony Edwards, but just a bigger Ant. To be able to, he could dunk on anybody. You put him in the post, he could score on any single person. He can find his shot in the middle of the paint. It does not matter.
My only gripe with AJ, and like I said, you have to really nitpick with these top guys. I just am not sold that he is a guy that will translate to winning. The reason I say that is because I think he has some Carmelo Anthony into him. Where is he going to be a 12-year vet that just can dominate you on the offensive side of the floor almost every single night? Yeah. But when he gets targeted defensively, and does he care too much about scoring? I mean, the age-old quote that I always bring up, I mean, his own teammates in retrospect said sometimes Carmelo worried too much about scoring 30 points.
That was his number one thing.
He would score 30, they lose, he's happy, he's picking people up. But he scores 22 in a win, and he's a little bit down on himself. I just worry that AJ is going to be too focused on being a scorer rather than a winner.
But do you have those worries about Peterson? I know at times at Kansas he was subbing himself out, and they were kind of having questions. Does he care about basketball as much as some of these other guys?
Yeah, I get it. I just think when you talk about Peterson, you think back to what we mentioned a bit earlier in the stream about Jaden acquaintance, is if you are feeling like you're 85, 90%, you want to go out there and play for your teammates. You want to showcase how good you can be. But if you're not able to put your best foot forward and you feel yourself tightening up a bit, do you want to risk that knowing you're going to be a top 5 pick if I sub out of the game and miss the next 2? That's my question. I buy the long-term playmaking upside. I buy his defense because he actually was a solid defensive playmaker this year. He got his hands in the passing lane, averaged 1.4 steals per game this year. I mean, think about this too with Darryn Peterson, and then we'll move on here. I'm sorry. But you look over the last 10 years of true freshmen playing in high power 4 major with a box score plus minus better than 12, steal percentage better than 2.5%, block percentage above 2%. So someone who impacts the game all the way around, 2.5 steal percentage, 2% block percentage. Cam Boozer, hello. Darryn Peterson, Caleb Wilson, Cooper Flagg, Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis. That is a really good group of true freshmen dominating on both ends of the floor in college, in the Power 4. I'll bet on him being really successful in the NBA, which is the exact reason I'm betting on Cameron Boozer and I'm betting on Caleb Wilson because they both fit that exact metric as well.
I like it. I mean, the top 4 guys, definitely. But, I mean, once you get to, you talked about, guard central from 5 through 8, I'm a little bit concerned about Acuff and his kind of defensive ability, but I know after what we saw from Jalen Brunson, someone is going to take a chance on having the small guard because he is a slasher. He can shoot the lights out of the ball. He's your Calipari special at a guard.
Yeah, I mean, Darius Acuff, he reminds me of a former Calipari guard. Tyrese Maxey.
Yep, exactly.
The way he's able to just be an offensive engine, his speed with the ball in his hands, to operate the pick and roll, shoot it from deep. The defensive concerns are valid. Darius Acuff's a stud. And I know I'm higher on LeBaron Philon than most, a.k.a. everyone, but you look at his offensive efficiency, his improvements from year 1 to year 2 as a true freshman to sophomore. Yeah. I'm also betting on Philon continuing to take that leap as he enters the NBA. I love Yoxel. I'm not scared of the age. Just an impactful guy. As we get into our next group here, love Aimara, a 7'2" big with the 7'3", with the second longest standing reach ever recorded at the NBA Combine. I don't know if you've looked in my notes yet.
I've looked at some of them.
Don't do it.
Don't do it?
If you had to guess who the number 1 standing reach in NBA Combine history, who would it be? The only person longer than Aimara.
Did Wemby go into the Combine?
Is that your guess?
That would be my guess.
It is actually Taco Fall.
I forgot about Taco Fall.
Yeah, but Aimara, second longest standing reach ever there. Merez Johnson Jr., love his versatility on the wing and inside. And then Wagler, Flemings, 2 guards that I think can easily be the lead handler on a respective team in the NBA. Be fascinating to see where they go. I think Wagler goes higher than my big board would suggest. I think he goes around 5. Flemings is an interesting case here. I could see him going 7 or 8. I could see him going 13. There's going to be one guard that falls.
There's going to definitely
Many
be a guard
people
that
think
falls.
it's LeBaron Philon. I think Fleming's could fall as well, though.
Because I remember we were watching during March Madness. We watched every Bama game, and
I love Philon.
It just felt like Philon could take over at any single second.
It's a dog, dude.
It was great.
I mean, I cheese about LeBaron Philon. That's my guy. I don't know if I've had more fun scouting a player and just watching him throughout the season than I have with LeBaron Philon this year. Charmander! How much gifted do you want? I don't know what that means, Charmander, but we appreciate the $5 super chat. How much in supers do we want tonight? I mean, ideally,
all of them.
As much as we can get. I don't even think we could quantify it. But Charmander, we appreciate the love and support that you're showing us here.
I will
so
say,
far. Are you actually speaking?
I am mic'd up.
Okay,
the people can hear me. I will say I did set a goal for Maine tonight.
Okay.
The goal tonight on Maine is 300.
300.
That's the goal. I believe last year we did 280, so I wanted to top that, get to 300. So that's our goal on Maine tonight.
Got a good one so far. We're solid
see.
So far, about 45 minutes in.
Yeah, 45 minutes in, $45 in super chats. A lot of right. That's the goal today for you. What are you willing to do if we get to that goal?
Can we get the happy dads?
I'll do a beer bong if we get to 300.
Oh!
We gotta get to 300 though.
Got to get to 300 though. You hear that? We'll get to 300. Lottery does a beer bong.
But Michelle says just have Raider Nation come and help us.
Not wrong about that. Not wrong about that. All right, we're going to do one of our favorite things, our special, if you will, here at Chat Sports. We love interacting with you guys in the live chat, in the comment section. 18 minutes until we're an hour away from the real thing here. We're going to look at some teams out there. Everyone spam, your favorite team in the comment section. We're going to give it 10, 15 seconds. You know what? We'll officially pick the team we're going to talk about at 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Sounds good
to
me.
So we got about 20 seconds. Spam your favorite team. In 20 seconds, we'll cover our eyes, pick one, and talk about them in the offseason, in the draft. So spam your favorite team down in the comment section.
I want to keep it going. We got 660 people. Everybody spam your team down below. I'm not seeing a lot of people spamming. I see the same exact 4 people spamming the same exact thing. Well, you got 2 seconds.
Yeah, I say Tony.
All right. Should we pick?
We already passed the number.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to give it 5. Alper, are you picking or am I picking?
I'll pick.
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. I see OKC. From Ralph Films.
OKC.
That was the first one I saw.
OKC is a fun team to talk about. Came up a bit short, obviously, on their pursuit to go back-to-back, but they have a lot of optimism. They have 2 picks here in the top 20 at 12 and 17. Do they make both picks tonight? I would bet no.
I would say no.
Either they trade out of 17, package 2 of them to move up in the draft. There has been rumors about them jumping up to 9. I think that would be to take Merez Johnson Jr. I like Yaxel Lenderborg and Adai Mara for them. I think one thing you can guarantee about the Thunder is that with Isaiah Joe potentially being traded, Aaron Wiggins already being traded, they're trying to shed some salary now that you have 3 big contracts in SGA, Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren on the books. Isaiah Hartenstein could be on the out soon. Now, the good news is you need some center help.
Yes.
So, what's the good news? Well, you can get an Adai Mara. You can get an Honestein back. You also drafted Thomas Sorber last year out of Georgetown, who had a redshirt year because he ended up hurting his foot and missing the entire year. Or I think it was an ACL. It might have been an ACL. Either way, I was high on Sorber last year. I'm intrigued to see what he can do in OKC. You can add another big man and a shooter also with 2 first-round picks here. It wouldn't shock me if they trade out of one of these picks. It wouldn't also shock me if they just say, hey, we'll take 2 nice, young, controllable contracts, add them into this group in rotation alongside SGA, Jalen Williams, Chet Holmgren, move on from some of our expensive veterans like Hartenstein, Wiggins, Isaiah Joe, and get a bit younger around my big 3.
And you can't forget about A.J. Mitchell. I mean, he was hurt during the whole entire Western Conference Finals. They have the most complete team, and it just feels they could use definitely 12 and 17 to get two players where they can add on like they always do, or use it to trade up. But I agree with you. I definitely think with the contract that Isaiah Hartenstein has, I don't think they're going to pick up that team option, and they're going to let him walk and find somebody in the draft to replace him. Because Hartenstein, I remember when he played for the Knicks a couple years ago. He's that kind of enforcer, your rebounder, has that perfect floater. But if you can get somebody that can play alongside of Chet, where it kind of doesn't, pack the paint as much as Hartenstein, because Hartenstein, he couldn't go outside the perimeter, or couldn't go outside the paint.
Yeah, another big that could space it would helpful, or just bigger and more physical.
Yeah,
because that was an issue. Like, they were getting beat with physicality against a team in San Antonio who then turned around and got, at least in the front court and at the rim, I thought got beat by the Knicks with physicality.
Yes.
With Cat, OG, Mitchell Robinson. So it's funny to see if the Knicks and Thunder matched up. Would have been a different series for sure, but would the Thunder have struggled with the physicality inside as much as the Spurs did? So that's why adding a Merez Johnson or a Daimara, who is big and physical, to that front court, to me makes a lot of sense for the Thunder at pick number 12.
It definitely felt like the Thunder were the soft team. I felt like they weren't like that a couple of years ago, and it felt like this year they were definitely softer.
All right, we're going to do this again, though. We just had the Thunder. Shout out your favorite team for me down in the comment section, and we'll talk about it. We're going to do a full minute for this one, so really get that chat rate going. Spam your favorite team. At a minute 12, we're picking the next team we're going to talk about here. Spam your favorite team for me down in the comment section.
Come on, keep it going, keep it going. We're now up to 700. We're also 17 likes away from 200 likes, and that's when Rolly gets to do the little Bean Boozled. And I didn't get I got the Tutti Frutti, so I'm looking to hopefully someone gets one of those nasty beans. All right, keep going. We got 30 seconds left. Keep spamming your teams. Come on. Keep it going. Keep it going. There we go. I see a lot of people getting down in the comments.
Keep on spamming it. 20 more seconds until we are going to pick the next team to talk about. We appreciate the love and support of y'all tuning in with us. We still got an hour and change to go until the draft, and we are almost at 1,000 people already. I think we're in for a really fun audience tonight, Mr. Helper.
I think so. Hopefully, I'm just looking forward to a good draft, because like you talked about earlier, that 2024 draft was so bad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First team I saw was the Celtics, actually, from Chris Lotteray. It was the emoji that caught my eye.
Oh.
Not scripted.
It's not rigged.
That's just the first I saw. The emoji ultimately got me. So, with Boston, obviously the headliner, we talked about it a bit earlier in the show, but for the people just joining us, they missed out on Giannis last night. They had Jaylen Brown. They had multiple first-round picks on the table, didn't get them. Where does Boston go from here? Do they trade Jaylen Brown? Maybe. It sounds like that's something on the table. Do they add a shooter? Do they go to the front court? Their biggest issue this year to me was their lack of an ability to impose will inside at the rim. So they need to get stronger. They need to get more athletic in the front court, no matter if they have Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum or just one of the two. Which is why at pick 27, I'm looking at some front court options. Terrace Reed Jr., I think, is the dream, but he might be off the board. I think the Lakers should take him at 25. Heck, I think the Knicks should take him at 24. So who knows? But that would be my top option if I'm Boston. Zubi Ejiofor is another name to keep an eye on. If Jaden Quaintance falls, that's an option too. I think Alan Graves is like a 3-and-D wing is another option if he falls that far. They've got a lot of different avenues they can go down. I would say, though, if I was a Celtics fan, which I could never be.
No chance in hell.
Terrace Reed would be the player I would eye down.
I would definitely go in the front court. I mean, I'm kind of assuming that Jaylen Brown is going to stay. I'm leaning towards that. It's hard to say that he's going to stay on this team, because after you say, hey, we want to get rid of you, do we really want to keep you? But I'm going to say he's staying. They have their kind of backcourt where you have Peyton Pritchard. you just don't have a center. I mean, even if you kept Nemis Keita and Nikola Vucevic, both those guys are not really starting caliber, especially Vucevic, where every time he was on the court, it was food.
Dude, he was terrible.
He was so bad at defense. You have to get someone that
I think Brad Stevens
defend.
is a really good general manager. I think he's one of the best in the game, if not the best. Now, did he get played a little bit in this Giannis thing?
Yeah.
Because now he's got Jaylen Brown angry on his hands? Yeah. So that's maybe 2 bad moves in a row. Because I thought trading Anthony Simons for Nikola Vucevic was a head-scratcher at the time with how good Simons was playing. Vucevic not being an athletic big made no sense to me there, and no sense for Joe Mazzulla's play style. Like, I get you launch a lot of threes, and Vuce can do that. There's a bad trade at the deadline. Brad Stevens is a little over the place lately.
A little bit, I'll say he's maybe overrated. The last 2 years, he's made some questionable calls. I mean, 2 years ago, trading for Drew Holiday, also getting Kristaps Porzingis, and you trade away Marcus Smart, one of your longtime fan favorites, and won him a title.
Yeah, I was going to say, that worked out
for
him.
Yeah, it worked out. I'm saying, but that after those moves, it felt like he got on his little high horse and was just like, I could do whatever move I want now, and it's probably going to work out.
I could see what your point. I didn't know where you were going with that because I was just like, you just named moves that were like excellent.
No, I was saying those were the perfect moves. 2 years ago was the perfect moves. Since then, it was really bad. No, those moves were great. Since then, it's kind of just been like, what are you doing, dude?
We got 730 people watching. Hour and 8 minutes to go until the draft. If you haven't already, hit that sub button. We're right on the precipice of 435K subscribers today. 113 away. Hit that sub button if you haven't already. We're going to be here live again tomorrow for day 2 of the draft. This is a 2-day event now. We'll be here for the second round. We'll have you covered all week next week as well with NBA free agency. We'll be live for the first 2-3 days. We'll have the top free agents over the weekend. We got everything you need here around the NBA, so subscribe, join us. Let's get to 435K. I'll make another deal. When we get to 435K today, we'll add another Bean Boozled onto the docket. Speaking of, I do owe one now that we have gotten over 200 likes. I grabbed the first one I saw, Berry Blue or toothpaste.
Toothpaste is not bad. That toothpaste ain't bad. Look, you probably got toothpaste and you're like, yeah, this ain't bad. It's just minty.
I just picked the first one I saw.
First one you saw. Some other people lying.
I did that site.
The one I saw was the blue one.
Was it toothpaste?
Yeah, it was toothpaste.
Doesn't matter. They're both okay.
I mean, I will say, though,
some of those are bad. The spicy ones really get me.
If you actually look at what we have in this little pool, the ones we have the most of is the Berry Blue toothpaste.
Yeah.
That's the one I usually take. I work around.
Because you want to save them for the end.
Well, no, I still want to do them because
Nah. I don't care.
all right, take it down.
Oh, my guy again. A lot of Heat guys coming.
A lot of heat.
The Heat Report by Chat Sports is sponsoring Chat Sports today. We're going to be live on the Heat channel in 7 minutes, 6.5 minutes, 6 minutes. Rolly, do you think we should get a guy like Kobe White with the mid-level and draft Richie Saunders with pick 41? I like Richie a lot. Now, you do wonder, are the Heat going to target a guy that's probably not going to see the floor until, like, January? Remember, he tore his ACL at BYU on February 22nd. So that's going to be an early return of January. I love Richie a lot. I think he would have been a first-round pick in the late 20s if that injury didn't happen. So how much do you deflate his value because of the ACL injury? He's also like 24 years old, but he's a Heat guy. Now, Kobe White, I've heard a lot of smoke between Miami and Kobe White. Norman Powell, he might not be coming back. So if that's the case and the Heat have the ability to use the full non-taxpayer mid-level, they're going to go after a guard that can shoot it and handle it. Kobe White, Anthony Simons, Quentin Grimes potentially as well. I will say, though, if you don't bring back Norman Powell and you're looking for a guard that can shoot it and handle it alongside Giannis, Bam, and Wiggins, Kobe White and Anthony Simons are probably the two best options.
Is Kobe White going to be affordable, though, for the Heat? I
don't think he gets more than the 15 mil per year.
Okay.
I would be shocked by that.
I could definitely see Charlotte trying to bring him back because he was a very, very good fit.
I would be stunned, but I also was a bit surprised with Ayo DeSumo getting $22 million per year last night.
Exactly.
So who knows the market on some of these guys? But if he's in free agency and the Hornets don't re-sign him, he's going to get the full non-taxpayer at 15 per season. But if the Heat can do that, I'm in.
And Vela, who should the Spurs target? Who'll be left at 20? Well, you don't need a backcourt.
No, yeah.
You don't need a backcourt if you're San Antonio.
I'm looking specifically into the front court here. Ed, that makes a lot of sense to me. Like, you look at the Spurs here. What was the issue for them down the stretch and why they just came up short? Well, when Victor Wembanyama was on the bench, Luke Cornett, who I actually have been a fan of.
I was a big fan of
He
Cornett.
was pretty brutal. He just was.
Yeah.
And I would also add that Julian Champagnie, as good as he was, you can upgrade there at the 4. I like the future of Castle, Harper, Vassell, Wembanyama. So who's going to be that 5th guy? Well, I'm either looking to get a backup center or a center to play with Wembanyama and play Wemby at the 4 almost, or I'm looking for a 3-and-D wing. So I've got Jane Quaintance on my radar there. That's a really high upside pick. We're also going to take a look.
Could you take Brazil?
Alan Graves. I'm not high on him, but that's an option that fits what San Antonio may be looking for here. I like Trayvon Brazil a lot. I'm higher on him than most. I think he's a first-round player. I don't think the league does, though, so I don't anticipate them taking him there, although I personally would consider it. I think a Zubi Ejiofor makes a lot of sense, a undersized 5, athletic physical 4 that has some spacing ability as well. So I'm keeping an eye on Quaintance, keeping an eye on Zubi, maybe even Koa Pete, and Alan Graves. Those are the names that I'm keeping an eye on there for San Antonio. All right, quick through these last 2 super chats as we reach the top of the other.
Charmander.
I'll give 300 to Rolly's Heat. Charmander, I'm not going to hold you to it, but if you do, give that much. 1, I'll love you forever. And 2, no, yeah, Jack ain't doing a beer bong. I'm doing like 3.
I'll do 1.
So we're gonna get hammered here on a Tuesday night. You know, it doesn't sit right by me that this draft's on a Tuesday night.
I don't like it being like put it on the Thursday and Friday like the NFL draft.
Yeah, round 1 should Thursday night round 1, Friday night round 2. Let me feel like I'm enjoying the weekend while I'm doing this. Nah, we're gonna finish the draft over the next 48 hours. I'm be like, fuck, I got 2 more days of work.
Shout out to
I don't know
Charmander.
if I should be swearing, but that's how I feel, folks. You're going to get unfiltered opinions
Wasim Khan, how are the Bulls going to screw this up? I don't think they can.
I really don't think
I don't think you can.
Just take Caleb Wilson and then...
Or if he's not available, take whoever the 3 who are not picked.
Caleb Wilson at 4, and then I have a short list for the Bulls at 15. Anna Steinbeck, Cameron Carr, LeBaron Philon. Take one of those 3 and Caleb Wilson, and you might be the winners of the entire draft. Like, I actually think Cam Carr, Caleb Wilson would be goated. So, hopefully, for the Bulls fans out there, that's what comes to fruition, man. I'm telling you, a lineup of Giddey, Carr, Buzelis, Wilson, and now Nick Claxton. I'm not going to say they're going to be anything, but it's fun.
They'll be back in the play-in?
They'll be in the play-in again.
They'll be back in the play-in.
All right, Alpa, you take this here before we do the reset.
Help us be the #1 live stream for the NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen. As always, we got 700 people watching with us. Hit that thumbs up icon. If you're loving what you're seeing, go ahead, share this to one of your friends that love the NBA. And, of course, we're going to be live tomorrow. So hit that sub button, and we love you guys getting in the chat. We're always going to be talking. You ask us the team we're going to talk about, go ahead. You can spam it, and we'll occasionally do that. But as always, guys, hit that sub button, like the video, and appreciate share it. And I think we're going to Rolly. We're going to the Heat channel now, aren't we?
We're going to start our live stream on our Heat channel here in 10 seconds. So we're going to do a quick welcome in as we welcome in our Miami Heat audience. I host that channel. Wanted to get them involved today since I'm going to be here and not there. And we'll do that starting right now. Welcome in, Miami Heat fans. We got Giannis Antetokounmpo last night, which means we have no first-round pick today. We were scheduled to pick 13. Well, that's now Milwaukee. Well, I don't give two shits. We got Giannis. We're going to be hanging out, though, today as a crew, reacting, breaking down everything that happens in the first round of the NBA draft. So, yeah, we appreciate the Heat fans coming in, hanging out with us. There's not going to be too much Miami Heat talk today. We'll briefly mention the Giannis stuff. We'll talk about what's going on in the draft today. And oh my goodness, we are starting off with an effing bang over on the Heat channel because our guy Charmander wasn't bluffing, folks. We welcome in our Heat fans, though. Holy shit, when we get that super chat on screen, we're going to have a full reaction. We appreciate the 35, 40 people already in the building over there. As we are an hour away from the NBA draft, folks. If you are not aware, top four, it's going to be pretty interesting. Washington, Utah, Memphis, Chicago, Caleb Wilson, Darryn Peterson, AJ Debansik, Cameron Boozer. Where do they go? Is it going to be as projected? Is it going to be a little bit of a stunner? The Clippers, Nets, Kings, Hawks, Guards Alley, I like to call them. Is it going to be chalk and all guards here? Or Alper, are there going to be a surprise?
Somebody's going to come in. Is a forward going to come in? Are we going to see... I mean, I want to say Acuff. I love Acuff, but he's a Calipari guy. Can't stand John Calipari. We'll see what happens. You got 5, 6, 7, 8 for the Clippers, Nets, Kings, and Hawks. And then it gets a little interesting with the Mavericks, Bucks, Warriors, and Thunder. And personally, those guys could go with any 5 positions on the floor.
Yeah, I know. Dallas, they could go with Braden Burries. If a guard falls there, they could go Nate Ament. They could go with a Michigan guy. The Bucks rebuilding without Giannis now. What do they do? Golden State, are they building for the future? Are they building for the now? That impacts what they're going to do here in the draft. The Thunder looking to add to this core with a shortcoming this past postseason, losing in the conference finals to the San Antonio Spurs. And then you've got the Bucks here with a second first-round pick after that Giannis trade. I imagine they come away with one guard and one wing. Whether it be a Nate Ament, Kingston Flemings combo, a Yaxel Lenderborg combo in some regard, a LeBaron Philon. Like, it makes sense to me with Milwaukee and their new kind of build here after getting the Heat young guys of Ware, getting Hero, Jaquez, Yakachonis, that they probably want to complement that new young core, Ryan Rollins as well, with a wing. That's their biggest need. Yep. Either it be a 4 or 3. Jaquez could play either one. Moving on from Kuzma probably in some scenario. And then they probably want to add another piece to the backcourt with Kasparas Yakachonis as well as Ryan Rollins. So they've got a little options where they can go in very different ways. But on the Heat channel, my guy, Charmander, with a bang, 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 a $300 super chat. Let's go, Heat.
I'm not saying that.
Heat! Let's go, Heat! Giannis is in Miami! Come on!
They're fighting for this. You guys are trying to get this. No Larry.
Go. The highlight, Charmander, you're a legend. We're going to have a freaking party tonight. You're an absolute beast. I can't believe you actually did that. You're a GOAT. Let's fucking go. We got Giannis Antetokounmpo. And I'm sorry for our main chat sports crew because we had the party over there on the Heat channel. We'll bring it back to more of a standard broadcast here, but I'm sweating now. And now it's time to do a beer bong. Well, I guess a seltzer bong.
A Happy Dad. My favorite ones. The fruit punch. I love that they've
Are you a fruit punch guy?
For Happy Dad, yeah. Okay. I hate the pineapple ones.
What a legend. Well, we'll have another beer bong because we owe at least 3, Charmander. Alper's helping us out with a little 2-man race here, and then I'll do a third one in a little bit. What a start to the night here over on the Heat Report. Let's go!
Everybody spam your chugs. Remember on Chat Sports, if we get to 300 total on the night, I'll do a beer bong.
That's our producer, Jack Lottery.
There we go,
there.
Jack.
We got there on heat. God, it's going to be a great time then. All right, back to some NBA coverage here. These are going to be the top 3 picks, I think. Now, what order are they going to go in? Is it going to be AJ DeBanza 1? Is it going to be Darryn Peterson 2? Cam Boozer 3? Like it is projected to be? Or is there going to be a switch-up? Let me know who you guys think is the best prospect in this draft. I would be typing my 1s. Elper would be typing his 3s.
3s.
Lottery, who would you be typing?
Probably 3.
You're going to lean AJ?
Nope, no Boozer, huh? Nobody, no Boozer love?
I have Boozer as my number 2 guy. I have him ranked in this order on my personal big board. That's just me, though. We got Jamie typing 1, Steven typing 3, Matthew 3, Eduardo 3. Tried my best there. Saunders 3, Alex Murphy 2. We got my guy Slaying Cat 2, Bourne saying 3, Kane Angel 1.
Issa says, AJ reminds me of Len Bias.
Oh, don't say that. Well, maybe as a player.
As a player.
We just hope it doesn't.
As a player.
We just hope it doesn't. The career doesn't go that
Jeez.
way. Or I guess the career isn't what I said.
Jesus.
If Utah brings in Boozer, it'll be legendary. I mean, it would be funny to get Carlos Boozer's dad or son to Utah. I just don't like the fit, though, because you already have Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen.
Yeah.
Maybe Boozer, if he sheds some weight, can be more of a wing rather than like a 4. But I like the fit in Memphis for Boozer a ton, and I like the fit for either Peterson and DeBanza better in Utah at 2 anyway, because you either get that 2 guard to pair up with Markkanen and Jaren Jackson Jr., or you get that wing and AJ to where now you have a front court of AJ, Lauri, Jaren, and then what do you do with Walker Kessler? I don't know, but either way.
Don't forget about Ace Bailey.
That's a lot of fun. I'm sleeping, bro. I couldn't give 2 shits about Ace Bailey.
Hey, he was one of the big prospects last year.
Yeah, and I didn't like him then, and I don't like him now. A year later, nothing changed.
Nothing has changed.
And nothing changed for me. The highlight, my guy is saying Peterson. I personally think Darryn Peterson is number 1. If the Heat somehow landed the number 1 pick in the lottery, my friends, I would have said that I would want the Heat to take Darryn Peterson. Although I do think they would have taken DeBanza. I would have taken Peterson.
It probably would have been a better fit for DeBanza, but I mean, taking the best player for, in your opinion, obviously.
Yeah.
For Peterson.
Yeah. We got 52 minutes to go until the draft is here. Hit that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. We got 584 people in our mainstream. Let's get to 300 likes. ASAP. We're 68 likes away there. On our Heat channel, we're at 22 likes and 84 people watching. Let's get to 40 likes over there. Let's get to that 50% like rate here. Let's get to 300, and let's get to 40. We're live here for free. We appreciate everybody hanging in with us. Hit that thumbs up icon.
If you're watching on your phone and you're like this, turn it vertical and then just click it. It takes 2 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. All you got to do is just hit that thumbs up icon. Really appreciate that one.
Really appreciate it indeed. Let's get to 300 likes. Remember, every 100 likes we get today, too, is a Bean Boozled.
It'll be my turn for the Bean Boozled.
I'll give it back to Elper there. I'll give it back to Elper there.
7th edition.
The what? Is that what it says?
That's what it says. I will say, like, I thank God we don't have the spicy ones. I did one spicy when I was doing a Patriots watch party, and I couldn't talk. Could not talk.
Is it really that bad? Is it pepper like base, or is it like, okay, so it's just spicy or not spicy? There's no in between there?
No, they're all spicy.
Well, that doesn't sound fun at all.
It's not.
It's really bad. That's no good. That's no good.
Shout out to Ronald coming in with $1 super chat.
Yeah, we'll get that on screen here in a second. But keep on hitting that like button, man. We're trying to get to 300 likes. We're right there. We're at 245. Hit that like button, man. What'd you say?
It would be me. I'd do another Bean Boozled at 54.
At 300. We're 50 away.
50 away.
Hit that thumbs up icon for us. Come on, help us out. We're here live for free. Where else are you going to get coverage like this?
Nowhere.
You're going nowhere. You know that movie? Come on, Elper. Lottery, come on. I'd be disappointed. You're going nowhere.
I don't think I know.
Come on. Oh, Lottery wants to tell me he's a movie guy. You're going to kick yourself. Do you want me to tell you? Come on. It's Bonesaw from Tobey Maguire's original Spider-Man. You're going
Oh,
nowhere.
yeah.
That's
love that
ball
movie.
knowledge, man. That's ball knowledge. I thought Lottery was with me on the ball knowledge, especially with the Marvel. I thought with the Marvel you would have been there. Oh, I don't know about that. My guy,
The
E.
human
Saunders
spider.
says I knew that. Come on, that movie's awesome.
That movie's great. Except I argue with Knicks Now host Marshall Green. Spider-Man 2 is better.
Yeah, no, I think that one's thought of as the best in that trilogy. Yeah, I don't think that's crazy to say.
Talk to him about that one.
Now,
Yes.
I love Defoe's. I love Defoe's Green Goblin, but I think Spider-Man 2 is actually thought of as like a top 5 superhero movie, period.
It's my favorite one out of all of them. Pizza time.
Pizza time. Oh, man. These are, at least my top prospects. We've already went in depth about it. Darryn Peterson 1, Boozer 2, DeBansa 3, Wilson 4. And, like, that's not a knock on any of these guys. Like, unfortunately, you have to nitpick when you're ranking these top players. And they just shook out like this for me, whether it be because of upside, whether because of defensive issues. I'm a big fan of the guards, Phylon Acuff as well, Michael Brown. I'm not scared of Yaxel Lenderborg's age. I have him in my top 10. And kind of rounding out my lottery big board, if you will, Love Mara from Michigan, this former Spaniard big who transferred from UCLA to Michigan. Good size, good rebounder, excellent passer. Another Michigan player in the top 10, Merez Johnson Jr. His versatility defensively and on the glass and upside shooting, I think makes him someone I would take a lottery pick on, no question. If you want someone that may surprise you in terms of how high they go tonight, I'll bet it being on Merez. I've got him 10th on my big board. I think he could go 9th to the Dallas Mavericks. After hiring Michigan coach Dusty May, Masai Ujiri as the new GM there, to me, he is a GM that likes to really harp on work ethic, athleticism, and versatility.
See, I feel like they could definitely...
Merez Johnson, all three.
I feel like the Mavericks, only because now Dusty May is their head coach, I feel like they would go guard.
I think they prefer Burries. I'll say this. I think if you asked the Mavericks who their number one guy is, Braden Burries would be that guy. But I don't know where they go if Burries is off the board. And that's where I lean. I think Burries might go to the Hawks at 8. And if the Hawks take Burries, I think Dallas pivots to either one of the Michigan trio guys or Nate Ament. And if I was a Mavs fan, I would be praying it's any of the Michigan guys over Nate Ament. I'm not in on Nate Ament.
Because I'd rather go with center like Mara than Yaxel, just because I feel like you don't really want to go forward just because you have Flag now. Flag is definitely
you need another guy in that front court.
Yeah.
Because P.J. Washington is not going to be there long term. You don't know what's happening with Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively long term. Like, you don't really know anything about that team long term outside of Cooper Flag. So I just honestly think Dallas should go best player available that they vision can fit next to Cooper Flag well. And I think a Johnson Flag wing duo could be elite. I really do think that. I know Merez is not as gifted offensively, but his defense, like, I'm not going to say he's going to turn into OG Anunoby. I don't think that. But when you think of a big, athletic, versatile defensive wing / big guy, if he develops a three-point shot, it does remind me of OG. I compared him a little bit to like a Timu, Bam Adebayo, Jalen Smith hybrid.
But then we talked about the kind of championship formula that teams are having now. I mean, you've seen it the last couple of years. You have your star point guard, and then you have a guy that can be a wing or be a top center. Like, I mean, for the Knicks, Cat is both a forward and a center. And then the year before, you had SGA. that kind of, wouldn't you want to pair kind of like your guard with a Cooper Flag?
No, yeah, that's why I think Burry is their top guy. But I do believe that if he's off the board, I would lean Morez. Yeah. I would lean him over a guy like Ament. I meant the team card there, by the way. I should have specified that. But like Fleming's, if he's there, do you take a understudy to Kyrie Irving? Or do you go with a player that can play with Kyrie? Cameron Carr. That's a high, maybe higher than people expect, but his upside is unmatched. I wouldn't mind Mara either. Like, you have no confidence personally in the future of Daniel Gafford and Derek Lively. So getting Mara, I'm cool with that too.
That is definitely be a good pick for them. Shout out to Ronald coming in with $1. Appreciate you, my guy. Always appreciative to all the super chats that come in to our live show today. And then we got AXCT.
Let's go.
Coming in with a 20. Where do you think Caleb Wilson will go tonight? Asking as a UNC basketball fan. I think we both agree that he's going to Chicago.
Yeah. AXCT. If you're a big Tar Heel fan, well, get ready to be rooting for those Tar Heel red jerseys. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up. We've had North Carolina players go there in the past. I mean, a.k.a. Kobe White, right? White. So I do think Caleb Wilson will ultimately go to the Bulls. I would be stunned if that isn't the case. I feel like we're almost guaranteed at this point to see it go Debansa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson in your top 4. If that is not the case, we're going to have I think Bill Simmons, Anthony Bennett moment, just based off what I've heard and seen around the league so far. But your boy Caleb Wilson, I think he's going to be a really fun fit in Chicago and going to be their new franchise guy. I'm a big fan of Modest Buzelis, but Wilson immediately becomes the face of that team.
I would have loved to see Caleb Wilson, how UNC would have differed if he did not get hurt in the tournament.
Oh, I know. I was in on North Carolina. I was in on UNC in the tournament. They obviously, as a 6th seed, lost in the first round to the VCU.
They blew a 20-point lead?
Yes, they did. The mighty Atlantic 10 Conference. 20-point comeback. I mean, that's just Henry Vesar hoops, though, right there. I'm not big on Vesar, by the way. When we get into the late first round, sorry, ACXT or AXCT. I just don't buy Vesar at the next level. I do buy Caleb Wilson, though. He is very worthy of a top 5 pick.
So athletic.
He is. I don't think I've seen this comp for Caleb Wilson. It's a weird one. I've seen a lot of people mention some other big-time athletes. I see a little Zion Williamson in Caleb Wilson.
I can definitely see it.
The way he just gets downhill and attacks you, dude.
He's not as big.
On top of you.
It's not as wide as Zion, but the way he moves.
Not as fat. We'll just say
don't get on the gumbo, Caleb Wilson. Let's just say that.
The way that he can just finish on top of you, around you, don't matter, man.
Yo.
What do we react?
Clip that.
We're just talking some hoops, and these guys are sickos, dude.
Shout out to the super chat menu. We are 40 likes away from me taking another Bean Boozled. $5 super chat. We'll talk about whatever your favorite team is, what the future holds of them, who are the top prospects that they are looking at. $10 we also add to the Bean Boozled, and every 100. Shout out to Charmander sending in a $300
on
super
our Heat
chat.
channel. I'm gonna do my third. Well, we're gonna do the third beer bong. We owe my second for my guy Charmander. Shout out to you, big dog.
I'll do one. Why not?
Shout out to you, Charmander. You're a legend.
We'll go with Stinkbug or Toasted Marshmallow.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God, that's Stinkbug. Oh, that's disgusting.
You got it? You got it?
That's terrible.
You said you can't spit it out. If we can't spit it out, I think we involve Lotteray in here for on the 3-person rotation. Sounds like you're a sicko and you just like these things.
I
think you actually like it.
He low-key likes it. He low-key likes it.
That one's nasty, bro. You wouldn't think that one's nasty. That shit is gross. Bro.
Which one?
The liver and onions. I forget which one.
Oh, I like burnt rubber.
I don't know if I had it in the NFL draft free agency area or last year's NBA free agency draft area, but I had one, like, I legit almost threw up. That shit was gross, dude.
33 likes away from 300, ladies and gentlemen. We got 500 people watching with us. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon, guys. It'd be really very, very appreciative of you. Rolly, it was your night yesterday.
It's still my day. I mean, the trade happened at 11:50 Eastern time, so I'm going to count it as happening today. I've been on cloud nine the entire day. You know that meme of, I don't know what movie it was, but Christian Bale and Natalie Portman, like, dancing around the water, like, with each other?
Yes.
I tweeted out how life been moving since the Heat traded for Giannis with that video, and that's really how I feel as a Heat fan. Couldn't be more ecstatic having Giannis and Bam paired up for multiple different reasons why I'm so excited for it. Not only do I think it's one of the best, if not the best defensive duo in NBA history, and I really mean that, their ability to switch, defend multiple positions, it's second to none as a duo, but this is one of the more physical downhill players we've ever seen. And the crowd that he draws in the half court, it just frees up everybody. And Bam obviously played with Jimmy Butler, was the number 2 on 2 teams that went to the finals that came up short. Jimmy went sicko mode in the finals runs.
Yep.
I love Jimmy. I have said he's the 3rd best player to play for the Heat just based off what he's been able to do in those 5-6 years with Miami. He doesn't touch Giannis heights. He just doesn't. Giannis is a top 25 player in NBA history. He is. It's a fact.
Yep.
Finals MVP, multi-time NBA or MVP. His longevity, his dominance, and for you to be able to get that while Bam is entering his prime, age 29, that gives you an opportunity to have a championship window over the next 4 or 5 years. And I think an underrated part of this trade that people haven't discussed, people are going to bring up the draft capital. Fair. Miami has control of their next 3 of 4 first-round picks. Their 27 pick, Charlotte, top 14, they have it. Okay. Assuming Miami makes the postseason next year, and the Hornets get that pick, the Heat will have their own 28 pick, their own 29 pick, and then they will swap with Milwaukee in 2030, which at that point you're hoping it's your own pick. So you will have your own pick in 28, 29, 30. Which will allow you to make trades on draft night, which will allow you to add cheap young talent to your roster with one of the best scouting departments in the entire NBA. I just truly do believe that this front office, with Giannis and Bam leading the charge, they are going to be able to have a consistent, contending team in the Eastern Conference. And maybe I've had some drinks. Maybe this is the Heat culture speaking to me. I'm not guaranteeing a title year 1, but to tee up this question, I absolutely do think Giannis gets 1 title in Miami. Am I going to say multiple? I won't go there. But in the next 6 years, before Giannis is 37, 38, I do think he gets 1 more in his career.
I think it's definitely possible. I mean, him and Bam, that is going to be the front court duo of the next 5 to 6 years, as Giannis is still, 30?
He's 31, turning 32 in the fall.
32, so you get 4 or 5 more good years of Giannis. Bam entering his prime, 28, 29 years old. If the Heat can find a top point guard ball distributor and you have that trio, whatever that may be, they're going to be a force in the East. And I mean, me being a Knicks fan, the Knicks still have Jalen Brunson. They still have Karl Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, Mikal Bridges, Josh Hart. That is the top 5 players on the East. But if they can find a point guard, it is definitely going to be, I could see Heat Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Oh, I think we're going to be battling out for a while now. Like, I think the Celtics will still be up there. The Hawks are a rising team, and what they do this draft with 8 and 23, that matters.
They're on the rise.
But it does feel like if each team plays their cards right, it's just going to be a 4-team tournament almost every year, barring injury, in the next 4 years between New York, Boston, Miami, and Detroit. Where it's just like those 4 teams are just going to be throwing haymakers at each other to where anything could happen any given postseason if an injury occurs to a guy, which you never hope does, but like it just naturally happens. Like those 4 teams in the East are just going to be going to war. Like how we feel the Spurs and Thunder are just going to be going to war with each other for the next 6 years. Well, that's how I feel these top 4 teams in the East are going to be. Like every year, you're going to see those 4 teams in some regard matching up with each other in a playoff series, and it's going to be blood shed. Like it's going to be crazy.
And I truly think like nobody is going to be able to get into the paint.
That's my thing with Miami. Like, how are you going to score? Like, you're going to be forced with Wiggins, Bam, and Giannis to be a jump shooting team.
You're going to have to shoot jumpers.
It's just so hard to win in the postseason if your shot diet is mostly from the perimeter.
And that's why the Celtics have not won anything in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
Because they just lived and died by the 3. And if you can't get into the paint, which I don't know how teams are going to with Giannis and Bam Adebayo and Andrew Wiggins down there. It's going to be tough. But every single time I'm going to say, when Giannis comes out, can the team win the non-Giannis minutes? And if you can,
that's fair,
then that's how you beat them.
That's fair. You just got to stagger those Bam and Giannis minutes as best as you possibly can.
What you do against the Spurs, win the non-Wemby minutes, you win the game.
Yep. And the Knicks did that a hell of a lot, and that's why they're sitting here as NBA champions. I will say, obviously, the Heat fans are saying yes to the question of will Giannis win a title in Miami. I'm seeing not many people get in on the conversation in the main chat sports. Get in the comment section.
I want to hear from you guys. Come on.
Let's have a conversation. I do see E. Saunders saying no. It'll be interesting. Saunders says Jaylen Brown to the Thunder for Chet Holmgren. Is that like the first lose-lose trade in NBA history?
That might be a lose-lose trade.
I don't know why Boston would do that. And I got to be honest, I don't know why Oklahoma City would do that because Jalen Williams is like maybe the closest player to Jaylen Brown in the league. So,
it would make no sense for that trade to happen.
Yeah, I really wouldn't. I think Jalen Williams is like a little bit of a worse version of Jaylen Brown at this point.
As long as his hammy's okay.
Yeah, that's for sure. 32 minutes to go until the draft. 81 subscribers to go until 435K. We're going to do another Bean Boozled when we get there. Subscribe. We'll be live for the entire draft. Tonight, tomorrow, we'll have a video after the first round of round 1 grades and reaction. We'll have you covered all next week for NBA free agency. Starts on Tuesday night, June 30th, a week from today.
There we go.
And then we'll have you covered the first 2-3 days and beyond there. Subscribe today. Join us here. Trying to get to 435K. I'll say before the draft starts. I think we could get 79 subscribers in 32 minutes.
I think we can. I mean, we started out, I think when we went live, we were at 860 something.
Yeah, we've already picked up at least 40 to 50 subscribers, and that's like lowballing it a bit. So I think we get another 79 here in the next 31 minutes. I believe.
Come on, hit that sub button, guys. Let's see that chart go up.
Yeah, let's get that number up. KBM, I do see your super chat on the Heat channel. We'll get to that here in a second. By the way, can you see that, or do you need me to verbalize every time we get one? Okay, I just wanted to know how you want me to do that, if we get one or not. Yeah. Gotcha. All right, we see that number climb here. What we want to do with 31 minutes to go until the real thing, I want to go through my final mock draft. I put this out on the channel early this morning. We can get your thoughts, Elper. We could have the people see how I think things shake out. Like I said, this is not what I would do. This is what I think happens based off what I've heard, what I've seen. This is a prediction-based mock draft. And although I have Darryn Peterson higher and Cam Boozer, I do think the best fit for the Wizards is AJ DeBansa. His fit with Trae Young, Trey Johnson, Bob Carrington, Anthony Davis if he sticks, Alex Sarr. You get that wing in AJ with Trae Young, with the 2 front court members we just talked about. Well, now you have a young core that's pretty interesting there. So I feel like AJ will be the pick for Washington at number 1.
I think it was to be a good fit for this team, especially. I mean, you gave Trae Young the worst contract I've probably ever seen.
Bad.
But, I mean, you have Trae Young. We'll see if Anthony Davis is there. And then A.J. Debinca you have Sar. Is Bilal Coulibaly going to be a good player? I still have questions on him.
I was hoping for more out of him this year.
So was I.
More of an extended opportunity, and he just really didn't show me much. He had a good start to the year, but really faded as the year went on.
He's definitely a starter, but if you have those three of your core, Debinca is definitely probably going to be a top guy for them. Like I've talked about earlier in the show, he could score wherever he wants on the court, 25.5 points per game. Solid rebounder and just an efficient guy. And if he can get that 3-point percentage up from 33, I know it's a little bit harder in the NBA, but if he could get that up to 35, 36, he'll be one of the top players in basketball.
Yeah, I'm actually not concerned about that 3-point percentage. I just think the volume was astronomically high for him this year. And, yeah, the volume's probably going to be pretty high, too, as the lead guy in the NBA for his specific team. But he is going into a situation, assuming he does go to Washington, where he isn't going to be the guy having the ball, initiating the offense. It's going to be Trae Young. So he's going to be able to be more of a secondary ball handler and obviously play in the flow of the offense with the ball in his hands. But I think he'll get a little bit more looks from three that are open. I think AJ will be a 38, 39% shooter in the NBA from three early. Now, as his career goes on and his volume jumps up, like a Luka Doncic, like a Jason Tatum, these guys that shoot 8, 9, 10 threes a game just because they're their lead guy offensively, sure, the percentages will probably dip. But early on, I think he's going to be a pretty solid 3-point shooter.
And he's also going to get the type of spacing, especially if they keep Anthony Davis on the team. But honestly, I have no idea what they are going to do with AD or not. We'll get to more of the Broly's last mock draft in just a second, guys. But I got to tell you about our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. And we use Prize Picks here at Chat Sports every single day. And why? Well, because it's the best place to win cash while watching sports. It's also a super easy-to-use app. All you got to do is just pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. And look, basketball season's over, but the fun doesn't stop here at Prize Picks. You got the big golf tournaments, the big soccer tournaments, baseball's in full swing, and of course, we got our favorite, my favorite, with motorsports every Sunday. Love making daily fantasy lives. You guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Get the picks before they even get posted on the show. Rolly, this was your lineup.
Not
good. We had Harry Kane, and he did not score a goal. We had the Moore, and I'm trying to see. I can't really read what the last two pick. Yeah, Jocko, we got the more, what is that? Passes attempted, passes attempted, and then we got the more
on the Panama and Croatia goalkeepers.
Panama and Croatia goalkeepers. I think this would be a very good lineup. But you guys can make a lineup just like that one, guys. All you got to do is just pick more or less on a few player stats. Lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat of today's stream. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
Under 30 minutes to go here. Jack, I think we should just reveal the entire top 5 here because I would be shocked if it doesn't end up going this way. I'm not going to claim that I have sources inside the organizations, but the way that we have heard things kind of unfold here, AJ, Darryn, Cam, Caleb is going to be your top 4 in order. Now, the draft could be shaken up with the Clippers. There's been a lot of momentum for Keaton Wagler to go 5, the Illinois guard. But if they went with like a Michael Brown or something like that, this entire thing could be flipped on its head. And what do the Nets do? Because guess what? I've heard that the Brooklyn Nets, their number 1 guy, it's Michael Brown Jr., the Louisville guard, who's got really good positional size, is an elite 3-point shooter, although the percentage is a little bit lower than anticipated this year. The medical's checked out with the back injury, but I feel good about Michael there. And the worst-kept secret in the league, I don't even think you could even say that anymore at this point, is that the Kings want Darius Acuff really, really, really bad, and Darius Acuff wants to go to the Kings really, really, really bad.
Why?
So to me, this draft really starts at 8 with Arizona. I have Atlanta, the Arizona guard, going with Braid Burries. This could go either way, though. Like, I could see this being Kingston Flemings. I could see this being an Imara. I could see it being Burries.
Yeah.
There's no, common consensus on what the Hawks want to do at 8. Heck, by the time they're on the clock, this pick could be traded. It really could. So that's where the draft starts to me. I hope that I'm wrong and things change in the top 7, but Atlanta at 8 is where the draft starts. I think the Mavs go with Merez, and although I'm really low on Nate Ahmet, 20th on my big board specifically, I do think the Bucks are fond of him, and they take him. I'm glad I don't have to deal with the Bucks organization anymore, man.
Yeah, that is very nice for you guys. I mean, rounding out the 11 through 15, Yaxel Lendenborg, Ade Mara, Kingston Flemings, another Milwaukee 13 from you guys from the Miami Heat, and then Heinz Stombeck at 14, and then Cameron Carr at 15.
Yeah, the one that I really like here is Mara to the OKC Thunder. I also do like Carr to the Bulls. I got to be honest, I do like actually all of these fits.
I like Steinbeck to Charlotte.
Oh, this is a Sam Brown guy, says Cameron Carr.
I like Steinbeck to Charlotte. I think they really need a center. I mean,
they do, yeah.
What do you have, Diabate right now?
They need another. They have Kalkbrenner in year 2,
yeah.
But those two guys, you're looking for an upgrade in order to really take that next step forward. But Mara is that perfect big man to potentially replace Isaiah Hartenstein and be the front court partner for Chet Holmgren for years to come. Moving on from 16 to 20 here. Some intriguing picks here. If the Grizzlies follow through on trading John Morant, they took Cam Boozer in this mock draft, they need to add a point guard because they have Cedric Howard at the 2.
Yep.
They have Jalen Wells at the 3. They now add Cam Boozer at the 4, and you have Zach Edey at the 5. That's a really good young core that all you're missing is a young point guard to grow with them. I'm high on Phylon. I have him as a top 10 player in this draft. If you add Phylon, I might become a Grizzlies fan. I'm just kidding. But I will say, I will be watching the Grizzlies very, very closely. If they end up with Phylon, Coward, Wells, Boozer, Edey, you want to talk about a 5-man core all under the age of 25 that can grow together. Oh my goodness. I think they should really hone in on a point guard with their second pick at 16, whether it be Phylon or Christian Anderson. I'm not that big of a fan of Ibuka Okori.
Yeah.
So I prefer Phylon and Anderson over him. But if you walk away with any of those two guys as your new point guard, hypothetically replacing Ja Morant, that's a home run if I am the Memphis Grizzlies.
We'll see if they trade Ja. I mean, I never thought they'd trade away Jaren Jackson, but we saw what happened with they're definitely in rebuild mode.
Yeah, and another interesting spot there is Dalen Swain to the Charlotte Hornets at 18. Keep an eye on Swain. He's a very volatile player in this draft. I think he could go win the lottery. He could maybe also fall to the mid-20s. We'll see where he ends up. In the mid-20s is where we start to see, I think, a lot of team needs be addressed. Detroit, they need secondary creation and shooting. Anderson fills that void perfectly. The Sixers, well, they can really go anywhere.
They can go anywhere.
Whether they want to go backup big for the future, another wing, Allen Graves fits that. The Hawks, they took a guard early in this mock draft with Burries. They need a center. I have them taking Terrace Reed, Ibuka Okori to the Knicks at 24. Although I do think it would benefit them to go big man. No Jane Quaintance in this mock draft. I had him going 20th. No Terrace Reed. I don't think Vasar's a fit there. So grabbing a Landry Shamet replacement could be where they go with the Stanford freshman who averaged 19 a game this year.
I mean, the Knicks have always had that spot-up shooter. Like, from 2024, I can remember they traded for Bojan Bogdanovic. The year before that, they had Quentin Grimes. They always have that one spot-up shooter, that catch-and-shoot guy. And if they go that route instead of going with a center, I'd be okay with that as well.
Could see them going with Chris Sinak Jr. too here. One of the most common mock drafts, and I fell into it. I mean, I don't want to, is Henry Vasar to the Lakers at 25. I'm not a Vasar guy. I wouldn't use a first-round pick on him, but I've just heard so much buzz that that's where things may be heading. So that's why I had it in this mock draft.
I mean, they need a center.
They do.
They need a center so badly.
DeAndre
Ayton is not that guy. I mean, I could see them throwing the bag at Mitchell Robinson, but you could also find a player in the draft.
I could see them going with a Robert Williams in free agency.
Yeah.
We'll get a lot more clarity after tonight on what teams may be planning in free agency. I think Lakers are one of them because if they somehow went with a non-center in the first round, that tells me they have been tampering a bit to get a guarantee that one of these top centers in Mitchell Robinson or Robert Williams will be joining them a week from now.
Yeah.
And to round out this mock draft, Brooklyn now has picked 28 after trading with the Timberwolves last night, moving up from 33 to 28 to get that spot. They took on Julius Randle. They sent Nick Claxton to Chicago. I'm taking Zubi Ejiofor there. And one of the players I'm intrigued in, Sergio De La Rey, the Spaniard guard. Mavericks, I had him taking Morez Johnson in this mock. If they go with a front court piece, going with a guard at 30 makes sense. An understudy to Kyrie, a 6'6 guard who shot 41% from three and had a 30% assist rate. Yeah, that will play at pick 30.
Pick 30?
19 minutes and change to go. My guy KBM over on the Heat channel with a $5 super chat. It's $18 in Qatari. I forget where you are from, KBM, but I have memorized that Qatari is the actual currency being used here. I remember that.
Qatari.
Yeah. I was in a blunder when he super chatted for the first time during the season back in like February or March. I had no clue what that meant. I tried my hardest, though. Do you think Jovic would be a beast with Giannis and Bam? I know a lot of Heat fans are excited about keeping Jovic in that deal because it was not anticipated. I think Jovic is going to be traded. We've heard some buzz that the Heat are looking to trade him. I think they will use his $16.4 million salary this year in his youth to maybe get a veteran shooter on the trade market. I'd keep an eye for Klay Thompson, who makes $17.4 million there. Mavericks fans, I've talked to them. They would be open. Now, it's not the GM, but they would be fine trading Klay for Jovic in this scenario. Nico, fascinating big off the bench and wing if you keep him, but I do think Miami will look to move him in this offseason to add more shooting.
I totally forgot about you guys having Nikola Jovic.
I was a truther. I have a jersey of Niko Jovic.
Because he was the one, not Ware, who signed that gigantic contract.
Yeah, last September.
I was like, oh my Lord.
It was 4 for 62.4. And I loved it at the time. And then he sucked this year.
Johnson,
so that was a miss on me.
Shout out to Johnson, you coming in with a 5. Longtime Heat fan. Skeptical of Giannis, injury prone. I say we buy him out, build around Bam and Davion Mitchell. No need to ruin chemistry.
Yeah, Johnson, that profile picture ain't fooling anyone. Johnson, him and I, before you even started working here, Alper, Johnson, you and I had a relationship. The fact that there is no F the Heat, no F Rolly in the super chat tells me Johnson, you has lost his fastball.
He lost the fastball.
I used to produce Marshall's Knicks streams a ton. And Johnson, you used to say F Rolly every single super chat.
We put it in the chat all the time. F
He
Rollies.
might still do it. Yeah, I think you guys still do it. I live rent-free over at the Knicks now. I live rent-free.
Hey,
I can't wait till we get another Knicks Heat playoff series. No, I can't because I'll probably drive myself nuts watching that series. But it's the good type of nuts.
Oh, I'm definitely all for it. We got a super chat menu. We hit 300 likes, so that's another Bean Boozled. Is it me, you, or there we go. $5. We talk about your team, whatever your team may be. We talk about it. Who are the prospects they're looking at? What's the future looking at going into this offseason and free agency? $10. We do another Bean Boozled. And once we get to 100, if we get a $100 super chat, we got the Happy Dads. We're cracking these open.
Yeah, I might have to get another one if we get there.
I got one extra. We'll get Jack one, too.
I don't know if you can even see it because it's kind of green. It's green screening, Jack. I can't tell.
Is that Booger?
Yeah, it's Booger Pear.
Oh, you're going to get – oh.
I don't know. I've never had this one and got Booger. I don't think I've actually ever had this one, period. What is even – how could you quantify what a booger tastes like?
Mucus?
Are you on mic, by the way? Because we're chatting. You got to be on mic here.
The only one that I'm like – wow, they literally got the way it tastes is barf. Like, have you ever had a barf one?
I don't think so.
It, like, legitimately tastes like you just barfed in your mouth.
That's
like,
nasty, bro.
I couldn't believe it.
All right, well, Pear or Booger. Please be Pear. I'm nervous. I hate these things.
It's going to be okay.
I hate them so much.
And while Rolly's taking down...
I don't know why I signed up for this shit, though.
While Rolly's taking down that jelly bean... Shout out your favorite team. First one we see, we will talk about.
That was instant, bro. I will say, as nasty as it is, it's bearable. So I'll take it. But that was instant. My teeth hit it and boom, I knew it was booger. Oh, that's nasty.
Oh, that's gross. All right, as he's suffering, we got 15 minutes until the 2026 NBA draft gets started. So let's talk about someone's favorite team. I want everybody in the chat. Broly, I don't know how many people we got on the Heat channel, but we got 500 people. We got 500 people watching our stream. So everybody spam your favorite team down below. Once we get to 14 minutes, we'll pick a random team, whoever we see, and we'll talk about it. The first one that we see. So go ahead, go down in the comment section. Spam it down below.
Yeah, they're all talking Heat.
The Knicks.
Listen, you guys can spam your Heat. You can spam your fireball emoji to show some love, but we aren't going to talk about the Heat, unfortunately, my friends. MG says, I've been drinking since the trade. So have I.
I've been drinking since we put up a Larry, so.
No, Elper's always got to make it about himself.
That was Connell.
Bro, he actually does, too. Like, I literally was talking with Chipper about it, and then, I brought up something like, I deserve this because I've missed out on so many stars. And then Coop looks at me and is like, you deserve this? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, what about Luka? I was like, I don't give a shit about Luka.
The Hawks! It is the Hawks! Shout out to William Smith. You're the first person I saw, and you said the Atlanta Hawks.
Yeah. I think the Hawks are one of the more fascinating teams to monitor tonight. Like, I don't want to rank them, but I will try my hardest because I'll omit people I don't want to. The most interesting teams to track tonight, in my opinion, and I'm not going to say in order, but certainly going to give a top 5. I think the Thunder are in there with 12 and 17. The Hawks with pick 8 and pick 23, by the way. So they have 2 first-rounders today. You have the Warriors, who I think are really intriguing to me. The Mavericks at 9 and 30. And then I'll add another one that's interesting. Toronto.
Toronto's interesting.
I don't know what they do at 19 because they want to upgrade at guard. But do they think one of Anderson, Phylon, Sturts is going to make it there? And do they believe in them as a true long-term guy? But yeah, Atlanta is interesting here because they've been buzzed around trading for Jaylen Brown. You would have to imagine pick 8 would be involved there. But if you're Boston, what do you want from a player perspective? Because it would be contract-wise. Dyson Daniels, Kuminga, Risache. That's almost a reset move for Boston.
Risache, I don't believe in Risache. He's terrible.
So I don't know. But at 8 and 23, they need to add a big man. They need to add, I think, another guard in that backcourt. And when I'm looking at pick 8, I'm either going with Braden Burries, who's going to be there, or Adai Mara. I would lean Mara, but I understand going Burries because the likelihood that you get a decent big at 23, whether it be a Sinak, Terrace Reed Jr., a Zubiejevor, a Jaden Quaintance, is a little bit higher. But if you went with Mara at 8, then I'm looking for a shooter at 23 where Isaiah Evans, the Duke sniper, comes into play a bit here. But I like what the Hawks are going to be able to do here, adding more to the young nucleus of Onyeka Okongwu, Jalen Johnson, Nickeil Alexander-Walker.
See,
they already brought back C.J. McCollum.
See, that's why I would lean towards getting a shooter in the backcourt because I'm a big believer in Okongwu. I think that he is starting to develop into an absolute dog. And I was a big firm believer of you have to trade Trae Young and build around Jalen Johnson. And the second you do that, you're going to see success. And that's exactly what they did. But how long is C.J. McCollum going to be on this team for? And he's on the downhill end of his career. You could find a good point guard in this draft, a guy that can shoot the ball, and pair him up with Jalen Johnson, and that could get you over the hump because I'll be honest, I was scared as hell when the Knicks were down 2-1 to the Atlanta Hawks, and it felt like this team matched up better with the NBA champions better than probably Anybody that we saw entire playoffs.
Only team to take multiple games from them in a series. I mean, they led the series 2-1. There were legit talks in the first week of the postseason. Are the Knicks going to get upset here? And then the rest is history. Who cursed them?
The WWE wrestler. Uncursed them.
I don't know what's going on right now. What I do know is that we're going to do a shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about them again. We'll give you a full minute. When we get to 9 minutes, we're going to pick a team. So spam your favorite team down in the comment section. We got my guy Mike Dibble in the building. Mike, what's up, brother?
Mike!
Dibble, a legend here at Chat Sports. Good to see you, my friend. Hornets would love Yoxitafel. Hornets got 2 picks, 14 and 18, excuse me.
I got to say I'm a little disappointed. I looked at our chat rate for that last one that we just did.
It was low.
41.
Oh, boy.
41.
That was
41.
That was rookie numbers.
That was definitely a rookie number.
So we got to get that number up. Spam your favorite team, and we're going to pick one, and we're going to talk about it.
Come on! What are we waiting on?
It's either that or you got to send a $5 super chat.
All right, we're gonna try to really get the chat rate up here. So spam your favorite team. We'll talk about. We'll give it another 30 seconds. Well, 8:30 is when we ultimately get there.
You see the score of the one game? 5-0.
The Mets. I saw we were down 2-0.
Yeah.
Boy, did it get to 5 quick.
We walked in a run. Good old Kodai Senga. Keep spamming. No. Keep spamming down below. Come on. We had 41 last time. That is absolutely terrible. That is rookie numbers. I want to see everybody, all 514 people, you spam your team down below. What do we have? How many seconds left?
Oh, we just passed it. We're going to give it 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First team I saw was the Jazz.
The Jazz.
You like Jazz?
You like Jazz?
At pick number 2, they don't have another first-round pick in this year's draft. Last year, they took Ace Bailey. They took Walter Clayton Jr. in the first round, but then they packaged Walter in a deal to land Jaren Jackson Jr. from the Memphis Grizzlies. They're looking to add to this group, right? You have Keontae George building in that backcourt. You have Jaren Jackson Jr. and Lauri Markkanen, who is the nucleus of your team now. What do you do with Ace Bailey? What do you do with Walker Kessler? I personally, and I would actually be intrigued to get your thoughts on this, Alper, I do not believe that the Jazz should consider Kessler and Bailey an integral part of this team moving forward. I would draft Peterson or DeBansta, whoever's there at 2, and build with that young guy, Jaren, and Markkanen, and build around those 3.
I agree 100%. I mean, I like Walker Kessler. I think he's a solid guy, but he's not your we're going to win a title with you. He's going to give you, 8 and 10 every single game, and that's about it. It's not going to take your team from here to here, where if you give Jaren Jackson Jr. the keys to the car and put him at your center or at your 4 spot, he is definitely going to take over, especially, I guess you would put him at 5 because Lauri Markkanen is there as well. But you draft either. I mean, you can get anybody. Peterson, DeBansta, Boozer, Wilson, and any one of those guys is going to be a perfect fit for this Jazz team with any of.
Yeah, I would say, I have Boozer as my number 2 prospect here, but I do believe it really isn't the smartest move to go with him in this scenario.
Just because of Markkanen?
Right. Markkanen can play the 3, but I don't like that. I'd rather him at the 4. You got Jaren at either the 5 or the 4. So Caleb, you can justify, all right, he can play the 3, he can play the 4. AJ is obviously a 3. Darren's obviously in the backcourt. Boozer is more of a 4 to me. So would I want to muck up my front court? No. I do lean Darren, Wilson, or DeBansta. It's interesting. I have Boozer as my number 2 guy, like I said. But if you're the Jazz, I'm limiting my scope down to either Darren or DeBansta because those are just better fits, personally. And I know it's crazy to say fits in the top 5, just take the best player. But because Peterson, Boozer, DeBansta, Wilson are so tight in terms of who's good and who's better than the other, well, then when you're deciding between these guys, well, then fit does actually have to come into play because they're so equal as prospects. And that's why I think the Jazz are either going with AJ if the Wizards pass, or Darryn Peterson, which is the assumption with AJ going to the Wizards at number 1.
And you also had the breakout party of Keontae George. Is he going to – I mean, it kind of felt like there was no one else on the team really besides
I'm not
Markkanen.
buying Keontae.
Is he really going to be that guy that's going to average 25 points per game, or were they just empty stats because they were no one else on the team?
That's where I lean, and I know that's unfair because someone has to play ball, but – I'm not sold that Keontae George is someone that you can build your team with and trust that when it gets into the postseason, that style of play is going to ultimately lead to winning. I don't buy it. That's why I'm cool going with Darryn.
Is it a real 25 points per game, or is it a Cam Thomas 25 points per game?
I lean it's closer to Cam.
We are just minutes away from the NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen, and we want to know, who do you guys have as the best prospect? I know that Rolly's got Peterson.
It's on my 1.
I got the Bansa. Who do you have? Type 1, 2, or 3 down in the comments section below. We're up to 620 people in the chat right now. Enrico is putting his number 3s down in the chat. Smelly Garage Fluids 4.
That's what a name that is.
What a name.
Smelly Garage Fluids. I don't even know what that actually – I don't want to know what that means. I've decided I don't care.
Does not matter. B-Hole says A-Cuff. Just, hey, go with a different guy. A-Cuff. Mike Dibble, number 2. William Smith, 2.
I'll say this, and I'm seeing this, and hopefully I'm not getting baited on Twitter here, but you know Savage Boston.
Of course.
He put out a tweet of a video that Shams before the draft said that the Celtics have been aggressive today with taking and making calls regarding trading Jaylen Brown. Is there a world where Jaylen Brown gets traded tonight?
I think it's a possibility.
I think it's a possibility. If I had to guess who that team would be, we talked about Atlanta. We talked about New Orleans. I think the Pelicans are up there. If I had to tell you if Jaylen Brown got traded tonight, who would be 2? My top 2 guesses would be the Pelicans or would be the Rockets.
The Rockets? I know we were talking about it in our main bullpen, especially with Rockets host Jeremy Chuggs, and I think I would agree those are the 2 teams. It would just be, for the Rockets, who would they get back? Or who would the Celtics get back in a trade with the Rockets?
It would be like Fred VanVleet and Jabari or KD, and it's like...
Would they consider trading Şengün?
I don't think Boston would want Şengün. Now, maybe they do. I don't know, but... I don't know. I'm not sold on that. Couple super chats here before we get things started. How about Caleb Wilson listen to the music before the draft? I moved him up. AJ to 4, Caleb to 3. Apachito with a 5. F-Memphis, Heat and 5. Rolly Gang. What's up, my God, Apachito? You're a legend for hanging with us here today. Akira Pro says, what live chat are they reading? I know, Akira Pro, you might not be aware of this. We are live on our main Chat Sports NBA Now coverage. I am our kind of lead draft guy, if you will. So I do that mostly in this situation, but I still want to be live on the channel for all you guys and Heat fans out there who want to hang out and watch the draft. So we're focusing on the main draft in our Chat Sports channel with some Heat recognition here and there. So, yeah, we're not going to see every comment on the Heat channel tonight. But if you guys really want to get your thoughts across, super chat like Apachito did, and we'll get you on screen for sure. 90 seconds away until the top of the hour. If you're ready for the NBA draft, spam those goes.
Go!
I want to see everybody in the building. Heat chat, NBA Now chat, spamming those goes. Come on.
Come on.
This is an unbelievable draft class. Show me you're excited.
It's the best draft class that we have seen in years. Years. A lot of these guys are going to be top players in the NBA. It's not like what we've seen 2 years ago with Sarr and Maurice Touché. We got top prospects. Spam your goes, ladies and gentlemen. Type those GOs. I want to see it all down there.
Come on, we got Mark, Sarah, B-Hole, Shelly, Alex, Kane Angel, Juan Herrera, DMD. We got BB Benny. We got Chris Latteray, Sarah Sherwood, Matty Ice, Ronald. Spam those goes, Jared, Boom.
Boom.
SS Schnubby.
I see a roll-off.
What? Oh, GR crushing stuff. It's my dad. Shout out GR. We got Jared. We got SS. Logan. Glenn.
Behold.
Carter. Jared. Matt. Andre. Mario. E. Matt. DMD. We're resetting here in 5 seconds, folks. It's that top of the hour. I don't know when things are going to tip off, but all I know is it is time for the NBA draft. It is time for the 2026 NBA draft. It is officially 8 p.m. Eastern time, and we'll see Adam Silver on stage. We'll see Mark Tatum on stage throughout the next 2 days as we announce who the top 60 picks are going to be. It's a loaded draft class. AJ Devanza, Darryn Peterson, Cameron Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Darius Acuff, some heavy hitters, big markets at the top of this class. Chicago Bulls. We got the Washington Wizards trying to get back into relevance here. And we're going to be here live through the entire 2-day process, reacting to every pick. I'm Nick Roloff. My guy Brett Alper's with me. We're presented by Prize Picks. Shout out your favorite team for me down in the comment section, as we probably got, first announcement of a pick in 15? I'll give it 8 minutes to actually put him on the clock.
Okay.
And then another 7 to actually announce the pick. That's my guess.
I hope it goes quick. I hate especially when it's the first pick of the draft and you have literally months, days, weeks, whatever. And you know exactly who you're picking because you finalized that probably yesterday. And you got to wait all 5 minutes to say, pick is in. And then you just wait and wait and wait. And finally, Adam Silver comes in. You hear dun, 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 dun. And then finally we hear it. Finally. But we're good. We're getting there, guys. And we want to hear from you. Shout out your favorite team down in the comments section. We got almost 1,000 people hanging out with us. Get your favorite team. We'll be giving shout-outs. You see Eddie Shea saying Hornets. 8 Gleno say Lakers. Zenos. Oh, I think I couldn't see what his team was. Mike. Hornets. Ashland. Magic. Go Skull. Rockets. Chevy says go Grizz. We're too tough. Mavs. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Gage
Spam those favorite teams. Come on.
Spam them. Come on. Matty Ice with the dubs. Enrico Lakers. Miguel says, let's go Knicks. Hey,
we got intern
Knicks.
Joe Cronin
Champs,
saying, where are the Pacers fans at?
Pacers fans don't exist.
I was going to say, I mean, I know they're out there.
Pacers fans don't exist.
I've never met one until Joe Cronin. Yeah, I've never met one. Are you from Indiana too? You are? I know you went to Indiana. I didn't know if you were from there. Just north Indianapolis. All right, checks out. We got the Seattle Supersonics in the building. How about that? Houston Rockets. We got a lot of Miami Heats. My guy DMD's having some fun saying Shanghai Sharks.
Shanghai Sharks. Guangdong Tigers.
Guangdong Tigers. Ni hao. We got Robert saying Pacers. We got Gleno saying Johnny Furphy, the Kansas Jayhawk legend.
Johnny Furphy.
Yeah, Johnny Furphy is a Pacer. Wait a minute. Are we going to have Adam Silver? Boo!
Boo! Boo! Everybody boo down in the chat. Boo!
Boo! Boo! Boo! I actually hate Adam Silver.
He's my least favorite commissioner. Like, I used to hate Roger Goodell because,
Goodell was without a question the best.
Being a Patriots fan, the Deflategate stuff 10 years ago, but no, by far, it is Adam Silver, who I think he's starting to, they're making a comeback, but he's ruined the NBA for a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Rob Manfred, close second, but.
Rob Manfred, well, pitch clock was an amazing invention.
Well, that's moved him up from worst to third worst. I mean, that Silver dump below. I don't even know if he does anything, but he can't be worse than the NBA or the NBA commissioner and the MLB commissioner. That's all I know.
Gary Bettman.
Is that who it is?
Yeah.
Couldn't care less.
I'm not seeing enough people. I'm not seeing enough people in the chat spamming boo, so they must all love Adam Silver.
You guys love Adam Silver? Come on.
Listen, Jack Laudere's been on our ass today.
He looks like a bowling pin. Come on.
I thought you were talking about Jack for a second. I was like, damn, that's kind of harsh.
I was about to say, what the
Adam
hell?
Silver looks like a bowling pin.
All right. Adam Silver is saying here right now, the Washington Wizards, with the number 1 overall pick, are on the clock 5 minutes.
Tick, 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 tick.
5 minutes is the amount of time given to each individual team. So it's a little bit quicker than the NFL draft, although I will say they take a decent amount of time to actually announce the pick. So the Wizards are on the clock. So they were on the clock. I said get them on the clock by 7:07.
8:05 Eastern.
8:05 Eastern. So they beat it by 2 minutes. This is why you subscribe to the channel here, folks. We'll have you covered on all NBA news and rumors live next week for free agency. We're live all night here, and we'll be live all night tomorrow for day 2 of the NBA draft. Almost 1,000 people in the building. Hit that sub button as we wait to see who the Washington Wizards choose. And let's talk about Washington here. I think Darryn Peterson is the best player in this draft class, but I believe they're going to take A.J. DeBansa. And I think it's the right decision because it's a better fit with what they have. They have Trey Johnson. They have Bub Carrington. They added Trae Young, Anthony Davis. They have Alex Sarr. DeBansa's that connecting wing that fits in between your young backcourt and your front court of Sarr and Anthony Davis. This makes all the sense in the world for me. He's going to be a 25-point per game scorer in this league. 42-inch max vert. He's a freak.
He's a freak.
I imagine this is the pick. We'll talk more in depth when it actually happens. There's been buzz that they like Darryn Peterson, so maybe they stun the world. But I do think it's going to be AJ.
You pair him alongside, let's say if they go Peterson, did you pair him alongside Trae Young, and you have one of the best, I guess you could say best backcourt. I still think that contract for Trae Young is awful.
Yeah.
We'll see if Anthony Davis is a part of this team, but it's a solid core for a rebuild. I'm not saying they're going to make a playoff run in the first year, no matter who they take, if it's Peterson, Boozer, or DeBansa, but they can't go wrong with any other player. And, we talked about it earlier. We'll see if Coulibaly can become what they thought he was going to when they drafted him a few years ago.
Yeah, he's going to be coming off the bench now if they do take AJ here. Coulibaly, I think he's expendable at this point. The Wizards are a very interesting team. They are, it's hard to deny not knowing what to think of them. Because you have 2 veterans in Trae Young, in Anthony Davis, who in theory can help you win now. You have some young talent growing, like Alex Sarr.
They have Champagny too, don't they?
Like Keyshawn George. They have
his brother.
Justin. And then they have a guy like Carrington, Trey Johnson, who I believe in. I believe in Trey Johnson. So you have Trey, you have AJ, Trae Young, AD, and Sarr. And is this a team that can make a playoff run this year?
Maybe a play-in?
Maybe make the playoffs. But how far can they go? I don't know. The question is anyone spoiling picks tonight? I'm going to be fascinated for that.
Well, I got all the notifications on, and I don't see anybody. I see the notification of the person who stole that Knicks trash can.
Oh, yeah.
She got fired. Here's the big board for you guys. As your top 4, not really anything questionable. Peterson, Boozer, DeBansa, Caleb Wilson as your top 4. And then after 5 through 8.
Yeah, I think this is where people will start to maybe disagree with me or question what my thought process is here, as the pick is allegedly in for Washington. Top 4, I hate to be a consensus guy, but these guys are just that damn good. But I mix it up here 5 through 8. I'm a big fan of Darius Acuff. I'm a big fan of LeBaron Philon. We'll talk more about them here as we get closer to their draft spot. But the number 1 pick is about to come in here. Is it going to be Peterson, Boozer, or DeBansa? I imagine it's either AJ or Darryn. I would pick Darryn personally if I had the number 1 pick, but I understand why Washington's going with AJ.
Fisher leaked it. Fisher leaked it.
I don't have his noties on, so I'm still lost.
You want me to say it?
I'm waiting to see the live show here down in the comment section. I guess we'll just do the graphic. You know, Alper.
I know
you can announce it when we have the graphic.
Okay.
And then I can't imagine it being that surprising.
But Jake Fisher is leaking all the picks.
Just make sure he doesn't say the wrong person.
Yeah.
It's fucking where,
It's fucking where.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
All-time moment in NBA Twitter history.
It was so great. Well, 2018 was still good when we
By
had
the way,
Woj.
the other player there, he said was Jared McCain. Honestly, as a Heat guy, it probably would have worked out either way.
Probably would have worked out. All right, as it updated yet, Mr. Producer Jack. With the first pick in the NBA draft, the Washington Wizards select A.J. DeBansa, the forward out of BYU.
Yeah, no shock here.
I
mean, we just talked about this for the 5 minutes they were on the clock. He is my third overall guy in this class. The only concern I have on him, and it's why he ultimately was 3 instead of 1 or 2, is that can he be a guy that impacts winning at the highest level?
Yeah.
This is a dynamic offensive talent who is going to average mid-20 points per game or better without a question. But are you going to be able to be a guy that can do it on both ends to help your team win? I feel like sometimes he cares too much actually about scoring rather than winning. And it's why I compare his mentality and his overall player comp to Carmelo Anthony, a wing that's a bucket getter, that can score at all 3 levels, that's athletic, but is he a guy that's going to win a title? That's my question.
You're going to have to build a team around him. And right now, I mean, the Wizards, they have some solid players. You have Trae Young, you have Anthony Davis, you have Sarr. So it's going to depend, is DeBansa going to be that guy that's taking the team on his back and helping them improve rather than just, hey, I'm going to get mine no matter what.
Yeah, and that's just my slight nitpick on AJ. It's like, is he a guy that you can feel good about being your number 1 option? He might be better served as a number 2 because is he going to be able to give you enough effort defensively after being the focal point of the defense from your opponent? That's my biggest question mark here for A.J. DeBansa. But you guys can let me know your thoughts. Was he the best prospect in this draft? You guys can get your votes here. We're going to do our full screen short too as well here for Maine. Yeah, it'll just be me.
You can.
It'll just be me. So communicate that either Sam or Jack in that little group that we're about to do it. And then we're going to rip this short. We'll do this for the top 4 picks, and then after that, I think we're going to be good. But we'll do it for the top 4 here. So whenever you communicate and ready, let's rock and roll.
Let's do it.
It's official. The Washington Wizards have selected BYU forward A.J. DeBansa with the first overall pick. Not my number 1 player in this draft class, but it does make a ton of sense for Washington. With Alex Sarr and Anthony Davis in that front court right now, you just re-signed Trae Young to a massive extension. You have a couple guards in Bob Carrington and Trey Johnson. What were you missing? That connecting wing piece that Bilal Coulibaly has shown not able to be. I like Keyshawn George, but A.J. DeBansa is on a different level. I wonder how he'll be in terms of his role as a rookie, and does he care too much about scoring rather than winning? But this feels like a good pick for a Wizards team that has a bright future ahead of them with AD, Sarr, AJ, and Trae Young.
Boom.
All right.
Look at that.
Effective and efficient, folks.
Was he the best prospect, ladies and gentlemen? Do you think he should have went 1? Or let us know down in the comments. If you think Peterson should have went 1, type your 1s. Cameron Boozer, 2, and DeBansa, type your 3s. Who was the best prospect? Ken Draftman says, don't draft Darryn Peterson in all caps, and he keeps spamming it.
Feels very strongly about that. Ken, do you care to comment on why you feel that way? Why do you feel like Darryn Peterson is undraftable? I'm curious. Minute and a change to go with the Jazz on the clock here. You have to imagine it is going to be the Kansas guard, Darryn Peterson. If it's Cam Boozer, I would be stunned. There was chatter early in this pre-draft process that they could ultimately maybe shock people and go with Caleb Wilson. It does not sound like that will be the case. It has been revealed by Jake Fisher, so hopefully he is correct, that it is going to be the Kansas guard, Darryn Peterson, with the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, number 2 pick, Darryn Peterson. I mean, this kind of fits, and we talked about it, as they need a point guard with – they have Jaren Jackson Jr. traded for him. You still have Lauri Markkanen. And we both agreed, Rolly, like, we don't know if Keontae George is going to be that star point guard. But getting Peterson, definitely getting just an absolute scorer on the court. One of the best point guard in the draft. And he was number 1 on your big board by far.
Number 1 overall guard, number 1 overall player for me. I cited it in our pre-draft show when a legendary coach like Bill Self says Darryn is the best player we have ever recruited since being at Kansas. He's a special talent. That catches my attention when he literally brought in Andrew Wiggins, who was thought of as the next LeBron. The Maple Jordan was a nickname for him for a reason. As a true freshman in the Power 4, he had a box score plus minus of 12 or better, a 2.5 steal percentage or better, a block percentage of 2 or better. The only true freshman to do that in the Power 4, Peterson, Cam Boozer, Caleb Wilson, Cooper Flagg, Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis.
It's unbelievable.
I am going to bet on Peterson at the next level. He's got upside defensively as a playmaker at that guard position. He's a mid-range assassin. He can shoot it from deep. He had some big-time clutch moments. I think he will show better playmaking ability as well in the NBA. I feel like he plays very similar to me as Devin Booker. Ooh. And I think we can all agree, although Devin Booker went a little late lottery, pick 13 to be exact.
He came off the bench.
He would be number 1 pick in a lot of drafts, which is why I have Darryn Peterson as my number 1 overall player.
I think this is a perfect fit for the Jazz. It's something that they absolutely needed compared to a Cam Boozer. They get Peterson, and I think that he's just going to be a great fit for him to be able to distribute the ball just to everybody around. The question is, I mean, it's the Jazz.
Yeah.
Can they really kind of break through as one of those teams as they've always tanked?
All right. With the number 2 overall pick, the Utah Jazz go with Kansas guard Darryn Peterson, my number 1 player in this entire draft. I know there were question marks about his health and how many games he missed at Kansas as a freshman, but this guy displayed an ability to score at all 3 levels. He's an efficient, incredible jump shooter in the mid-range and from deep. He has upside as a playmaker and defensively, having a 2% better block percentage and 2.5 steal percentage. I believe in Darryn Peterson defensively. You add him now to a young Jazz team with Keontae George, Ace Bailey, Lauri Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr. This could be the draft pick that finally puts Utah on the trajectory that they were on with Donovan Mitchell before they blew up that nucleus in the trade market 3-4 years ago.
Guys, we do this draft every single year. We'll be live today. We'll be live tomorrow. We're giving you draft analysis better than anybody on YouTube, and that's why you hit that sub button. And we are just, 42 subs away?
I didn't know Kentucky degrees allow you to be so smart.
Whoa, exact. We also get picks in for you.
We do get the picks in before ESPN because they just showing it just right now on your screen. And Kentucky, yeah, they teach a lot. 40 away, ladies and gentlemen.
Come on, let's get there. We're doing another Bean Boozled when we get there. We'll be live tomorrow night for the draft. We'll be live next week for NBA Free Agency. Subscribe. We got 1,200 people in the building. I know 39 of you guys are not subscribed. Join the channel. If you're watching on our Heat channel, 200 people in the building. I imagine all you guys are subscribed, but if you haven't, also subscribe to the Heat channel. We break down the Heat every single day.
Every single day. 38 away, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Look at that number jump.
Come on, let's climb.
32.
Climb,
Come on.
Climb.
No!
I blame Alper.
It's all
No,
my
actually, I
fault.
blame Jack. Just feel like you're the one to blame for that. I don't know. Just felt like that way.
Just felt like it.
It was just a bot. It was just a bot.
So the Memphis Grizzlies are now on the clock here at number 3.
And the pick is already in.
The pick is in. I imagine it's Cam Boozer. The Grizzlies are one of the most analytically driven front offices in the entire NBA. Who is analytically the best prospect in this draft? Cameron Boozer. So I would be a bit surprised if they didn't follow their own method to madness and they went with someone other than Boozer. I think Cam Boozer is a terrific fit with this nucleus of Zach Edey, Cedric Howard, Jalen Wells, and it officially is Cameron Boozer.
It's Cam Boozer, ladies and gentlemen, the 6'8" forward out of Duke. And if you guys didn't know, I mean, I'm pretty sure everybody knows, it's Carlos Boozer's son, and he could definitely be one of the most complete players in the NBA draft. Just an all-around scorer, 22 points per game, 10 rebounds per game. And Rolly, if you want to take over the scouting report.
Yeah, the biggest knock on him from people is that he's not athletic enough. Well,
that's how I felt.
Understandable at 253 pounds. But what if he sheds some weight? What if he loses 5-10 pounds, gets a little bit more athletic? Well, then we're talking business, because even with him being considered an unathletic player, to some, he still had an 85th percentile lane agility drill and a 75th percentile shuttle drill. So he moves laterally really well. He just isn't the most vertical athlete. But that's not a big deal to me because he can still move laterally relative to his size. He's a flat-out winner. 4 Florida State titles in high school. 3 Nike EYBL Peach Jam championships. 2 Team USA gold medals. And he won the high school national championship as well. And he came just short to making it to the Final Four
on a choke
this past year. Unfortunately, they choked the UConn. It's true, but this guy's strong. He's physical. He's an unbelievably good passer. 25.6% assist rate this year. He can put the ball on the deck. He can defend at the rim. He can operate the pick and roll. When he gets doubled, he doesn't panic. He'll skip it. He'll find the open shooter. I think he's very worthy of a number 1 pick. When I'm thinking of Cam Boozer, I think old Tim Duncan, early 2010s Kevin Love.
And I agree with that. It's just from the Duke games that I watched this year, when they were down, specifically in some of those tournament games, it felt like he was by far the best player on the court. But when they needed a bucket the most, it felt like he didn't step it up and was able to be that guy. Like, if you needed a bucket at any point in the game, it felt like you couldn't go to Cam Boozer, even though he was the best player on the court.
I mean, I'll disagree with that shortly. A lot of defensive attention. He was forced to kick it out to other guys like Isaiah Evans, who was someone who had a lot of clutch buckets for the Blue Devils this year. I'm a big believer in Boozer. Can he be the number 1 on a title team? I'm not sure, but this is a guy that will elevate your culture, elevate your building. And for a team in the Memphis Grizzlies, that might be as important as anything. I would have actually maybe implored them to take Boozer if they had the number 1 pick for all of the reasons that we just talked about. Like
100%.
Elevating your locker room, your standard, your culture. And Cam Boozer is the 3rd pick. Let's talk about him briefly here another second. The Memphis Grizzlies, with the 3rd overall pick, went with Cameron Boozer. This is a pick that fits the young nucleus of Memphis really, really well here. Going with Zach Edey, going with Cedric Howard, Jalen Wells. Boozer just elevates the winning at a high level, can pass, can defend, moves well laterally, shot 39% from 3 this past year. I am a believer in Boozer. He will raise the standard, he will raise the culture, and he will make this Grizzlies team a winning team before he ultimately ends his career.
Appreciate Rolly for that analysis on Cam Boozer. Well, After that, we're going to get to our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. You know it's the best place to win cash while watching sports and while basketball is unfortunately over. The fun does not stop on Prize Picks. We got big golf tournaments, baseball's in full swing, and you know I love motorsports every single Sunday. We make daily fantasy lineups every single day, and you guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Get the picks before they even get posted on the show, or even explore favorite celebrity lineups. And producer Jack, I'm going to need your help on some of these names, because I know it's Rolly's lineup, but I can't see.
I don't know if you should rely on me for that. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it full screen for you so that you can squint and you can
I just know Harry Kane is right up there. We had the more on Harry Kane goals, but, well, he didn't score in England's game. And then we got our guy, Janko. I think that's that. Josko. We had the more on passes attempted. And then the goalie saves the combined from the two teams. I cannot. Panama and Croatia. My eyesight is absolutely terrible. Thank you for producer Jack for helping us out. It's Rolly's lineup, and hopefully we win some money on that one. But, guys, you can make a lineup just like that. The app is super easy to use. Just pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat of today's stream, and that's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. Oh, it's totally fine. Shout out to Prize Picks. I hope that lineup is actually looking good for Rolly, because flex play, that's always a good thing. So here's the first three picks, and absolutely no surprises. I think this was Rolly's mock draft, as A.J. Demancia goes number 1 to the Washington Wizards, Darryn Peterson number 2 to the Utah Jazz, and Cameron Boozer number 3 to the Memphis Grizzlies. And now the Chicago Bulls are on the clock, and I would be absolutely shocked, Mr. Rolly, if Caleb Wilson isn't going number 4.
Yeah, I think this is going to stay true to form. What did they say in second reference to Spider-Man Tobey Maguire today? Back to formula. I just think this is going to continue to roll how we expect it to. And I think it is officially in. It is.
Yep. And
it is going to be Caleb Wilson, the North Carolina forward, heading to Chicago. This is a player, if you're a Bulls fan, you obviously got lucky to move up in the lottery from pick 9, or was it 10? It was 9, from 9 to 4. And obviously you would have liked to get maybe one of the top 2 or 3 guys. Caleb Wilson may feel like a consolation prize. He shouldn't. This is a guy that could easily go number 1 in multiple other drafts. Certainly a top 5 talent. This is an explosive, eye-popping athlete who can finish at the rim. Shot 71%. 97th percentile, by the way, in rim attempts per 100 possessions. So he finishes 71% of his shots at the rim. He also gets there maybe more than anyone else. He has an incredibly high free throw rate, so he gets fouled a ton to generate easy looks. 61.6% free throw rate, 4.4% block rate, 2.8 steal percentage, can guard 1 through 4. Now, he is sloppy, and he does become careless at times in his on-ball defense, but his recovery is elite. His off-ball, weak side help defense is unreal. If he can develop a jump shot, it could be raps for the league. I think he's very similar to Zion Williamson in a way that I hope he can stay healthy. Not as much as a physical guy as Zion, but when you talk about shot diet, the athleticism, the ability to be a playmaker defensively, I see a lot of the same things in Caleb Wilson.
And, I mean, if you just watch the film, the first thing that pops out is just his athleticism. I mean, half of his tape is just him rising up and slamming it down on just unbelievable dunks. And it's a shame that we didn't even get to see what his true potential was, because he broke his thumb and missed the entire tournament. And if he played in the NCAA tournament, who knows? We could be talking about Caleb Wilson going number 1 or number 2 instead of Demancia and Peterson.
And now I say this about the shooting. Only shot 25.9% from 3, but he shot 45% in the mid-range this year.
You can always expand that.
Good. That's pretty damn good. So even if he can't shoot from 3 right now, he can still make you defend him on multiple levels of the half-court set, because he can shoot from 15 feet, but as soon as you press up on him, one dribble blow by, I'm finishing on top of you. Caleb Wilson's a stud. The Chicago Bulls make it as we expect. Caleb Wilson goes to them here, pairing up with Modest Buzelis and Nick Claxton, who they traded for just 24 hours ago. They now have a young, fun, athletic front court. Wilson is that franchise guy that Chicago has been looking for. He can dominate you defensively and at the rim, finishing 71% of his shots at North Carolina a year ago. Chicago may finally have their franchise guy they haven't had since Derrick Rose. Wow, we're keeping it up and going here.
Yeah, we're already at pick number 5.
The NBA is flying. Which brings us to
What
number
you mean?
5.
Oh,
Maybe.
no. We're pick is in.
So now the Clippers are here at number 5.
I know, but I'm saying, like, picks are getting in quick. But, yeah, Clippers at 5.
I have Darius Acuff as my top guy. They will not go that route because they already have Darius Garland.
Yep.
The buzz has been Keaton Wagler from Illinois, who's my 7th best player available. That's who I had them taking in my final mock draft. This is the only pick in the top 7 where I think things can change. I could see them going with the Braden Burries. I could see it, although I do still think it'll be Wagler.
I mean, who's their center now that they got rid of Zubac?
They got no one. I think Mara could be in play. They won't do it, though.
And the question is, what is their punishment going to be for the Kawhi stuff? Is he going to be a part of this team going forward? So do they want to go forward? Do they want to go center? You definitely, if I'm the Clippers, I'm going front court. So maybe it's hard to say. This is where the draft truly begins.
Yeah, I labeled either Clippers at 5 or Atlanta at 8. I don't have a strong feeling on where the Hawks go. I will say this. If the Clippers ultimately do take the Illinois guard, Keaton Wagler, I will tell you right now, the Nets are going Michael Brown at 6, and the Kings are going Darius Acuff at 7. But if the Clippers shock us and take a Braden Burries here, well, now everything gets thrown into a tizzy. Because do the Nets take Michael Brown over Wagler? Maybe. The Kings would still go Acuff, but things could change here with the Clippers at 5. Let me know. I have Acuff as the best player available. I do think the Clippers go Wagler. Who do you think is the best player available?
I'd also go Acuff. I mean, it feels like he is the best. But he's the best slasher in the draft right now, especially at point guard. I know we have some of the questions on his defense, but it's small guards are making a comeback in the NBA.
Yeah, we just got a little bit of an update here from Sam Amick of The Athletic saying that the Warriors at pick 11 and the Hawks at pick 8 have been discussing whether to use their picks and draft someone or trade it to New Orleans for Trey Murphy. There has been reports that the Pelicans are looking to get back into this draft. Could we see another blockbuster trade? Not on the level of Giannis, but Trey Murphy heading to either the Warriors or Hawks.
I mean, the trade with the trade involving Julius Randle was kind of a bit of a shocker to me. But we could definitely see anything going on. And, Jack, I think I definitely jinxed it because now the picks are coming in slow. Jake Fisher's not tipping picks now.
Well, I think because there's a world out there that everyone knew what the top 4 picks were going to be regardless, and Fisher just said, all right, I'll do it right before it's announced.
Yep.
And now maybe we don't know what happens at 5, so he's not going to risk it.
No, I never do.
He's not going to risk it, maybe. I think the best player available is Acuff. We'll see what the Clippers end up choosing to do here. Oh!
3 away?
3 away!
3 away!
Hit that sub button.
Come on!
Yeah, we just got the 400 likes.
All right, it's me.
Well, just might as well throw me or give me that after because I'm doing when we get to 435K subscribers. We're 3
I'm just going to put my
away.
I don't want to choose one. I'm just going to okay.
Let's get there. Come on. Come on.
I think this is
2 away.
2 away.
Come on.
This is banana or wet dog.
Oh, that just can't be fun.
That just shout out. Come on. Once we hit 1 left, I'm taking this.
Yeah, you're doing the like. I'm doing the subscribe.
I know, but we'll do it together.
All right, I guess I'll I'll mix them up and take one here. Oh!
There we go!
Oh! Which one is this? Oh my God, it's pomegranate Old Bandage. Yo, I've actually had Old Bandage. I almost threw up. Like, if this is Old Bandage, I'm spitting it out immediately. Like, I don't care.
I got banana.
I will not finish this if this is not pomegranate. If this is Old Bandage, I'm spitting out immediately. The pick is in. I'm sorry I didn't do it with you, Elper. We're going to react to it first
That's
and
fine.
then talk about it. Wow, we
Look
really
at that
have the
going up.
subscribers
There we
roll.
go.
Let's go.
Shout out to y'all. And the pick is in for number 5.
The Clippers are not trading out of the pick. They are going to be drafting. We're going to wait until we have our graphic system loaded up. But Mr. Elper,
No surprise.
you can answer it for us.
With the 5th pick in the 2026 NBA Draft, the Los Angeles Clippers are selecting Keaton Wagler, the guard out of Illinois.
No surprise here.
No surprise. Still no surprises.
I am not in on Wagler as much as some other people are. I think the lack of athleticism to me is concerning. Only a 43.7 agility score, 36-inch max vertical at 6'5". I had a late lottery grade on him, so I don't think it's crazy that he goes in the top 14. I think he reminds me a lot of like a maybe taller Andrew Nembhard, who wins with skill, wins with craftiness rather than athleticism. That's kind of what he did at Illinois here. He just needs to add weight. I don't think is good finishing around the rim. Only 1.0 points per possession on rim attacks. For example, average is 1.2. So a below the average finisher at the rim. Only shot 57.5% at the rim, Elper here. That's 36 percentile. So I get concerned that at the next level with more athleticism, more strength of opponents, that he will be forced into more of a jump shooter. And that's just a lot to put on yourself as an unathletic guard to have to win with shooting jumpers most of the time.
And my question is, is he going to be able to how is he going to be playing alongside of Darius Garland? Because you know that the offense is going to go through Garland. Is he going to be able to be, like you said, that spot-up shooter that you kind of talked about?
Yeah, and maybe that's what the Clippers are thinking here, is that they feel pretty good about him being an off-ball guard as well as a potential secondary creator when Garland's off the bench, or they want to have Wagler run a specific set. So I understand that process to a degree, whether Michael Brown, Acuff, they're lead guys.
Exactly.
So I think probably Los Angeles was between Wagler and Burries here potentially. They ultimately like Wagler. I would prefer maybe for Los Angeles, I think I would lean Burries because he's a bit bigger, a bit better defensively. But there's a lot of upside here. There is. But I think he's one of the more, I wouldn't say boomer bust because I don't know if his boom is really that high. But out of all of the guards that will go in the lottery, I do think he has the lowest floor.
Yeah, okay. I like how he's ability to shoot the basketball. I think that's something that's going to help, especially if he can stay in the corners. I want to know, is Kawhi going to be a Clipper next season? Because that's going to make a big difference. If Kawhi is there, then he does not have to step up as like your three instead of, hey, if Kawhi's gone, it's going to be up to him and Garland.
Yeah, so as we wait for the Nets here at 6, it's probably going to be Michael Brown Jr. I'm 5 for 5 on my mock draft. I'm not going to brag about it because it feels like everyone felt like this was coming. The draft starts at 8, so when I start nailing picks from 8 on is when I'll start taking potential victory laps here. Super Chat, you read it as I do it Bean Boozled. I think this is another one for you because $10 is Bean Boozled.
SS No Chevy, shout out to you. Amen, amen. Memphis.
Give me a garbage
Grizz.
before I put this in my mouth, though. Pause.
Give you a what?
Garbage. Because if this is bandage, I'm spitting out immediately. I do not care. I've had this before, and I almost threw up.
The rules.
Those are your rules, Jack, not mine. Oh, God, I'm scared. Not doing it. That shit is so gross, bro. It tastes like a sock that's been in a pool, dude. Like, I'm telling you, bro. It's nasty. Yeah, bro. I'm not doing it.
I got burnt tire
that shit gross,
or
dude.
licorice.
That's true. I don't even want to drink my water because now it's going to taste like that. Go to beer.
Oh, I got burnt rubber, but, I mean, burnt rubber's not bad. It just reminds me of being at a NASCAR race.
Shout out to SS. Love y'all. Y'all heard me? Hell yeah. If you super chat, you get on screen here. We're, by the way, $10 away from 100. You know what? Just because it's NBA draft night, every 100, I'll do a beer bong. So we're $10 super chat away. I'll do a beer bong, but I will need one of the interns. I love calling them interns. Coop actually coined that, I think. I can't take too much credit for it. He always says intern.
I remember he called me an intern to start.
Anytime someone comes into the studio when they're not actually part of it, like whether it's us two hosting or Jack producing or Sam EPing, they're always an intern.
Okay.
So I might need an intern to go get me a happy dad. Always an intern.
Oh, Intern Joe.
Intern Joe.
Intern Joe! The lone Pacer fan that actually has fans.
Yo, I'm still fucking reeling from that old bench. It's so gross, dude. Dude, I took one bite. It's still here.
All right, so we got our super chat menu. Once we get another $10 super chat, Rolly's going to be taking a beer bong. But every 100 likes, we got to be boozled. $5. We talk about your team. So if you send in a $5 super chat, you give us your team. We'll talk about them, who we think they're going to draft. And if they've already drafted, like the first 5 teams, we'll talk about their future. $100, then we're taking down beer bongs. Shout out to everybody. We got 1,100 people in the chat right now. 5 picks in. The Brooklyn Nets are on the clock, and they say the pick is in.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Michael Brown. That's what I had in my mock draft. There's been a lot of buzz connecting Michael to Brooklyn. I think if there were to be a stunning pick here, Albert, it would be Nate Ament, the Tennessee forward, going to Brooklyn. There was some smoke there early in the draft process and about 2 weeks ago, but it's really picked up around Michael Brown Jr. lately. They drafted a lot of guards last year in Nolan Traore, Ben Seraph, Igor Demen. I liked what Demen showed this year, but it ain't stopping me from taking a high upside guard like Michael Brown or Phylon or
Rolly,
Flemings or anyone like that.
You're 6 for 6 because the pick is in, and it is Michael Brown Jr. L's down, the guard from Louisville.
Okay. That's a Kentucky graduate if you've ever seen there. But there is a lot to like when it comes to Michael Brown Jr. There is some annoyance of his only 21 games played. He dealt with some back injuries, but he was a 5-star recruit. He was the #1 point guard in his high school class. Chose Louisville over Alabama, Indiana, Ole Miss. 39.5-inch max vertical, so he's athletic. A 66.8 agility score. He's got great positional size at 6'3.5", 6'7.5" wingspan. He's that modern NBA guard, man. He gets to the rim or he shoots from 3. He shot 15 threes per 100 possessions. 97th percentile. And when he does get to the rim, he draws a lot of fouls. 44.7% free throw rate, 11.6 free throw attempts per 100 possessions. Where the upside is with Brown is his playmaking. I think it's there. He made some really good reads in the pick and roll. 1.15 points per possession as a passer. His jump shot mechanics are elite. I don't buy the 3-point percentage being as low as it is. It's 34.4%. I will make a personal guarantee Michael Brown will be a 38% career 3-point shooter. He can shoot from deep. Like, he's got limitless range, dude. And as a Nets team, Michael has experience playing off the ball, but he can play on the ball. So him and Igor Demen can easily work in tandem here as your backcourt of the future. The Nets are an interesting team with Randall now joining. What do they do with Michael Porter Jr.? What do they do at big after moving on from Claxton? But I believe in Michael Brown. Had a lottery grade on him. Reminds me a bit of Kobe White. That's my player comp for him, but he has way more of an upside than what Kobe White is currently.
Look, you have in the scouting report that he can get to the rim at any point, and that's exactly what I saw when I watched the one game when he played Kentucky. Look, he didn't shoot the greatest from 3, but the man absolutely went off for 29 points. He dominated their game against the Cats, and that's what you're getting. You're getting a guy that they couldn't guard him. They could not guard him. He got to the rack every single time. And look, if he's not making the layup, he's one of those point guards that's able to draw the foul like a Jalen Brunson or an SGA. He has the ability to be one of the top point guards. And this, even though it's a Louisville guard, I still think it's a very good pick for Brooklyn.
Yeah, so after the top four, we've gotten Keaton Wagler and Michael Brown to go. We're keeping it the formula, and I will make a guarantee. I will be willing to Venmo someone $100 in the live chat right now if Darius Acuff is not the pick here for the Kings at 7. It is the worst kept secret in all of NBA history that Acuff wants to go to Sacramento and the Kings want to take Darius Acuff.
I don't know why he would want to go to Sacramento because that is basketball purgatory, but you're not Venmoing anybody.
Yeah, I'm not Venmoing anyone. It is the pick. But the reason why that is the case is because Acuff wants to be the lead guy on his team. He wants to be the engine. He wants to be the man that makes things go. And with the Kings, they're likely going to move on from DeMar DeRozan. LaVine, he's probably not going to be long in Sacramento, which gives Acuff the pathway to be their new franchise guy post Darryn Fox. They're probably going to move on from Sabonis too. Like, they're going to funnel everything into Darius Acuff in Sacramento, and he's going to eat it all up.
And seeing him being this pick, I mean, he is your prototypical Calipari guard that is going to dominate the NBA. Your likes of a Tyrese Maxey. I mean, even when we saw the beginning, it's kind of, he's fallen off a little bit, but Emmanuel quickly, we saw how De'Aaron Fox was with Sacramento in his first couple of years. Your speedy guy who can shoot the ball and a little bit kind of needs to be a better defender, but I still believe that he's going to score 25, 26 points per game at some point in his career.
Yeah, I'm a big Darius Acuff guy. We'll talk more about him here in a second, but hit that thumbs up icon, folks. We're at 463 likes. We got 1,100 people watching. Let's get to 520 likes right now. When we cross 500 likes, we got another Bean Boozled to do here, so help us out. Hit that thumbs up icon. And we're still waiting on a $10 super chat. $10 super chat comes in. Remember, I'm doing a beer ball. When we cross over $100, we're technically $7.50 away. So don't even need a $10 super chat.
Don't even need one. Need
although
8.
that would get there no matter what. But hit that like button. Let's get to 500 right now.
30 away from 500, ladies and gentlemen. I know all 1,100 people that are in the chat right now watching have not hit that thumbs up icon. If you're watching on your phone vertically or horizontally, all you got to do, turn it vertical and then boom, hit that thumbs up icon. Takes 2 seconds. It's common courtesy. It helps us grow the stream to make us the top NBA draft stream on YouTube. So go ahead, hit that thumbs up icon right now.
Yeah, let's get there. We're 22 away as Darius Acuff is officially the pick for the Sacramento Kings here. 19 and a half years old, 6'2", 6'6" wingspan, good athlete, 36 and a half inch max vert, excuse me. How about these? Consensus first team All-American.
Yep.
Bob Cousy Award.
Yep.
SEC Player of the Year. SEC Rookie of the Year. First team All-SEC.
Yep.
SEC All-Freshman team. Just an effortless scorer, man. Had an incredibly high usage rate for Calipari. We know he likes to do that with some of these top guards. 29.5%. But what impressed me the most was his efficiency. 44% from 3. 48% from the field. He's not just a jump shooter. He can get to the rim. And I believe his playmaking is something not discussed enough about. 6.5 creation to turnover percent, 96th percentile. 3 assist to turnover ratio, 93rd percentile. 32.2% assist rate, 81st percentile. He can beat you in so many different ways. Off the dribble, distributing for others, off the catch. He attacks the rim a lot too. 9.5 rim attempts per 100 possessions. It's 91st percentile. Now you ask, Nick, holy shit, you just described the greatest guard offensively I've ever seen. How is he only going 7th? Well, he might be the worst defensive player I've ever seen. Not everyone's perfect. He's a legit traffic cone, dude. Like, there is a chance. Like, if you're talking range of outcomes, there's a chance this guy's play out of the league in 5 years because he never is able to give you anything defensively. But you're willing to take the flyer on him in the top 10 because there is a range of outcome where he is the best offensive guard in the NBA? I'm not asking him to be an elite on-ball defensive guy. Can you just be a good team defender? That's how Steph Curry made his living. Is he a good on-ball defender? Hell no. But he's an unbelievable offensive talent, and he was a good, high IQ team defender. That's what Acuff will need to be to work in the NBA.
You have Tyrese Maxey. I see a better scoring Emmanuel Quickley.
Fair. Obviously a little bit of a lower end ceiling than what I think with Maxey potentially, but I don't completely disagree with that. I don't.
It's point guard central over there in Calipari land, and they always find point guards. But we'll see if Acuff can last in the NBA. The history of Sacramento point guards is not very great with trading Fox, trading Halliburton.
They end up being good, though.
They all end up being good.
They can draft them. They just can't keep them.
Can't keep them.
Would it surprise you if Acuff's playing on a big market team in 5 years because he ended up being really good in Sacramento? No, it wouldn't.
Nope.
No, it wouldn't. Which brings us to the 8th pick of the draft. And I said before the draft, we talked 2 hours about this draft. This is where the draft starts. Yep. We went 7 for 7 here on my final mock draft. We nailed it. No trades yet. The Hawks were a team rumored to maybe make a trade. We haven't seen one yet. I had Braden Burries going to the Hawks in my mock draft. I could see them going with Adai Mara. I could see them going with Kingston Flemings or Braden Burries. Where will they go? I'm excited to actually find out here.
Who'd you have?
Burries. I don't want to know. Elper seems like he knows. I actually want to be surprised.
I will tell you, but I do know who the pick is. I feel like
they should go Adai Mara personally, but I do think there was a lot of momentum of a guard here, and I had to choose between Flemings or Burries, and it sounds like we know the answer.
It is Kingston Flemings, the guard out of Houston, going to Atlanta, and I think that this is pretty much a very, very good fit. Playing alongside, you don't know the future of C.J. McCollum, and you're building around the core of Onyeka Okongwu and with Jalen Johnson, and you're getting a solid guard, a 16 points per game scorer in Kingston Flemings. And guards out of Houston always go well. Dangerous speed that uses well in the half court and transition, but uncommon shooting touch, but the playmaking ability is something that Atlanta needed for sure.
Now, the interesting thing with Atlanta here, Trae Young got really good level play from Nickeil Alexander-Walker, but you can argue NAW, more of maybe an off-ball guard.
Yeah.
Was better on the ball, but could they benefit from a true point guard? Well, that's what they're thinking, obviously, by going with Kingston Flemings, who averaged 5 assists this year, 2.9 assist-to-turnover ratio, 32.6 assist rate. I truly do believe he is going to be better than what some people give him credit for. Because people knocked him for his size. 6'2.5". The issue is only a 6'3.5" wingspan. Only having a +1 wingspan at that position, it's dicey. But he's unbelievably quick. 91.5 agility score. He is someone that can attack you defensively at the point of attack. He can beat you off the dribble with speed, drive and kick, something he's really good at. He can operate the pick and roll. Flemings, is he going to be picked on a bit too much because he's a little too small?
6'2".
Compared to the Davion Mitchell, we'll see, man. It's going to be really tough with Flemings, but he's surrounded by some guys that can complement him well. Jalen Johnson, Nickeil Alexander-Walker. The Hawks have picked 23. Do they use that on a big? Seems more likely. Kingston Flemings, I like the fit here, but I do think I would have went Burries. I think he's a bit of a better fit, in my opinion. All right, so we got our first 8 picks in, folks, which brings us the Dallas Mavericks on the clock at 9. We know who it's going to be. It's going to be Braden Burries. It was always a question if Burries was going to fall here, in my opinion. I had Burries going 8 to the Hawks in my mock draft, which is why I had them taking Merez Johnson. But with Flemings off the board at 8 and Burries on the board, I have a hard time believing that it is not going to be Braden Burries to the Mavericks. But hey, we're going to find out here. You see the top 4, DeBansa, Peterson, Boozer, Wilson. No surprise there. And no surprise with Wagler, Brown, Acuff. I wouldn't even consider Fleming's that big of a surprise, but he goes off the board to the Hawks at pick number 8. Instead, a full breakdown there, which brings us to the Dallas Mavericks with the 9th overall pick. What's up, Mr. Gio? Good to see you. No trades for Miami. They're probably not making anything happening today. As we wait for the Mavericks pick to be announced, shout out your city for me down in the comments section. Sam Brown, our executive producer, saying that the Hawks listen to trade offers all the way up to making their selection choice, which obviously is Kingston Fleming's. We got people watching from SoCal, North Carolina, Houston, Texas, Minneapolis, Richmond, Miami, Australia, Memphis, Tennessee, Broward. I got a 5'8", or a 5'8", my goodness. A Miami man. Fort Bragg, Idaho, Dallas, Allentown, Pennsylvania. My brother not even grab a plate? Ridiculous.
It don't matter.
Ridiculous.
It don't matter. We're all professional. We are.
See
what you mean, Jack?
You see what we're dealing with over here?
We like to have fun here.
Fort Worth, Texas for my guy, Mike. We got a couple Mavericks fans in here, right? Sam? Ryan? Yes? No? Mavs? Yeah. Both of you guys want Burries, correct?
Just seems too obvious.
Too obvious. Michigan man? Mara? Or Yaxel?
Yaxel.
I think it's going to be Burries. We'll see, though. Who do you guys think the Mavs pick? We got a couple Mavs fans in the building.
I think it's going to be Burries. They need a point guard.
The good news is that Burries can play multiple roles. He can play on the ball as a true point. He can play off the ball. I don't think so. And I think it's Elper's turn.
Is it me?
Because I did the old bandage one last. Because we both did one at the same time, I think. Could be wrong.
Yeah, we did. All right. You know what?
WFAM says, what playoff seed do you see the Heat this year? Give me the 3 seed. I think the 3.
What is this one? I just got this one.
But you got the good one, though. You got a burnt licorice or burnt rubber last time.
I got banana again instead of wet dog.
This guy's just living lavish over here. I'm getting stuck with the shit ones, and this guy's having the time of his life.
I'm enjoying myself.
Unbelievable.
59 says Heat going all the way.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother.
We going back to back.
Who's no shot. I will say though, in this age, if the Thunder weren't able to go back to back, I'm not sure anyone can.
Somebody's got to do it.
Not in this age of the NBA, the parity, the talent spread out. I mean, there is like legit. I think you could say, how many times can you say that 7 or 8 teams can legit win the NBA title going into a year if they could stay healthy? I think that's what we're going to say this year, though.
I mean, it's kind of been a long time coming from when we had, for however many straight years, we just had Cavs Warriors every single season.
Yeah. Like, you have the Thunder, you have the Spurs, the Knicks, the Celtics, the Pistons. I will throw in there if I assume they make another addition this offseason. I think Miami, you can't count them out if they could stay healthy with Giannis and Bam. So maybe only 6 teams, but there's a lot of different squads that can really compete, man.
Pick is in.
The pick is in for the Dallas Mavericks.
I'll let you see it.
I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, I'll just say this. First surprise of the draft?
Ain't no surprise for me, brother.
Ain't no surprise?
Ain't no surprise for me. 8 for 9.
8 for 9 as Dusty May gets his Michigan guy, Morez Johnson Jr.
They let a white boy get hot, folks. Snipe job by me.
Yeah, you did. You called it.
I said it as soon as they hired Dusty May yesterday. I was like, dude, this is a Messiah jury pick if I've ever seen one. An athletic, versatile big man that can guard 2 through 5, He grinds. He's an explosive athlete. You have familiarity with your new head coach. Why wouldn't you want to take him? How about this? Underrated, went to Illinois, transferred to Michigan, was Illinois Mr. Basketball coming out of high school. Rebounds the ball at a ridiculous rate. 87th percentile offensive rebound percentage. We've talked about dominant play finishers. 71.9% at the rim. He has some ability to shoot. He shot really well at the combine, actually, but he displayed a 78% free throw percentage, a 34% three-point percentage, which limited sample size, but I think he can uptick here. And I said it pre-draft. Cooper Flagg and Merez Johnson, that's a front court duo that complements each other well. I think this is a good pick. I know Mavs fans aren't happy about it.
Mavs fans are not
People
happy.
are like, I wanted Burries. I wanted Lenderborg. Cool. I had Merez Johnson 10th on my big board. I said in the pre-draft, if you want a semi-surprise, it's Merez to the Mavs at 9. I have him higher than Burries on my big board. So if I was a Mavs fan, I would have rather had Mo.
So, this pick just tells me, what's the future of P.J. Washington?
Gone.
He has to be gone, right? Because if you were going to go as what I think is the prototypical way to win an NBA title, you get your good point guard and you pair him with the nice wing player. The Mavs, they're going, we want the top front court in the NBA with Johnson pairing him up with Cooper Flagg, which I don't know if I like the pick. You like the pick?
I do.
I just feel like he's going to be a fine player, but is that going to be your winning piece? Does Kyrie Irving have that much left in him to be that star point guard for him?
He can be moved as well here, which I think is the intriguing part. Is do you actually move him? What do you get in return? But you have so many question marks in this front court with Lively, with Gafford, with PJ. Why not get Cooper Flagg, a teammate that he can depend on every night when it comes to giving effort, especially with his ability to play defense?
Yeah.
Dude, this guy, I would argue, is the best defensive player in this draft. He might not be the best rim protector, but if you just talk straight up defense, hey, let's go create some havoc and lock up my guy. I'm taking Merez over the field.
You like the pick
The Mavs fans in here, do you guys like the pick?
When they hired Dusty May, I said, Merez, it's happening. And I wonder if they went with a different coach, I wonder if anything changes.
Probably.
But the stars just were aligning between he's a Masai Ujiri guy. He is.
Yeah.
He fits that mold.
Masai loves the lengthy guys.
A Pascal Siakam, a Scotty Barnes, a Colin Murray Boyles. From 2 years. That is who Masai Ujiri likes. He has a type.
He has
Merez
the
Johnson
lengthy, athletic
fits
guys.
that type. And now you wonder how Adai Mara and Yaxel feels that Dusty chose him over me.
Now I got a chip on my shoulder.
Man, I knew that was Coach's favorite last year in practice, man. He wasn't running those sprints with us. 8 for 9.
8 for 9, Rolly. That's why you subscribe to the channel, ladies and gentlemen, because this man is on fire. And we're also getting the picks in before ESPN gets them in, giving you guys the analysis. So we'll be live tomorrow. We're already live tonight for the entire NBA draft. Go ahead, hit that sub button right now. Shout out to LA Crash Dog coming in with a $5 super chat. Appreciate you, my guy. What's up, boys? I like this run on guards. My Lakers need a good center. SaveAWarrior.org for veterans and first responders struggling. Appreciate you, LA Crash Dog. $3. I think that means Raider Nation for life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had to make sure.
Yeah, Radio Nation for life there. Shout out to LA Crash Dog. I always tell the story. He knows it. I was on the golf course like a month ago, and they just had like a random pop-up at like hole 10 of SaveAWarrior.org. And I was like, fuck it. I'll donate $25.
Was it the where it hit a hole closest to the pin?
It was just if you get a birdie on the hole.
So I forget where I was. I think I was at Stevens, and they did
Really?
They said if you hit the green and you put in 20, we'll give you 100.
Oh, that's
and
cool,
I was like, I am not playing well, so I'm not doing that. But
that's cool.
Here.
Appreciate you, LA Crash Dog. Like I said, here's our super chat menu. I said I would do a beer bong when we get to $100. Every 100, I'm doing one. We're $3 away.
$3, and I won't let him do it alone. So come on.
Now I'm intrigued what Milwaukee does here. Obviously, they made the blockbuster trading Giannis Antetokounmpo to Miami last night. I think they're probably going to be targeting Nate Ament or Braden Burries here. I wouldn't be mad if they took Ament. That's who I had in my mock draft. I also think they could maybe take Burries here at 10 and get Ament at 13 because I'm not sure the Warriors or Thunder would take them at 11 or 12.
It's interesting. I mean, they could do anything here. But the question is, are they keeping Tyler Hero?
It sounds like they are. Now, maybe a team like Detroit comes in and gives them an offer that they can't refuse for Tyler. But it feels like they want to have a group this year that may very well be Ware, Jaquez, Rollins, Hero, fill in your 4.
Don't forget about Kuzma.
Yeah. The pick is in. And this doesn't surprise me. This is a really smart, sound decision by the Milwaukee Bucks. They went with Braden Burries.
Yes. I would say smart decision by them. 6'3" guard out of Arizona. He does not look too happy about getting drafted by the Bucks.
He did. Well, you know what? Rich Paul, who is very good at usually navigating his guys to preferred destinations, they were navigating for him to go to Dallas. They were. I mean, that was reported, that they felt like that was going to happen. And I don't know what changed, but obviously they took a liking to Merez Johnson Jr. instead. In my mock draft, I had the Bucks going Nate Ament and Kingston Flemings. I feel like this is the right decision because I just mentioned a second ago, they might be able to get Ament at 13 anyway, and they come away with a guard and Nate Ament, which is what they were hoping for from the very beginning. Barry's good size. I mean, 215 pounds as a rookie.
That's big.
That's big time. Now, he is an older rookie, 20.7 years of age, decent size, 6'3" 3/4. Shot well this year, 39% from 3, 49% from the field. Strong on-ball defender from the perimeter. This is his draft range, in my opinion. He reminds me so much of Cason Wallace. From a couple of years ago out of Kentucky when he got drafted 11th overall to the Thunder.
I
or
feel
was it
like
13 or 12? I don't know, but same thing.
The Thunder, though, they use Cason Wallace in a different type of role than he played in college. Like, Cason Wallace was kind of on the ball, but now it feels like the Thunder kind of just use him as a kind of 3-and-D spot-up shooter for the Thunder. So would you say Braden Burries is around that same type of player, or is he going to be on the ball for the Milwaukee Bucks?
No, yeah, you could play on the ball. You could play off the ball.
Yeah.
They've got so much guard depth there now with Hero, Yakachonis, Rollins,
They have
Burries.
so many players.
They can really navigate so many different things here. Now, we are getting a report here from Jake Fisher that the Golden State Warriors are fielding offers for the number 11 pick. Are we going to see a trade down, or are we going to see a on-the-clock trade that sends Trey Murphy to the Golden State Warriors?
Trey Murphy to the Warriors would be a very interesting. I mean, I love Trey Murphy. I think he is an amazing shooter, and he can catch fire at any point, and he'd be a perfect fit for Golden State. I don't even know why New Orleans would want to trade for him. Marshall says stream is dead
completely
too.
cooked. We're back. We're back.
Can you guys see us?
Yeah, no, we're back. Sorry for the quick little lag there. Had a little internet issue for like
We're
5
back.
seconds. We're here. Hopefully none of you guys left too much. But I do think Yaxel Lenderborg or Cameron Carr would be my top 2 picks for Golden State here. But there are rumors that they could trade the pick. So we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens. I mean, the Warriors, they have to do something as you're getting into the last couple years of Steph Curry. And do you want to kind of play the, hey, we're in win now mode. We're trying to go for anything possible and get the player that is going to impact us now or plan for the future and maybe get a guy that can play in the backcourt or, like Roley said, kind of Yaxel or just somebody that you can play in the front court.
Now, selfishly, I kind of want them to take Lenderborg. Because if they take Lenderborg, I feel pretty good about the Thunder taking Mara.
Yeah.
And then I feel really good about the Bucks taking a Ment at 13. And I would basically be 11 of 13 on my mock draft. And all I would have to do is flip Burries at 8 and Flemings. And it would have been 13 for 13. And I would be entering pick 14 with all 13 guys in the top 13 that I predicted. So selfishly, I want to be right.
I mean, on ESPN, we're not even getting a clock. It just says round 1.
They're hysterical, man. Yeah, I mean,
what do you feel about Bobby Portis going with
underrated
Giannis?
Part of this return? Averaged 13.6 boards.
Good
last year.
rebounder.
Over the last 2 years, 80th percentile or better defensive rebounder. Is he going to give you a lot on the offensive glass? No. He's not going to crash.
Low-key, a solid shooter in the corner, too. Like, underrated shooter.
Underrated shooter. He had a career year, shot 45% from 3 this year. He was in the three-point contest.
I don't remember that.
I mean, he was incredible. And his familiarity playing with Giannis is something that will benefit Miami, I think, a ton in this trade as they're in a win-now mode. They get rid of Khalil Ware. Your new front court is Bam, Giannis, Wiggins. You need a backup big. Do I think they need to add another big? Absolutely. But
yeah.
Portis is a really good front court piece in terms of depth for this squad.
And physicality. Like, he can be that type of a bully player. Like, you don't want to go up against Bobby Portis. He will lower an elbow and lower his shoulder and get down in the paint, too, especially for a board.
Argument! They just showed the green room in Golden State, and we got maybe owners and the GM Dunleavy. They're having a pretty heated debate. Now we're on the phone. And now we're on the phone.
What's going on?
Are we watching a trade? Oh, we got hands being thrown up. The owner's not happy. If that's the owner, I don't know who that is. But
Joe Lacob?
I think we have some divisiveness inside that Warriors front office.
It's been 5 minutes. It's been 5 minutes. And we don't have any trade. We don't have a pick. What is going on, Golden State?
What is going on? Appreciate the comments. The ESPN sucks. You guys are great.
Hey, appreciate
we'll take it. We did get a couple super chats on Heat when we have the opportunity to flash it up. Got a 20 and a 5. Okay, but we'll ask this since we're talking about the Giannis trade. Will Giannis win a title in Miami? Y for yes, N for no. I'm going yes. I think he only wins 1. I won't say I'm greedy as a Heat guy. I do think they get 1, though. I'll trust Spoelstra to figure it out with Giannis and Bam, who I think is the best defensive duo in the NBA, without question. But they might be the best defensive duo in history. I'm going yes.
I'll say yes. I mean, even being a Knicks fan.
Really? Like, objectively, like, you do think they get 1 in the next 5 years?
I think so.
I'll take it.
The pick is in.
So they might have not traded it.
I haven't seen
who it is. I'm curious. This could be also a situation where they draft this player and then trade him.
I thought
the pick is in. I don't know who it is. Oh, bang. I'm fucking hot. They let a white boy get on.
Excellent.
They let a white boy get on,
is going. This is why you subscribe, ladies and gentlemen. Roley is on fire. The forward out of Michigan. He fits right in with Golden State. And honestly, He's going to fit in nice before Jimmy Butler comes back.
Yeah, I'm 9 for 11 in my mock draft, subtle brag. I think I'm going 11 to 13 because I really do believe the Thunder aren't going to pass on Mara here at 12. And then I think the Bucks, who've been really connected to Nate Ament, go with him there at 13. And then it really becomes fun of how accurate I can be 14 on. But I really think I'm going to go back-to-back here. But let's actually talk about Lenderborg here, who a lot of people are going to knock him because of his age. 23.7 years old. Understandable. But here's the thing. He didn't start playing basketball until he was 17 years old. So there's a lot of untapped upside here for me. He began playing basketball JUCO for Arizona Western. 3 years there. Transferred to UAB for 2 years, and then finished last year for the Michigan Wolverines. The reason why I like him, he's got unbelievable size, right? 6'8" 3/4, 7'3" 1/4 wingspan. Vertical athleticism isn't great, but it's fine. And he got better every year. He went from a 67% shooter at the rim at UAB to 73% in the Big Ten for Michigan. He increased his three-point attempts per 100 possessions from 3.2 to 8.6 and shot 1% better this year. He has literally improved every, and I mean every, aspect of his game every year he was in college. So yes, he's a bit older, but with someone who gets better year after year, no matter where he is in college and no matter what level of competition he is facing, I will bet on him getting better and better in his NBA career. This is a player that can impact winning right now in the NBA, but also I think has some untapped upside for the future as well. I think this is the right pick for Golden State.
I mean, I think it's a perfect pick, especially with the last couple of years that you have Steph Curry for, because the Warriors' offense is, hey, we are going to move around nonstop. And I see what you have here, Rolly, as the points per possession. Like, he's a very good pick-and-roll passer, very good attack and kick. I mean, for a pick-and-roll, if you get him in with Steph Curry, that's going to be perfect for kind of, hey, I'm going to roll. I'm going to go out to the perimeter, catch and shoot. And that's something that the Warriors needed because they didn't really have that the last couple of years since Klay's gone.
Yeah, they got shooting. They got defense. They got rebounding. I mean, you're literally adding everything with Lenderborg. Like, I'm telling you right now, guys, I hate to be the age dude here. If this dude was 19 years old doing what he did at Michigan, he would have went number one. I really mean that. He would have been the first pick in this draft if he was 4 years younger. But people get scared of the age, and he falls down to 11. This is a really good pick. 7th on my overall big board.
Yep.
I'm a Lenderborg guy because he does everything with an elite level frame. Warriors made the right pick here.
Warriors made the right pick, and we're just keeping it on fire. 11 for 13. Let's make it 12 for 14.
Yeah. This is the one we're nervous about. Did the Hornets go with Steinbach? Because I do believe Mara here. I would be stunned if they do not draft Adai-Mara. He's the perfect fit for them. I could have argued for Merez. I could have argued for Yaxel for the Thunder.
Yeah.
But with them off the board, I just don't know who I could argue is a better fit for the Thunder than Adai-Mara here. And I tell you what, what a steal it is, because I think he should have been a top 10 guy.
You want to get this or?
Nah, I think you got it.
I got it. So we got to tell you gladly about our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks. It's the best place to win cash while watching sports. And guys, you know the app is super easy to use. You just pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. You put your sports knowledge to the test and win cash. And even though basketball is now over, it's unfortunate, but the fun does not stop on Prize Picks. You got big soccer tournaments, big golf tournaments, baseball in full swing. Love sports, love making daily fantasy lineups. You guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. And producer Jack or Rolly, I'm going to need help with these names again because I cannot see anything. I know Harry Kane with the more, and he did not score the more on that one. What? It's a flex play, though. So 2 for 2, still winning your money. And you got, what was it saying? Yasko, the more on his passes attempted. And then we got the combined goalie saves, the more on that one between Panama and Croatia.
Oh, my God, it lost.
Thank you, sir.
When did this game start?
Oh,
I went
man.
0 for 3.
Well, guys, you guys can make a lineup just like that one. Rolly, not looking good with his lineup, but you could do better than Rolly. Just pick more or less on a few player stats, lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the PrizePicks app today. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat of today's stream. That's code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. PrizePicks. It's good to be right.
Yeah, I mean,
0 for 3?
I went 0 for 3.
0 for 3. Or not. You could be better than Rolly.
Is that we didn't specify. That was actually a protected flex play lineup from PrizePicks that they offered me. So even though I lost,
back.
I have a $15 bonus lineup waiting for me to get after it tomorrow. Shout out to PrizePicks.
Shout out to PrizePicks.
Shout out to Mr. Gio.
Mr. Gio.
With a $20 super chat. Let's go. Hey.
I ain't saying it.
We're a pick away from the Heat on the clock. You know who we took? Giannis. No, that's good stuff, though. Appreciate you, Mr. Gio. We appreciate Anointed with the $5 super chat as well. My bad, I'm late, bro. Listen, Anointed, we tell you this all the time. Well, you don't have to be here every time. We appreciate you. Heart pills had me knocked out. What I missed, you know you guys show love. You're a legend. Prayers up to you, my friend, as always. You didn't miss much. We're literally not really talking much Heat basketball here. If we're going to be honest, we're just reacting to everything that goes down in the NBA draft tonight. We'll have some action tomorrow with the Heat picking 41st overall in the second round, but there's not really much here for the Miami Heat.
Shout out to Anointed.
We are drafting Giannis in a pick.
Drafting Giannis.
It is going to be funny to see a Heat player walk, or a player walk across the stage in a Heat hat.
Put on the Heat hat.
But that's only the case because the trade is not finalized.
Pick is in.
Did I do it?
Yep.
Or did I do it? I fucking did it.
Rolly's on fire!
They let a white boy get hot, man.
Ademara to the Oklahoma City Thunder at pick number 12.
They let a white boy get hot.
That's the third Michigan player off the board in a span of 12 picks.
Yeah, and I nailed each landing spot. Like, that might even be more impressive than going 10 for 12 is to nail every single Michigan guy's landing spot.
I mean, is this fair for OKC to get a guy like this?
No, it's actually not. Like, the league fucked up. Like, I'm being so serious. Like, I don't know how you can let this happen. What was the biggest issue for the Thunder against the Spurs? Well,
they had nobody to cover Wemby.
They had no one to carry Wemby because Chet is
soft.
Yeah, I was going to use a different word, but I'm glad we ultimately went that way. He's soft. You know who's not soft? Ademara, who had a standing reach of 9 feet 9 inches. That's actually longer than Victor Wembanyama's. It's the second ever longest recorded at the NBA Combine. He's got really good agility, too. That's an underrated part of him. He can move his feet, and that's what impresses me. Has a 12% block percentage. It's third best. 5.3 defensive box score plus minus plus. I know it's a lot, but all you need to know, best in the draft class. One thing I love about him, though, my goodness, can he read and make some passes with the ball in his hands. 19% assist rate. Since 2008, Brett Elper, no player 7-2 or higher has a better assist rate coming out of the college into the draft than Ademara. This is a freak of nature in terms of his size, agility, and acumen up here to read, diagnose, and find the open man.
I mean, I don't like this pick because it's too good for the Thunder.
It is. Like, this probably signals that Isaiah Hartenstein's future in OKC is numbered, especially with them having a 15th overall pick center out of Georgetown, who I really liked a year ago, Thomas Sorber, in a cryo chamber, waiting to come out this year. I mean, Mara and Sorber, if they become the players I think they can be, night. Arvydas Sabonis. That's a name that I would bring up when talking about a Daimaris.
All right. Old player, so you gotta. That's his dad, right?
That is Domantas Sabonis' dad.
Yes. Okay.
So, I mean, I'm not stunned by anything we've seen so far. Like, if you flip just Kingston Flemings and Braden Burries here, and I'm not saying it was totally expected, but I had my pulse on it at least.
You know ball, Mr. Roloff.
This is the best show. I mean, things could go off the rails here after pick 13, but this is the best showing I've ever had in any mock draft ever of NFL, NBA. It doesn't really freaking matter.
I mean, usually with the NFL, like, everybody's just dead wrong after
even
pick
when
one.
you think you know, by pick 5, it's like, oh, well, here we go. We know nothing. Not the case today so far.
I'm excited to see where Phylon goes.
Chicago at 15 or Memphis at 16 should be the landing spots. There was some interest recorded by the Bucks, but with them going Burries, I have a hard time imagining they're doubling down at guard, which is why I think they go with Nate Ament, who I'm not high on. He's my 20th overall player, 8th guy on my board right now in terms of best available. I just think with Ament, the fact that this guy was a 5-star recruit, he's got excellent size at 6'9.5", 6'11.5 wingspan, but his shot diet is as bad as it is. He shot 37% in the mid-range. That was more than half of his shot attempts. So he shoots a shot that isn't what the NBA plays at, and he doesn't do it at a high level. And then he can't get to the rim. He shot 52% at the rim. That's awful. The only thing he's got going for him, he can put the ball on the deck, he gets to the free throw line, and he's got good size. I think this is a mistake by Milwaukee if they go with Nate Ament, but I guess we'll find out.
Well, on the bright side, he's going to be wearing the Miami hat in his photo.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. We're still $3 away from $100 in Super
$3
on our main chat sports channel. I mean, we're just $3. You know what? I'll even settle for any super chat's a beer bong.
Any super chat.
Any super chat that comes in on our chat sports stream, prize picks.
I have $3.
Really? I didn't know that.
But also, every 100 likes, we're doing Bean Boozled, and we are 54 away from doing another Bean Boozled. $5, we talk about your team. So anybody who sends in a $5 super chat, we'll talk about your team, and me and Rolly will do a beer bong because we hit 100.
The pick is in?
The pick is in?
Is the white boy still hot, or am I?
I didn't get a tweet from Fisher.
All right. Oh, wait. Oh, Lottery's baiting us.
The pick is in. The pick is
I'm getting
in.
a point, so it looks like the young man staying hot.
Is the young man staying hot?
I don't know. Fuck yeah.
Nate Ament.
Bum.
And you hate this pick. I mean, he's a Vol, and I think Rocky Top sucks. Watching, Kentucky owned Tennessee, and from what I remember is that they shut down Nate Ament to make him look like a JV player. From what I remember. Absolute bum. I mean, 16.7 points per game. You're playing in the SEC. The scouting report says elite athletic profile for a scoring forward that works primarily beyond the arc. And, I mean, for the Bucks, they kind of – who'd they pick it with the with their 8th pick? They picked Burries. They took the Burries. So you get a guy that's 33%. But, I mean, As a college player shooting under 40%, that's a problem.
Bro, he can't. He's 6'10", and he can't get to the rim. And when he gets to the rim, he can't put it in the bucket. He shot 51.8% the rim as a 6'10" forward.
Oh, no, he went off against Kentucky. What am I talking about?
I'm sorry, just not my cup of tea. Maybe that's just me. He's got shades of, like, in his best case scenario, like a Nikola Jovic, Zachary Risashe, Jabari Smith. Like, he's got the size of those guys. He's got the potential, but this is a potential pick. You are betting on everything going right with Nate Ament. You are betting that he fills out his frame. You are betting on him getting better, finishing around the rim, and putting the ball on the deck. There is too many things have to go right. You'll appreciate this. Drafting Nate Ament is like having an 8-leg parlay to try to turn $10 into $1,500.
And sometimes you miraculously win it, but 9 times out of 10,
you're losing.
You're finding a bust.
That's Nate Ament to me. He's an 8-leg parlay. That's what he is. The high can be unbelievably high, but it's more likely than not you're sitting here like, damn, I really just wasted $10. Did I really just waste the 13th pick?
So now,
I think so.
Does this make even more of you guys winning the trade?
No, I don't think so. Like, they like what they like. They like Nate Ament. And they clearly valued him.
Nate Ament against Kentucky on January 17th. He only took 7 shots. Yeah. Because we're SEC ball. We're supposed to be one of the best teams in the country. You take 7 shots? Come on, man. We played terrible defense. You're being guarded by Malachi Moreno and Jelovic, who was terrible. And you couldn't put the ball on the deck.
So the Bucks used the 13th pick to take Nate Ament. The Heat, they've got to fix this, man. I get the trade isn't finalized, but
it's just so stupid because, like, this is an amazing moment for you to get drafted in the NBA, and you're putting on a hat forever of a team that you will never play for. All your photos are in a different team.
I'll say this. For my Miami Heat fans out there, if we didn't trade for Giannis and we were on the clock and we didn't take LeBaron Philon, I would have crashed out beyond belief. But I guess we'll never know.
Shout out to LA Crash Dog coming in with a $2 super chat.
No, we got it. I said any super chat. I got a beer bong. By the way,
I'll do it with you.
I'm going to self-pat myself on the back again here. Elite level tweet with the 13th overall pick. The Miami Heat select Giannis Antetokounmpo. It's just a compilation of him dunking on everybody. God, I love Giannis.
Zeno says Nate Ament is Kevin Knox.
Low-key, he's a bum.
Hey, I loved Kevin Knox. Kevin Knox was our best player coming out of college, and he looked amazing in those summer league.
All right, are you doing a beer bong too?
Yep, I'm not going to let you do it alone.
All right.
For all the people in the chat that are saying, but guys, the ESPN app said that the Heat are taking Nick Ament.
Come on, Nate. But guys, Gaming, you know better.
But guys, the NBA app says that the Heat took Nate. Guys, that pick is being traded to the Bucks in the Giannis trade. So he will be on the Bucks. Everybody relax.
Yo, honestly, thank goodness. If the Heat took Nate Ament, if they missed out on Giannis and the Heat took on Nate Ament, I would have actually like.
He said, "I know." Secret Chair Gaming says, "I know." He's just messing with you.
I would have given up. I wouldn't have been in the studio. I would have been in my own studio, and I would have bombed the building. Just kidding.
Woo!
It was just kidding. Shout out to LA Crash Dog. Shout out to everyone watching here.
Wow, they are chugging. Shout out your favorite team. We're going to pick one to talk about. Spam your favorite teams. The Hornets are on the clock. Spam your favorite teams in the chat. Let's go.
Let's go. Now, spam your team.
Honest question that I don't know the answer to. Yes, the Bucks are making this pick on behalf of Miami. Who calls Nate Ament to tell him they're making the pick? Is it Miami's front office, or is it the Bucks front office? No, like seriously, I don't know the answer to that. Like everyone knows he was just taken by the Bucks. The Bucks are telling the Heat who to pick because I think they have to submit it to the league office because that's their technical pick because the trade can't be agreed
I guess
upon.
that makes sense.
But like, do the Heat call the league office? But do the Heat also call Nate Ament, or is it the Bucks calling Nate Ament and then the Heat calling the league office? Yes. No, I don't think so. Yeah, who knows?
All I know is he's doing an interview with the Miami Heat hat on,
Yeah,
and it should be a Milwaukee Bucks hat.
Nate Ament always a Heat legend that never plays for us.
All right, I'll count down from 5. 4, 3, 2, 1, boom. We got Timberwolves. Joseph Miller.
Timberwolves no longer have a first-round pick.
No, they traded with Brooklyn. They switched it to get the third pick in the second round.
Yeah, they traded 28.
They traded Randall.
They traded 28 in Randall for pick 33. They cleared up a $33 million trade exception. They used that newfound cap space to sign Ayu Dosunmu to a 5-year, $112 million contract as he was set to enter free agency a week from now. I mean, the Bulls just took in Nick Claxton
for free.
No, they gave up something. I think it was like a second-round pick that's protected by for 25 picks of the second round. It's like one of those, which the Heat did that, by the way, last year. They swapped second-rounders with Brooklyn to get rid of Haywood Highsmith, but the Nets' second-round pick was 31 to 55 protected.
All right, so the pick is in. Who'd you have for 14?
I had Anna Steinbeck. Oh, my goodness. I am on fire. This is where it's officially starts to be like, wow. Okay.
Anna Steinbeck is going number 14 to the Charlotte Hornets. And look, they needed somebody badly. They needed a center more than anybody because they have Diabate and Kalkbrenner.
Yeah.
Those are your two centers, and it felt like they have your back. They have a good backcourt in LaMelo Ball and also in Kobe White. If they re-sign him, hopefully Miles Bridges is a great player, and then Brandon Miller. But they're all 4. They didn't have a center, and it felt like Steinbeck can be that guy that fills their kind of need that they were hoping to get.
Yeah, this is a player that Hornets fans will be really excited about. Anna Steinbeck led the NCAA in rebounding this year as a freshman. Had a 14.3% offensive rebound percentage, 25% defensive rebound percentage. He's really good finishing around the rim as well. The footwork, there's a lot left to be desired there if you're back to the basket big, but shot 69.6% at the rim this year. Yeah, nice. 1.23 points per possession as the pick and roll man. I think there are some indicators that he can shoot and space the floor at the next level. 76% free throw shooter. 2.3 stocks per game as well. Wow. There's a lot to like defensively. There's a lot to like as a finisher around the rim and a rebounder. When you're looking at Charlotte and you're looking to build a front court around Brandon Miller, LaMelo Ball, Con Kneppel, Anna Steinbeck is a really good place to do that. I am a big fan of this fit for both Anna's and for the Charlotte Hornets, who will be picking, by the way, in just 3-4 more spots. They have the 18th overall pick in this draft.
They might be a sneaky team kind of to make that jump going into next season in the East.
I would bet on them making the playoffs, not the play-in. I would bet on them being a top 6 team.
I could definitely see them being a 5 or a 6 seed. I mean, they went on a huge run towards the back end of the NBA season, and it felt like just their pace, teams could not keep up with them. And if you get Anna Steinbeck to kind of be that center role that they need, LaMelo Ball is one of the best ball distributors in the NBA. This could be a very, very good fit for this team. And, I mean, you have your shooters, And now you get your center.
Now, I said I could bet on them making the actual postseason here, not the play-in. But then you think of the East, you've got top 4 potentially being Miami, New York, Boston, Detroit. And then you've got Atlanta rising.
You still have Philly.
You've still got Philly. You still got Toronto. You still got Cleveland, Charlotte. The East is low-key a wagon.
The East is getting very, very, very tough.
They are low-key a wagon. Want to recap this first round so far, Alper?
Yeah, sure. Of course, the top 4, kind of no big surprises there. Debansa going 1, Darryn Peterson going 2, Cameron Boozer going 3, and Caleb Wilson going 4 to the Chicago Bulls. The top 8, I mean, a little bit. Keaton Wagler, it was kind of known that he was going to the Clippers. Mikael Brown, the guard out of Louisville, going to the Brooklyn Nets. He's going to be a solid guard. Darius Acuff going, I see you, Jack. You're not hiding anywhere. I saw you in the back, so you can't say anything to me now. Acuff, who I think probably is the best point guard in this draft, even though his defensive kind of prowess is a little bit, but he is going to Sacramento basketball purgatory, as I like to call it. Kingston Fleming's going number 8 to the Atlanta Hawks. Maris Johnson, a lot of Michigan guys going from 9 to 12. Maris Johnson Jr. going to the Mavericks. Braden Burries, the guard out of Arizona, going to the Bucks. Yaxel Lendenborg, the other Michigan guy, going to the Golden State Warriors at number 11. Ade Mara going to number 12. Absolute steal for the Oklahoma City Thunder at 12. Maybe could be the Victor Wembanyama stopper that they're looking for. Nate Emmett, the forward out of Tennessee, going to the Bucks. And then Anna Steinbeck, center, big man, going to the Charlotte Hornets at number 14.
Yeah, with the Bulls here up on the clock once again, do they go with a guy who I thought they would take in Cam Carr? I could see them going Phylon. Personally, I think they should take Phylon. I predicted them to take Cameron Carr. The generational run can continue here, man.
So you have Cameron Carr.
I have Cameron Carr.
I do think they're going guard. Because they went Wilson as the forward for their first pick. Now
they got guard. Logically they had. There was rumors that they could take a big man. Like if Steinbeck was there, I think they could have went with him. But now that he's off the board, there's no other big man that makes a lot of sense there, which means they probably look towards the backcourt.
Well, I mean, if you remember last year, what was it? The Nets had like 5 picks and they took all guards.
Yeah, they took Demen, they took Traore, they took Serif, and they took Drake Powell. They had 4 first-rounders, and they took 3 guys that play either the 1, 2, or 3. So it's pretty funny, man.
That's why the Nets are the Nets.
That's why the Nets are the Nets. Make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, because we bring you fun, informative, entertaining content here. Listen, we're now in these mock drafts. I'm 12 of 14 right now on where players are going. The only thing that I flipped is Flemings and Burries, which is a bummer, man, because
I got bad
that
news
would have been
for
awesome. It's over? Wow. So the streak has finally ended for Mr. Nick Roloff. And I wouldn't say – no, I would say this is a shocker. But not in terms of value, Mr. Alper. They go with the Texas wing, Dalen Swain, who I actually had, if I'm not mistaken, as my 15th player in this draft class. So this is the right value for me in this draft with Swain. But I am just curious that they went with a wing over a guard. Because you already have Caleb Wilson. You have Montes Buzelis. So why did you go here? Well, maybe it's because they could see him potentially as maybe a supersized point guard at the next level. One of the best isolation scorers that I've scouted since the last 3-4 years of me doing this. He had 81% of his scores were unassisted, which means, like, really soak that in.
Just put the ball on the
floor.
When
he scored the basketball, 80% of the time, it was because he made it happen. Whether it's getting to the rim or getting to his spot in the midi or pulling up from 3. He didn't rely on his teammates. He led the entire collegiate field this year in isolation points per possession, 1.64. He puts a ton of pressure on the rim with an elite first step with the ball in his hands. 10.5 rim attempts per 100 possessions. Finished 64% of his shots at the rim, and also worked his way to the free throw line 51.6% of the time. 51.6 free throw rate. He's a really solid defender as well, can guard 1 through 4, 6'6.5", 6'10" wingspan. Now you might say, Nick, why is he going 15? Jumper's a major concern, guys. Shot 34% from 3 this year, but the mechanics are pretty brutal. He's never put it together when he was at Xavier, was a Sean Miller guy, played with him at Xavier, then transferred to Texas with him. So that's the thing. If he's able to get the ability to knock down shots from deep consistently, dangerous player. But that's the swing skill here. That's the swing skill.
I kind of question this pick. I really thought they would go in the backcourt right now because who is the Bulls' starting point guard?
I think it would technically be Giddey. And they would
be
just play
Giddey,
a little bit bigger with him as the one. And then...
Because you have Buzelis. You now have Wilson. You're bringing in Swain.
Their starting 5 right now would be Giddey, Wilson, Buzelis, Claxton.
Yes,
and
Claxton be at the 5.
I feel as if they're going to be adding their starting 2 guard in free agency because I don't think they have anyone on that roster right now. Let me look that up, actually.
Because I'm trying to think. I mean, I would definitely thought they would have got somebody to distribute the ball. I know
they have Rob Dillingham.
Another guard. That could be Acuff because Dillingham coming out of college.
They're actually starting guard right now
whoa.
would be Trey Jones. Because they have Giddey, Trey Jones, Buzelis, Wilson, Claxton. They have Dillingham. He ain't starting.
No.
Sexton's a free agent. Simons is a free agent. Like Okoro's not starting. Patrick Williams ain't starting.
Nope.
So right now their starting guard alongside Giddey would be Trey Jones. Maybe they start Swain and just have like the most versatile wing lineup we've ever seen.
Just go big at all times.
Yeah, which maybe that's what they do.
Got a Fisher tweet halfway through the first round of the 2026 draft. Yet to see trade of picks outside of Miami, sending number 13 to Milwaukee for Giannis. But we're expecting plenty of movement in the second half, particularly across picks number
20 through 30 is what the tweet said.
Okay.
20 through 30.
Shout out producer Jack.
So we might see a lot of movement in the last 10 picks of this.
I would
round.
love to see a lot of movement. I'm just messing with you, Jack.
Kind of bummed that the streak ended there with Dalen Swain.
I thought they were going to go Carr too.
I really did too. The Grizzlies now here at 16. I think I had them taking LeBaron Philon in my mock draft. I think this would be a home run selection for them. He was the 6th overall player on my big board. I just love his ability to lead an offense here. I think when you move on from Ja Morant, Philon is a logical replacement. Him, Cedric Coward, Jalen Wells, Cam Boozer, Zach Edey. That's a hell of a starting 5 there that are all 25 and below. Yeah. If they don't go with LeBaron Philon, I would imagine it's still a guard. I would think it would be Christian Anderson. Abuka Okoye would be a bit of a reach here. It could be Bennett Sturts. I don't think that would stun me. What I would be stunned by is if the Grizzlies went with someone that wasn't Sturts, Okoye, Philon, and Anderson. I feel like they're taking a point guard.
They got to take a point guard.
I just feel like they're taking a point
guard.
They
have to take a point guard. Who do you guys think is the best player available?
Yeah.
Who do you guys have as the best player available? Rolly has
if I actually took Nate
Philon as the best player. Let me know down in the comments section, ladies and gentlemen. I want to hear from you. Danny says Sturts maybe. Game Day Point says Kareem Lopez is the best available.
Where do I have him, Meyer? I had him as my 16th overall player, so he's got to be number 2 or 3 on my big board, right? Behind Philon and Carr. Does that check out in my thinking? Yeah, I'm behind Philon and Carr. I would take Philon here. If I was Memphis, I'll tell you what, I'm low-key a Grizzlies fan. If they take Phylon, low-key.
Low-key a Grizzlies fan.
Low-key, high-key, rocking with the Grizzlies with Boozer, Phylon, Coward. Coward was my guy last year. I fucking loved him.
Cedric Coward.
And he was phenomenal this season, too.
I loved Gigi Jackson. I don't know. There was something about him that I loved watching him play. I was a big fan of him. Secret JR Gaming, what did you miss?
Well, you missed it. Ibar at 12, Nate Men at 13, Anna Steinbeck at 14, and then Dalen Swain at 15. These are the last, 7 or 8 picks.
We're going through these picks pretty quickly.
I mean, yeah, we're officially halfway through the draft, and we've been here actually an hour and 40 minutes. That's fair.
We've been live for almost 4 hours, guys. That's why you hit that sub button. We'll be live tomorrow as well.
This is on pace from last year's. Last year's stream was 6 hours, and we're right on pace to be 5.5 to 6 hours again. So no surprise there. Yeah, they certainly have. They certainly have.
I'm waiting for Jake Fisher's tweet.
Jake Fisher's tweet.
Also, shout out to Becky Hammond. She finally admitted she was wrong.
I don't think she did.
No. Press conference. She said it. Opening statement. I was wrong. My opinion was wrong.
What a soft move, Becky.
Good move. Good move.
Becky, you were right.
When you're wrong, you admit you're wrong.
Becky, you were right. Just an outlier.
No.
I would never. I would take that shit to the grave.
I would too. But I'm going to bully you until you do it.
Just because I know how much it pisses Knicks fans off.
Oh, it makes me livid.
I would never give them the satisfaction to admit I was wrong.
Well, we bullied her into it.
Kind of soft. Kind of soft for Becky. Disappointed.
All right, Jake Fisher, come on. Tweet this out.
I wanted the Spurs to win so bad. Not only do I not like the Knicks, but because I already had a tweet scheduled to say Becky Hammond was right.
You had it scheduled?
Yeah.
You had it in the drafts?
I wanted to piss off Knicks fans so badly. Unfortunately, they got the win. And no one knew I had that scheduled until right now.
So that video of the Warriors in the war room was Joe Lacob and general manager Mike Dunleavy.
Yeah, I mean, it was clearly they were discussing something. They'll never admit what it was. I wonder if they were disagreeing on whether to stick and make the pick or trade it for someone, or if they were disagreeing on the prospect to take. I'd love to know if it was about taking a player or trading the pick or just the player in general.
I think it was trading. I bet you Dunleavy probably wanted to trade it, and Lacob was like, "We need a guy."
You think that's? I feel like the owner wouldn't do that.
Could be the opposite. Could be the opposite. All right, the pick is in for Memphis, but still waiting on who it is.
Show me something, LeBaron. Phylon. I missed on 15, though. I don't know if you were in here for that.
Do you have it in, Sam?
No.
All right.
Yeah, I haven't seen anyone really project Swain to the Bulls at 15.
We're going to get it live?
Fuck it, we're doing it live.
We're doing it live.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
Wow. Wow. Well,
that's why it took so long.
Yeah, a trade. First one. The Memphis Grizzlies just traded pick 16 to the Thunder, who are picking 17, by the way, for 2 second-round picks. The Thunder traded up 1 spot using 2 second-round picks to get Bennett Sturtz, the guard from Iowa.
So they're still picking at 17?
No, I would imagine 17. You're not getting the 16th pick for 2 seconds.
Let's talk about Sturtz.
Yeah. All right, we'll come back to the trade here in a second, but let's talk about Bennett Sturtz here, who is one of the more fun stories in this draft class. Started playing Division II basketball for Northwest Missouri State. Played there 3 years. Transferred up to the Missouri Valley Conference with his coach at the time, Ben McCullum. Played at Drake. Took Drake to the NCAA tournament, where they were able to beat Missouri in the first round. Then transfers with Ben McCollum to Iowa, where they not only make the tournament again as a 9 seed, but get all the way to the Elite 8, beating the defending champions, the Florida Gators, in the round of 32. Missouri Valley Conference Player of the Year in 2025. He was the Freshman of the Year at Northwest Missouri State. He is just a winner. Everywhere he goes, he wins. High-level shooter. The efficiency is a bit deceiving because his usage rate was so high. He was everything for that Iowa offense. Tough shot maker in the mid-range. Loves the little 12 to 15-foot turnaround after attacking the rim. 46.9% in the mid-range. A lot of people don't like to acknowledge him as a rim threat because he might be a little white guard. That's not the most athletic, but he shot 70.5% at the rim. He's crafty, folks. He understands angles, how to attack you, how to bump you and get to his spot, how to use the rim, protecting him from shot blockers. This is a really cerebral player. And it's no surprise to me that the OKC Thunder, after taking a big man, go with a guard, and it's a player that can immediately impact their winning as that lead backup guard. Not a shooter. Yes, I would imagine 17 and 2 seconds
Yes,
to get.
no. So they
16.
swapped picks.
Yeah,
Memphis is now on the clock.
Seconds. Yeah, I compare Sturts to a Tyus Jones, a Peyton Pritchard. He reportedly killed it in every workout he had. He actually, on an interview, said that he didn't lose a game, whether it be 3v3, 2-on-2, in any of his pre-draft NBA workouts.
That is insane.
He could be lying, but I don't think Ben Sturts is lying.
I mean, he seems like that type of guy, that gritty type of player that OKC could use. But, I mean, you already have kind of your Jared McCain. They just added another shooter. That's what OKC did. And, I mean, OKC's loading up. They're trying to get as many young players. This is what they do. They don't find your top player in free agency. They don't go out and say, we're going to pay the dude big money. They build through the NBA draft. Half of the guys on their team are all homegrown. Chet, J-Dub, both Jay Williams, A.J. Mitchell, right? I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, no, they still got him. So it's going to be interesting to see how that guard rotation in OKC plays out. There has been a lot of buzz about Isaiah Joe being someone that gets dealt.
Yeah.
I would have to imagine that buzz will only grow louder with another guard joining that roster. I mean, you have McCain, you have Mitchell, you have Sturts, all backing up SGA. You wonder who starts at the 2 because they might move on from Lou Dort, potentially. It's a pretty good haul if you hear the Oklahoma City Thunder. League should be a little nervous about this.
Got the Wemby stopper and you got another shooter.
I wouldn't say that, but I would not say Wemby stopper, but I will say
it could be.
He's a really good defensive big. I'll say that.
Well, they drafted him thinking that he could contain Wemby because Chet can't.
Yeah.
You don't draft a guy that's 7'3" unless you try to stop Wembanyama.
It's fair. Grizzlies now here at 17 after this trade. I mean, they've got to stick and pick with Philon here. I mean, I think that would be a home run draft. That would be my winners in the draft, to get Philon, Boozer, and another 2 second-round picks. Be the best draft so far, in my opinion. We got a $20 Super Chat on Heat that I want to show. My ZZ or ZC is asking for it. He said it's sad that we haven't shown it yet. A little patience here. Also not a Heat fan, so I don't give 2 shits. But we do show it all the time. We'll show Pigeon Bases first because it came in first. This is a legend, a real one. What's up, Pigeon Base? Fun fact, when I was in high school, I ran my junior year for VP against a Miami Heat dancer. It didn't work. Well, sorry, Pigeon Base. Sorry. Z Corp Alpha, how can you not be embarrassed? He is old. Heat traded away the future. Bucks made out. Sounds like someone that's terrified of the Miami Heat. We appreciate the $20 super tour.
Who's he a fan of?
No clue. Just not a Heat fan. I know that.
I mean, I'm not scared, but the Heat definitely got better.
traded away the Heat future, and meanwhile it's just Jaime Jaquez and Khalil Ware.
Khalil, no. Oh, man.
Two bumps.
I mean, Khalil Ware, I thought he was going to be very,
upside,
very good, but it disappointed. This was kind of my thing, was they need to trade for Giannis because Pat Riley just overvalues these just mid-level type players, just these mediocre type players over and over and over and over. As Jake Fisher just tweeted out, we got another trade.
The Grizzlies are trading again?
Shout out to the Super Chat menu going on. So we are 36 likes away from me taking another Bean Boozled every single 100. $5 Super Chat. If you mention your team, we'll talk about your team, who they drafted, who they could draft, and also the future going forward into next season. $10. We also do more of the Bean Boozled, and we already took one beer bong down. If you send it $100 Super Chat, we got you with another one. So, as always, though, what's free is hitting that thumbs up icon.
What could the Grizzlies have up their sleeve here? Wow. Memphis is trading with the Pistons. The Grizzlies are moving back from 17 to 21. The Pistons are sending 3 second-round picks to move up to this spot. And it's Abuka Okori from Stanford. The Pistons move up 4 spots to take the freshman guard from Stanford.
Are you surprised? You have him as an early second-round pick.
I have an early second-round grade on him. I am surprised. Let's just leave it there. I have a very interesting comp for him. Cameron Payne.
Ugh.
He's got a very funky shot for him.
So
it's a little hitchy. There's no lie there, but it works. I mean, he shot 35% from 3 this year. He averaged 23.2 points per game as a true freshman in the Power 4. He gets downhill, but my issue with him, and it's why I didn't have him so high here, is that he likes to get downhill, but he doesn't finish. Had .992 points per drive. That's not good, folks. I will say he's built long, 6'1" and a quarter, 6'7" and a half wingspan, 186 pounds. He absorbs contact while driving to the rim well. Like, there's just a lot of up and down with him. Struggles finishing at the rim. He wasn't the most effective playmaker. 0.93 points per possession as a PNR passer. Like, there's just better guards on the board. I mean, that's why I'm not the biggest fan of this pick. I would have preferred going with a LeBaron Philon.
Yeah.
I would have preferred going with a Christian Anderson. Like, Okori doesn't bring that much defensively. I know Philon and Anderson, you could say the same thing, but Philon and Anderson are better offensive players than Abuka Okori in my mind. So this one stuns me a bit. I think it's a bad mistake. I haven't really had a feeling of a true loser in this draft until now. I am not
Detroit
happy with what... If I'm a Pistons fan, I'm not thrilled.
I mean, I'm trying to think of what the Pistons needed in this draft, and to take a guy like... I feel like they should have went a little bit more defensively. No? Offense?
Yeah. They're a good defensive team.
Yeah.
They can barely crack 100 in the postseason. Their biggest need was secondary playmaking and shooting.
And is Abuka Okori going to be that second guy?
No, that's what I'm saying. That's like, I would have taken Christian Anderson or LeBaron Philon, who Anderson shot 41% from 3. LeBaron shot 40%. Like, I understand to a degree if you're like, well, we don't think they can play off the ball as well as Abuka may, because Philon and Anderson had the ball in their hands, creating a ton for Alabama and Texas Tech respectively. But I just don't envision Okori being a guy that you can trust as an off-ball shooter right away. I don't know. That's me. I'm a little stunned by that
I
one.
mean, you have Cade Cunningham. You have Tobias Harris. Yeah, I guess after Cunningham, you don't really have that solid 2-guard, but, I mean, at 6'1", it's an interesting pick. What?
We have another trade? Oh.
I mean, the 3 second-round picks. The Grizzlies are loading up on second-round picks.
Yeah, the Grizzlies moved.
What are they planning?
The Grizzlies moved down from pick 16 to 21 for 5 second-round picks. I don't know.
What are they doing?
They just want to accumulate assets. It's fair.
75 second-round picks. You know what?
Someone in the Heat chat said the Heat should trade up in the first round, take LeBaron Philon. I just responded, said I think I would pass out with excitement if the Heat trade up in the first round and took LeBaron Philon. Like you could end my life on the spot and I would be happy.
And what if he drops to 24?
I saw rumors that people think he could fall to 26. Like there was a couple mock drafts that came on the last 48 hours that had him going to the Nuggets at 26, which to me is wild that he could fall that far. Also, though, crazy Philon in Denver would be gross.
The pick is in for number 18.
I wonder what the 26th pick, if Philon was there, could actually cost you if you're Miami. Like, what do you have on your roster that could get you Philon? Like, pick 41 and what gets you to 26, if that were to be a thing?
Sign and trade Powell?
Would they do that?
Could you do that?
That's hard to do. You can't do it now, though. I guess
that's very true. Well, yeah.
So, like, I just don't know if the Heat have an asset. Like, they could trade. Well, like, I don't even know if this would be smart. I don't think I would do it. But would you trade Davion to get pick 26? Like, I don't.
Well, then you have to go with him as your future point, like starter.
41 and Jovic for 26. Jovic is not like the greatest asset. Like, I don't think attaching pick 41 gets you 26. Maybe it does. Actually, maybe 41 and Jovic gets you 26, especially since Nikola Jokic and has a really good relationship with Nikola Jovic.
Of course,
so maybe that's something that Denver might do. If you traded Jovic in 20 and 41 for 26, I'd be unbelievably happy. It's to get a Philon, of course. But that's crazy. That's not going to happen.
Before we get to the pick, guys, because pick number 18 is in, we still got 700 people rocking with us. 29 likes away from getting to 600. Go ahead, hit that thumbs up icon, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that like button for us, please. And with the 18th pick in the NBA draft, the Charlotte Hornets take Christian Anderson, the guard out of Texas Tech, another small guard going.
Yeah, I like Anderson way more than I like a Corey. I actually comped Anderson to a little bit of a Landry Shamet here. You look at their size, they're very similar, of barefoot, just over 6 feet, but a really solid wingspan. Anderson +6 wingspan, 6'6" and a quarter. He's athletic, 40.5-inch max vertical. He shot incredibly well from 3 this year, 41.5%. Good playmaker, 35.2% assist rate. Fun fact, you want to know who was the only other Division I player to be at least 6'1" with a 35 or a 30% assist rate and a 41% average from 3? Darius Akoff. Anderson is a guy that can lead an offense. Now, I ask you, though, Brett Alper, does this not feel like a little bit of a contingency taking Anderson
If Kobe White
leaves next week?
That's kind of what I'm thinking right now. If Kobe White leaves and they can't re-sign him, because what the Hornets had in Kobe White was a guy that can kind of put the ball on the floor, but also shoot from anywhere on the court. Because you already have LaMelo distributing the ball, kind of the guy that's bringing the ball up the court. Now, if you have your shooter, Christian Anderson could be that guy that, hey, we get this guy on a rookie contract. We don't have to pay Kobe White. Maybe you think, hey, we're going to go with him, especially he's still available at pick 18 and go with him. And, I mean, you could still re-sign Kobe White and get it, but the Hornets, they're definitely, we talked about it earlier, they're loading up and they could definitely be a team that could be sneaky good in this loaded Eastern Conference. I like this pick for them. I like them going with the shooter. I think that's what they needed because you got your center with their first pick and Anna Steinbeck, and now you're going with your shooter and Christian Anderson.
Yeah, I do wonder. They went with Anderson. What if they went with a Cameron Carr, who is like more of that two-guard off-ball shooter? There's a couple guys that I thought would go higher. Phylon and Cameron Carr kind of dropping a bit here as we get to pick 19 with Toronto. I feel like this may be the spot where Phylon goes off the board because they've been looking to upgrade at guard and kind of replace Emmanuel quickly. There's been a lot of mock drafts that have Phylon to Toronto with Corey off the board, with Anderson off the board. I guess you had the sense that Toronto was going with a point guard because why would Detroit have traded up from 21 to 17 if they didn't feel like either Toronto or Charlotte would have taken Ibuka Corey at 18 or 19? They've been looking and searching for a guard. You've had 3 picks in a row now, Mr. Alper. Sturts at 16, Corey at 17, Anderson at 18. Who was the other guard that I had to fit for Toronto? LeBaron Phylon. I would be a bit surprised if this ended up not being Phylon, knowing how badly they want to add a point guard.
They need to add
a point guard. If they didn't go LeBaron Phylon, the only player I could see it being is Cameron Carr. I just think people do not like his size because in this age, you need physicality. He's only 178 pounds. That is a concern.
That is very small.
And I don't know if he is angling his way somewhere potentially, but certainly the league is not high on Phylon as much as I am.
But you'll just sit there and say, hey, never wrong. Just early.
When he's a star in Toronto, wherever he ends up, you all can come back to this.
As we're waiting on pick number 19, we'll get to our sponsor of today's show, and that is Prize Picks, ladies and gentlemen. We use Prize Picks here at Chat Sports every single day. And why is that? Well, because it's the best place to win cash while watching sports. And now, I know we're watching the draft, but basketball's over, but that doesn't mean the fun stops on Prize Picks because we got the big soccer tournament going on, baseball in full swing, and I also do motorsports every single Sunday on Prize Picks. Personally, love sports, love making daily fantasy lineups. You guys can even follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Get the picks before they even get posted on the show. And, well, this was Rolly's lineup, and
talk about it.
Went 0 for 3, but the good news is this was a protected play from Prize Picks, so he has $15 to go make a lineup wherever we want. So he had the more on Harry Kane to score a goal. He had the more on Janko.
Goalie saves. No one took any shots.
The more on passes attempted. Did not get more passes attempted. And we had Panama and what was it? Croatia on the more on goalies saves. And nothing happened. So 0 for 3, he gets that protected play back. And guys, you can make a lineup, well, probably better than that one. Just pick more or less than a few player stats and lock in your lineup. There's a new user offer. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use code HMA, and you get $50 on lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat of today's stream, and that's code HMA to get $50 on lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right. I see you copying me, Jack.
So we still don't know who's the Raptors are picking at 19, huh?
Not yet.
Interesting.
Maybe. That Fisher tweet, he said, Jake Fisher said, we're going to get a lot of trades as we move
from 20 to 30.
Yeah, as we move into the last 10 picks of the draft. Pick number 19. Yeah, math here. Jack knows how to count. If you guys are just tuning in and missed some of the beginning of the draft, a lot of kind of predictable as Mr. Nick Roloff literally got the
12 of the first 14. I'm a lottery
12
merchant.
out of first 14. Lottery merchant?
I'm a lottery merchant.
Lottery merchant.
The lights got too bright once we got outside the lottery.
After that, it kind of just went up in the air.
I don't even know if I have many predictions that I can nail left. As we Yeah, I don't think I have. Well, I can actually in the 20s. Wow, we're going to find out live here on the Raptors. 19.
Allen Graves, a forward. They did not take a point guard.
Surprised me. Really surprised me. I don't think so. I feel like it would have been announced
out of Santa Clara. That's an interesting pick. It's a very interesting pick. 6'7" out of Santa Clara, the freshman, 225 pounds. I mean, basically, it's what they already have. They needed a point guard, but I mean, a modern NBA skill set offensively with clean shooting mechanics, passing ability consistently around the ball on defense. But, I mean, he always finds himself around the ball defensively. Ridiculous defense. I mean, 4.9 steal percentage out of 100 percentile and 5.0 block percentage, which is 86 percentile in the offensive rebound. I mean, a solid player nonetheless. It's just not something I figured that the Raptors would have truly needed when you have Scotty Barnes on the roster. It doesn't really make sense to me. I could have swore that they would go and kind of find a point guard. The only problem with him is the athleticism for him is brutal. I mean, 21.4 combine score for power forwards and 30.5 score for small forwards. And he's not vertically gifted or quick. So is him defensively going to translate to the NBA?
Yeah, this is another guy that's like the poster child of analytics. Like, people are obsessed with him. Like, I make jokes of like Spreadsheet FC being a thing on Twitter. Like, the two guys that Spreadsheet FC were obsessed with, Cam Boozer and Allen Graves. Now, I watch him play in the West Coast Conference this year for Santa Clara, and I saw a lot of good things. I didn't see a lot of great things, personally. Shot well from three, for sure. He's a really good three-point shooter. Shot 41%. He's got wide base, good mechanics. I just get concerned of a guy who isn't an athlete whatsoever playing and dominating in a mid-major. Because if you dominate in the mid-major setting, all right, cool. How are we doing that? Well, you're doing it by being more technical.
Old fundamental basketball.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, good for you. But you're not going to be able to do that with NBA-level athletes. And we just don't have that in the WCC. I'm not sold on him. I know the analytics are good. I just don't think he's going to ultimately hold up when the athleticism, length, physicality takes a leap in the NBA.
Do you have him being a starter? Because, I mean, if you look at what they have right now, you have Scotty Barnes and you have Brandon Ingram. Are you going to play him at the 2?
I don't think he starts this year.
Yeah.
He definitely can't play the 2.
That's what I'm saying.
He's a 4 or a 3.
Yeah,
I have like a mix of Kyle Anderson because he's so like unathletic and Jay Crowder.
And Jay Crowder.
That's my comp. A mix. Jay Crowder, but way more unathletic, like Kyle Anderson.
So like a nice corner shooter.
Like, he's a shooter. He is smart. He can defend. I just am not sold on this pick.
I could have definitely thought that they would take a guard because that's something they needed.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a little bit surprised by that.
Interesting pick from the Raptors as the Spurs are now on the clock, the NBA runner-ups.
I can technically get this pick right if they take Jane Quaintance.
Shout out to, is this a new super chat from Z Corp Alpha? $20.
Heat takeovers from a 2-year-old Pat Riley. Sure, whatever you say. Thanks for 20, brother. Giannis is a Giannis. I don't know who your favorite team is.
The Don.
That's what's happened to your favorite team this year.
Unless, of course, he's a Knicks fan. Unless, of course, defending champs.
Nah, that's calling your ass getting clapped.
That's belt to ass.
Tom says he wants me to announce the Knicks as the reigning champions when they're picking. I won't. Elper can.
I can do that.
I refuse to do that. I refuse.
Phylon's still here on the board. So is Cameron Carr.
I just think it's mostly because he's a little bit undersized. People get scared of that. That's my only explanation. Because he improved his three-point shooting.
Phylon looks a little like, why am I still here?
It's all part of the process, gang. Keep your head up, kid. Keep your head up. Now, someone said, I'm talking to Seeps, and I said, I can't believe Phylon's falling. This is insane. He goes, Cam Carr, too. It's crazy. He said, what if Phylon goes to Knicks? I said, I'm killing myself. Giannis for nothing.
Come on! Drop to 24!
Because, like, my happiness would go – I'm on cloud 9 all day with getting Giannis. Having my favorite guy in Phylon, who I think is going to be a star, go to the Knicks would be disgusting. It would be gross. I can't take it.
Come on! The pick is in for the Spurs. Who's it going to be?
All 4 of my draft fits for them are still there. I think they need to add more athleticism to their front court. I have Jaden Quaintance, Terrace Reed, Chris Sinak, and Zubi Ejiofor as the top options. In my mock draft, I had him taking Jaden Quaintance. We're back! We missed between 15 and 19. We're back at 20.
JQ?
JQ.
JQ! I mean, look, I really liked him when he transferred to Kentucky. I thought he was going to be an absolute dog. And for the 4 games or however many he played, it's a handful. He looked great. And he looked like he was going to be one of those big men to absolutely dominate. Look, he's not your tallest player at only 6'9", but he can play he is a physical player that can definitely dominate on the floor. And he is an amazing athlete, and I hope he doesn't play good because he screwed my team for the entire...
This is like one of those picks to where, like, I said this if he fell to the Knicks at 24. If this works out, this is unbelievable. This is one of my greatest nights. Wait, you're happy? I know you like zip it off with Xavier. We're talking about, we got our Bulls host coming in here with Dalen Swain. Quaint's at 20. Would you not prefer Carr or Phylon?
I would have preferred Carr, but Phylon.
Who's playing in the backcourt? Because
shooting's going to be an issue for this ball.
you fucking think? Your starting lineup is Josh Giddey, Dalen Swain, Caleb Wilson, Buzelis, and Claxton. They're the worst shooting team in America.
6'9", 6'7", 6'10", 6'10", 7 foot.
How are they going to shoot? Everyone's going to pack the paint.
We'll figure that out in 2 years.
How are they going to get? I don't know. That's unbelievable. That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
There are some concerns with Quaintance and his knee, but I feel like as Shaedon Sharpe did it a couple years ago with Kentucky, it was, hey, I don't want to play and hurt my stock because I might not be 100%, but man, he's a great defender.
Let's talk about Jaden here because as a freshman at Arizona State before he tore his ACL, 9.8% block percentage, 2.2 steal percentage, plus 2.9 defensive plus minus plus, 87 percentile. By the way, he was voted, if I'm not mistaken, all Big 12 defensive team, only playing 24 games. I would not look at his stats this year at Kentucky as the indicator of what he can be at the next level.
I agree.
It is all about staying healthy and developing because this guy is big, physical, athletic, a good defender, and a great lob threat. This guy reminds me to a T of Robert Williams. He might be the biggest ultimate player comp that I've ever seen.
Time
because,
Lord?
like, think about it. Like, what is Robert Williams? A big that's big, athletic, strong, unbelievably good defensively, like an all-NBA level defender,
With
but
the
he
knee
just
problem.
can't stay healthy with knee issues.
Yeah.
That is Jaden Quaintance. But it's worth the risk here because if he's able to be on the floor more than Robert Williams can be,
He's going
that's
to
an
be insane.
unbelievably good pick for San Antonio. And I can't imagine a defensive duo of healthy Jaden Quaintance and Victor Wembanyama. That shit's scary. That shit's scary.
It's very, very scary. If you guys are just tuning in, we still got 600 people rocking with us. Also, 14 likes away from 600. Go through the draft here. First top 4 picks. Dabansa going to the Wizards. Peterson going to the Jazz. Cameron Boozer to the Memphis Grizzlies. And Caleb Wilson to the Chicago Bulls. Sam, I talk fast. You know that. Keaton Wagler going to the Clippers. Miguel Brown Jr. going to the Brooklyn Nets. Darius Acup Jr., who I think could be one of the best guards in the draft, going to the Sacramento Kings. Kingston Flemings, the guard out of Houston, going to the Atlanta Hawks. Morez Johnson Jr., the big man from Michigan. You can see these next 3 out of 4 picks are all Michigan. Johnson goes to the Dallas Mavericks. Braden Burries goes to the Milwaukee Bucks. Yaxel Lendenborg, the forward, going to the Golden State Warriors. And today, Mara going to the Oklahoma City Thunder. Nate Ament, Rolly's least favorite pick of the entire NBA draft.
Between him and Ibuka Corey.
Going to the Milwaukee Bucks.
Actually, throw Alan Graves in there, too.
Anna Steinbeck, great pick for Charlotte Hornets. Dalen Swain going to the Chicago Bulls. And Bennett Sturtz back or going to OKC as they had 2 picks in the first round. Ibuka Okori to the Detroit Pistons. Christian Anderson going to the Charlotte Hornets. They had 2 picks in the first round. Alan Graves, the forward, going to the Toronto Raptors. And then our latest pick, Jaden Quaintance, my Kentucky fellow who only played in 5 games, going to San Antonio.
I just feel like the Grizzlies have to take Phylon here.
If they don't,
I'd be stunned, and I'm really puzzled. Can I count it as a win if he goes to Memphis, but just 5 picks later than I originally had in the mock draft?
I'll allow it.
I think you allowed it.
If they get this, would they be the biggest winner?
Yeah, Boozer, Phylon, and 5 extra second-round picks. That'd be the biggest winner I have in the draft.
Who do you guys think is the biggest winner in the NBA draft so far? Let us know down in the comment section. See? Yeah. Yeah, let me know down below, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go with Charlotte as of now.
You like what they did there with Anderson and Steinbeck?
Yeah.
It's good. It's good
I also
duo.
like what the Thunder did.
Mara and Sturtz is fun. I would say Boozer and Phylon would be that'd be getting my number 2 and number 6 player.
Not yet, though, but they haven't drafted
Yeah,
them
that's what I
yet.
said. If they take LeBaron and Phylon, they would get my personal number 2 and number 6 player in this draft with pick 3 and pick 21 and accumulating 5 second-round picks. If the Grizzlies take Phylon, they are the biggest winner of the draft for me on night 1, and I don't know how they could actually F it up on day 2 to not actually be that just overall. Listen, I'm not going to claim that I know all and everything, and my scouting will be correct, but I am just a major believer in Phylon. But I did see on mock drafts this last 24, 48 hours, multiple mock drafts. Kevin O'Connor, I believe, and No Ceilings NBA had Phylon going 26 to the Nuggets. So clearly there was intel being passed around that Phylon may slip, and the Nuggets are a team to watch out for him late first round.
Well, if he drops to 24, give it to me.
This is the Memphis Grizzlies picking at 21 after the trade.
Technically, yeah. If we want to combine these trades like a bunch of assholes.
Like a bunch of a-holes. Okay. All right. I guess Jake Fisher is just no longer getting any of these picks.
Wow, Michael Scotto is on it.
I'm on Mike Scotto. Lopez.
Yeah, I actually like that pick too, though. I mean, I'm surprised they didn't go Phylon, but I do like this pick. How about this, folks? The first Mexican-born player to be drafted in the first round, I think, if I'm not mistaken, in history. I think.
When was Jose Alvarado drafted? But he's not even. He's New
not
York.
Born, yeah. Okay, so this was the stat. I was right. First in history, it's the second in total. That was the thing.
Who's the first?
I don't know. It was some rando. Yeah, he was drafted in the second round. Oh, wow. Look at Sam Brown.
Look at Sam Brown.
Yeah, but either way, fun stat there. Now, let's talk about Kareem Lopez here. This is a high upside pick for Memphis. And this is a team that clearly is not planning on contending now. And, that's not a, new thing here. But this guy's 6'8" and a quarter, 6'11" and a half wingspan. I mean, he's 19, but he's got an NBA-ready frame. He's 6'8" with a 6'11" wingspan at 222 pounds.
Yeah.
So he's built out at 19. He's been playing for the New Zealand Breakers in the NBL. That league may sound familiar. You had RJ Hampton, LaMelo Ball, amongst other players play in that league before being drafted. I like the way he gets to the rim. Shot 62.3 in the restricted area this year. He does get beat off the dribble a bit too easily for my liking, but he does have the length and recovery speed to recover. 2.2 stocks per game. 1 block, 1.2 steals per game. He rebounds the ball really well. Shot 62.1% in transition and 76.3% as an off-ball cutter. He is way more mature than his 19-year-old age would suggest. He's been playing professional for a little bit. It shows in the way he plays. These are two smart, big, physical players the Memphis Grizzlies have added in the draft.
Those are smart plays. I mean, 2 forwards. It feels like they traded. They're probably going to trade Ja Morant, but getting rid of Jaren Jackson Jr., they're building towards the future. And it feels like Kareem Lopez is going to develop into a very solid player, as he's only 19 years old and he's already looking like a solid NBA frame.
Yeah. I mean, I think these two can really be fun. I don't think Lopez starts. He's coming off the bench, obviously. I don't think he unseats Cedric Howard or Jalen Wells in that starting 5. I do still wonder what the plan for Memphis is at point guard. Do they end up holding on to Ja Morant now if nobody is interested in him, which it sounds like no one really is.
Nobody is.
They might not be able to get rid of Ja Morant. So they might just say, all right, Ja, Cedric, Wells, Boozer, and Edie. Let's roll. I like Kareem. I had a mid to late first-round grade on him. Kind of reminds me a bit of Kelly Oubre Jr. If he's able to figure out that three-point shot and be consistent, then he becomes Jalen Johnson.
And then, I mean, if you look at his shot chart, he can shoot pretty well from the right wing, 46%, 42% from the corner. If he figures out that shot, he's going to be a deadly player.
76ers on the clock here. This was the updated trade involving the Pistons, Thunder, and Grizzlies. Thunder took Bennett Sturts, Pistons took Abuka Corey, and the Grizzlies ended up taking Kareem Lopez. I would imagine the Sixers go for shooting.
Is this where Phylon goes?
I think they go, if I had to guess, Isaiah Evans. I could see them going Koa Pete. There was rumors about Pete trying to navigate his way to Philly. I think Zubi Ejiofor is a good fit in that front court as well. I think Evans would be a good pick here.
Do you go with another guard? I mean, you already have Maxey and Edgecombe. Or do you go with a wing here? Because you got us, but then... Because I don't think that Quentin Grimes is going to stay, so that could be someone that you could find to have off the bench. But you have Maxey, you have Edgecombe, you have Paul George and Embiid. Do you get your 3?
Yeah, I feel there's a couple options here that makes a lot of sense. Carr I could see, because you could play Edgecombe at the 3, hypothetically.
Yeah, you could play Edgecombe at the 3.
I get reminded of Devin Vassell when it comes to Cam Carr a lot. So you've seen Vassell play the 3.
Or you could get a 4 and always play Paul George at the 3.
It's true, too. They've got options here. They've got options. I'm having fun.
We've been live for 4.5 hours. We're going to be live again tomorrow. That's why you hit that sub button. We made it to 435,000, ladies and gentlemen. And if you guys want more NBA news, putting out a video tomorrow. And, of course, like we said, we'll be live. So hit that sub button right now so you don't miss out on a single thing. Can we hit 435,100 tonight? We are 36 away. Hit that sub button right now, ladies and gentlemen.
I think so.
I can see. Come on. Let's just see it go. See it go up.
I think so. Hit that sub button if you haven't already.
T. Lee coming in with a 2. SOS, Pels got me down bad.
Pelicans were rumored to want to trade up in this draft. Well, at this point, we're at pick 22.
They have not.
They have not. Rainbow Cow. Rolly, if you were the Mavs GM, how would you rebuild? I would trade PJ Washington. I would trade Daniel Gafford. And I would trade Klay Thompson. I'm going into a full youth movement. I'm riding with Cooper. I know people are going to be maybe salty about this. You ain't contending against the Spurs or Thunder in the next 2 years. Trade Kyrie. There's no, I get it if you want to have Kyrie kind of mentor Cooper Flag and give him some offensive relief. But why not trade him while he still has any value around the league? Get draft capital, get young guys. You're not going to be able to compete with the Spurs or Thunder in the next 2-3 years. Your best hope is to get prepared and ready for 4 to 7 years down the line. Probably closer to the 7 range. If Flag develops in the player that we think he can be, maybe that timeline accelerates. But
the pick is in.
There's not much around this team. Man, that fucking sucks. Yeah.
Yep, to Philly.
Yeah.
This just doesn't make sense to me.
He can play off the ball. He did that as a freshman at Alabama.
He can play off the ball, but they just have so many guards.
They do.
They have way too many guards.
First what?
Mara almost there. Mara was
So now, if we look at the 76ers roster and we look at all the guards, I'm assuming Quentin Grimes is not going to be back.
No, I feel like he's testing the waters for sure.
Yeah. Do you have Maxey and Edgecombe?
Like I said, you could play Edgecombe at the 3, hypothetically.
You could play Edgecombe. Yeah.
But I will say, they needed another guard off the bench. That is something they needed.
That just, them drafting Phylon just tells me Grimes is gone.
Yeah. My question is, they didn't really have a point guard off the bench anyway, though, right?
They don't have a ball. They didn't have a guy who could carry the ball.
It's Maxey and no one. I think this is the steal of the draft. 4-star recruit. Guys, he entered the NBA draft last year, and it was projected to go in the late teens, early 20s. But withdrew to go back to school and improve his stock. And to me, he did. I have him as the 6th overall player in this draft. He went from a usage rate of 21% to 29.9%. And not only did his usage rate go up by a full 8%, but his three-point percentage went up 8% from 31 and change to 39.9. His field goal percent went from 45% to 50%. He gets to the rim. 84th percentile rim attempts per 100 possessions. Shot 65.7% at the rim. Shot 10.3 three-point attempts per 100. Shot 40%. 10 free throw attempts per 100. This guy gets to the rim. He gets to the line. He's an efficient three-point shooter. Is he an elite level athlete? No. But he's meticulous with everything he does. He has the ball on a string with his handle. And people will bring up the 176 pounds and that weight. I understand it. But he is a rarity to where he actually seeks out contact when he goes to the rim. He's not someone that doesn't want contact. He goes out and delivers it first before he finishes. This is a home run pick. Even if you question the fit with Phylon in Philly to where he plays, this is a best player available pick. And it's a move that I really like. I said he plays very similar to Timu SGA.
Timu SGA.
And I mean really, really Timu here. But the way he's methodical, attacking angles, the pump fakes, the up and unders, the step backs, it just is SGA. Some people said he was an Andrew Nembhard type of guy last year. Well, if you go back to that potential comp of last year with Andrew Nembhard, that's what they're hoping he could be to Tyrese Maxey, who I guess in this scenario would be the Tyrese Halliburton.
And would you say, I see a lot of people talking in the chat, this is kind of the Jared McCain replacement?
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't understand that trade in the first place, and you kind of got a guy that can also kind of distribute the ball, who can also create a shot at anywhere on the court.
I mean, when I watch him play, I saw SGA. I'm betting on him, man. Listen, he's my guy, so I'm riding or dying with him because I'm higher on him than a lot of people. But I'm going to say if I had to bet on one player to outperform their draft slot, give me LeBaron Philo.
Well, he'll be playing the New York Knicks, my team, and unfortunately, I hate when Philly gets good players. But if you guys want to get some merch, we are selling it right now, especially ahead of 4th of July, which I think is just in 2 weeks now, is it? 2 weeks. So if you want to get your shirts today.
Week and a half.
Chatsports.com/USA. We got that in the live chat for you guys. If you want to get the 250-year shirt with the American flag, you could also get your tanks today. 250 years for the blue one. Get yours today. Click the link down in the chat. You can buy yours right now. Chatsports.com/USA.
So the Hawks took Kingston Flemings at 8. I have them taking a big man here. I think it should be Terrace Reed. That would be a great pick.
Well, the pick is in.
Oh, I see it. I'm not mad at this either, though.
So Michael Scotto is
he's been carrying.
He's been carrying. No more Jake Fisher.
I mean, Cam Carr falling, I'm not going to lie. With the Knicks on the clock officially, y'all have to take Carr. That would be crazy.
Ooh.
But Zuby Ejiofor, the forward/big, he's a hybrid, heads to the Hawks at 23. They needed more size in that front court. Zuby is a great option. There was some buzz from Ian Begley that Ejiofor was one of the top players that the Knicks wanted at 24.
I know we worked him out.
So the Hawks may have gotten intel there and said, well, we know the Knicks want him. We'll snipe him here at 23.
I mean, this is a solid pick for the Hawks. I mean, they got who they taken their
Kingston
first pick?
Flemings.
Kingston
Flemings and Ejiofor.
I don't mind this at all. I mean, 16.3 points per game, 7 rebounds, and he's only the one of 3 players in the nation with Yaxel and Boozer to be top 15 in both offensive BPM and defensive BPM. So solid player, physicality on both ends of the floor, can guard 2 through 5, quick laterally, 7.2 block percentage, which is 80th percentile, and 2.2 steal percentage. So they're going up. You're getting a big man and a guard for Atlanta and a guy that can kind of score the basketball and also a big defensive guy from St. John's.
Yeah, I mean, I would have personally, if I was a Hawks fan, wanted to go a bit bigger here. Because Onyeka Okongwu, who I like as well, I know you've said it, he's a shorter, smaller big.
6'9", 6'10"?
Yeah, Ejiofor is only 6'8" with shoes on. I mean, I've comped them to a bit of an Aaron Gordon. It's like, I just don't know what to play. Like, is he going to play small ball 5 or is he going to be a wing? He has the agility to be a wing, but I do think he needs to lose some weight if he wants to play on the perimeter, because I don't think he'll be able to do that at 245 pounds. But he won the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar Award this year, Big East Player of the Year, 2-time first-team All-Big East, Big East Defensive Player of the Year this season.
A lot of accolades.
Like, his accolades are through the roof. Started his career at Kansas before transferring to St. John's. 38-inch max vert, 88 agility score. Ejiofor is an athlete. He's a tweener. Motor runs high. I like the pick, but I do wonder, should the Hawks have went with a more traditional
bigger
like
center.
Terrace Reed in this spot? That's my only question mark. I think, like, y'all taking Cam Carr or Terrace Reed would be really freaking good.
We'll see. We'll see as the defending NBA champions are now on the clock.
Ooh.
The defending NBA champs.
Ooh.
We'll see. I mean, the Knicks definitely need, if they know that Mitchell Robinson is leaving in free agency, if they know they're not going into the second apron, you have to go with a center here. You have to go with a big man. You cannot have, as much as I love Ariel Hukporti, you cannot have him be your first guy off the bench, and then after that, Jeremy Sohan. And if you do think that Mitchell Robinson is going to stay, then guess what? You go with the guard as a replacement for Landry Shamet, because there is no way in hell that Landry Shamet is going to stay with what he did, and it does not matter as the Knicks are trading 24 to the Lakers.
So the Lakers
They're pick swapping.
The Lakers wanted to move up one spot. They clearly value someone here. I feel like it's Reed. They need a big man.
They need a big man.
And I just feel like Terrace Reed is that really perfect fit for the Lakers here.
Is he big enough?
He's 6'9" and 3/4. So with shoes, he'll be 6'10" and change. That's fine. 7'4" and 1/4 wingspan. So even if he lacks maybe an inch in height, he makes up for it with a egregious wingspan. He is an athlete, 88 agility scorer, 6th man of the year in the Big East in 2025, first team All Big East this year. In the last 2 years, he's been 80th percentile in both offensive rebound percentage and defensive rebound percentage. Has really silky smooth footwork in his back-to-the-basket game as well. I compare him a little bit to Darryn Sharp, the big in Brooklyn. The Lakers need a rim runner and rebounder at that center spot for Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves, assuming they break him back. There's no one better for them right now than Terrace Reed.
I definitely agree. If they go with anybody but a center, they have something else in mind in free agency.
I would be a bit puzzled. I can't lie. If they went with a guard or someone like that, it'd be a bit of a stunner. I mean, we're about to find out, though. Yeah, this is the trade. Announced details will be soon. I imagine if we take any solace in what the Grizzlies got, moving down one spot from OKC, they moved down one spot for 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's what I meant, 2 seconds.
So maybe the Knicks get one. I mean, it's a less value pick, hypothetically. So maybe 1 or 2 second-round picks to move back one spot.
Late second round, so
checks out to me.
We always trade.
I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
No, you're good.
If you can hold it
Yeah,
down.
I could definitely hold
it
down.
For the final.
Minute 42 left on the clock for the Los Angeles Lakers. And yeah, I would assume that the Knicks, I mean, they love to load up on those second-round picks. And right now, I mean, as defending champions, you kind of just go with whatever you get best of. And for the Lakers, they need a lot more players than the New York Knicks. But right now, for the Lakers, they truly need is a center. As you see the draft fits from Roley, it's all centers because you have your guards in literally Luka Doncic. We'll see if LeBron comes back to the Los Angeles Lakers, but we saw how bad DeAndre Ayton was for the Lakers last season, and then you bring him off the bench. You had Austin Hayes and Jared Vanderbilt, but they really didn't show anything. And the Lakers felt like down inside, that was their biggest problem, and that was the reason why they got swept by the Thunder, didn't they? The Lakers. They got swept by the Thunder. So we'll see. I mean, Roley's guy is Terrace Reed Jr. out of UConn. We'll see who the Lakers have, but the pick is in. Sam, do we have it as of now? Not yet. Not quite yet. Raider Des says, take CNEC. It's one spot. One spot means a lot, man. One spot means a lot. Here's your best available. Cameron Carr, Chris Sinak Jr., Trayvon Brazile. I'm a big fan of Brazile, but you need someone for the Lakers that's going to be an absolute big man for this team. So we'll see once the pick is in. And then finally we get to see the Malik Brown. Yeah. Brazile, I feel like could be solid, but I like Reed for the Lakers a lot more. What do you guys think? What should the Lakers do here? Should they take a center? We're also 4 likes away from 600, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go. The pick is in. Cameron Carr is going to the Lakers. Oh, my goodness. What the hell are the Lakers doing? You need a center. What? I mean, best player available, but what are the Lakers doing? Is Austin Reeves out? Is Austin Reeves out? 6'4".
I like the pick.
To break it down for us, Rolly. I mean, 6'4" guard out of Baylor. I mean, a long wingspan, 19 points per game score, and I mean, one hell of an athlete.
Yeah, listen, do they need a big man? Sure. What do you need playing with Luka Doncic, though? You need shooting.
Score, yeah.
You need shooting. Cameron Carr shot 37% from 3 last season. Has a +9 wingspan, 6'4.5", 7'3" wingspan. I had a mid-first round grade on him. 42.5-inch max vertical. I said it a second ago. I'll say it again. His size and athleticism and shooting reminds me a lot of Devin Vassell. Devin Vassell can play the 3.
He can play 1 through 3.
I think Cam Carr, he needs to add weight. He's only 184.5 pounds. That's a concern. But you've got now Luka, Reeves, Cam Carr. I get it. Who is playing the 4 and 5 for this new look Lakers squad, assuming LeBron leaves or retires? But man, that starting like 1, 2, 3.
I mean, it's good.
That's pretty solid.
It's just, I just feel like you don't. If you have Austin Reeves, which I think he's staying, you have your 2 scorers.
But like, Carr can play off the ball. Now, does he want the ball to be in his hands? Sure, absolutely does. Like, how I don't blame Pelinka for.
I mean, they took the best player available by
correct
far.
for going BPA and being unable to pass on a guy that has a +9 wingspan, a 42.5-inch max vert, and can shoot from the parking lot. Like, you drafted Dalton Connect a couple years ago. This is Dalton Connect on steroids. So this is everything you hope Dalton Connect could be and more.
But now I'll ask, like, let's say LeBron does not come back. They are going to be absolute food inside.
Yeah, I imagine if LeBron doesn't resign, they go out and bring back Rui Hachimura and give him more than the non-taxpayer mid-level so you can ultimately retain him.
And then is Hayes Vanderbilt?
I mean, Ayton technically,
still, yeah.
I think is under contract. Is it a team option or player option for Ayton? I can't remember. Let me look it up.
Everyone's favorite player just got traded to the Knicks.
Cash considerations. We want that
it's a
money.
Player option. I have a hard time believing that he's going to opt out of that. He's not getting more than $8 million per year, DeAndre Ayton.
Jackson Hayes.
Maybe he is. I don't know. I don't really like the Lakers' chances to do anything in the Western Conference next year. But I like Cameron Carr as a player, so I'm not going to fault him for taking BPA.
Okay, so it was the 1-year deal for Jackson Hayes. So maybe he returns. Maybe they re-sign him. They had Luke Kennard, who turned lights out towards the end of the season. He was a solid shooter.
Are you stunned that the Knicks only got cash considerations to move back one spot? I am a bit.
What do they want the cash for?
I don't even know what cash considerations does.
I still don't know.
Like, and maybe this is showing that I just don't know the intricacies of a front office. But like, I'm 99% sure the cash you're getting is not really impacting your ability to sign anyone in free agency.
I don't think so. I think it's literally just money.
James Dolan's security tech.
What's more impactful than cash considerations?
Listen, I'll say this. Like, if you knew for 1,000% certainty that the Lakers were going to take Carr and you weren't, then who gives a shit? I guess make some money. And
James Dolan makes some more money.
Make some more money and move back one spot. But, like, it's a bit odd. I think they should take Terrace Reed or Chris Sinak. Quaintance and Ejiofor is off the board. They need to get a big man in the event that Mitchell Robinson leaves in free agency. Reed is my best big available. Who's actually my best player available, period? I've lost track.
I have
Now that Carr's gone, it is Sanak. Wow. I didn't know I actually put Sanak above Reed.
My Lakers fan in my group chat is having a mental breakdown right now.
I don't get it. I don't see this as a bad pick from Los Angeles.
Well, I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens. But the pick is in for your NBA champion, New York Knicks.
Go ahead and announce and talk about it since you're so excited. Oh.
It just says pick is in. Oh, I do love saying when the pick is in. Well, it says pick is in on the graphic. Shout out T. Lee. Says cash considerations is money. That's it. That's what quiche stands for. Quiche. All right, what do we got?
Who do you think they took before you see it? Do you think they went big?
I think they went Terrace Reed.
Be a great pick. Yeah, I can announce this one.
All right.
Y'all, yeah, you could take, yeah. Y'all also need kind of a guard to maybe back up. I wonder.
Am I turning around or not?
I wonder if y'all would take Malik Thomas. That's an interesting player. Or Isaiah Evans, honestly.
All right, what do we got here?
I can see the Knicks going multiple ways here.
No. Why am I turning around already? I mean, you don't have to put it up on screen.
I had the Knicks going Ibuka Corey. Bummer. Yeah, or Pistons. Bums. Pistons or bums.
Pistons.
Wow, we were so hot on that mock draft, man. And once we got to pick 15,
it just
went
went
really falling off. Only pick that I've gotten right was the Spurs at 20.
You're a lottery merchant.
Acquaintance.
And I'm out of water.
I feel like I could get hot late, though. Like, if y'all don't take Malik Thomas, if y'all don't see, I could see it. Wait a minute. Why is he turning around? He's going to see it live. He's going to hear it. He's announcing trades.
Adam Silver, get to the pick already, you bowling pin. Come on. You old-fashioned painting.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Let's go back.
Is this your last guy on your big board at number 30?
My last guy with Monster.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
I had him, I think, at 28.
I mean, let me see.
27. In the mock. Big board, 27.
Okay, so this is basically, so what I'm looking at here is he is your Landry Shamet replacement.
I think
41% from three?
I think he's a bit more than that. Like, I wouldn't say that his role in the NBA is going to be a movement off-ball shooter like Shamet is. No, I think you should get the ball in this kid's hands a lot more. Now, can he play as that role? Sure. Shot 41% from three, 29.5% assist rate, though. I mentioned it. Only players in the NCAA to have those numbers in this draft, Darius Acuff and Christian Anderson.
Yeah.
He also rejected high-level NCAA offers to return the Valencia basket this past year. One, Liga Endesa, best young player this season, shot 41% from three, 44% shooting as the ball handler in the pick and roll. So he's got some upside as a scorer off the bounce. Now, most of his shots, like half his shots, came from three. So he is used as a three-point shooter, but I think he's best kind of playing on the ball. Like, he deserves to have the ball in his hands a little bit.
I mean, that's another thing that the Knicks really didn't have, because if you see the times when the Knicks were down in the playoffs, what was the problem? When Jalen Brunson came off the court, or when they were full court pressing him and you needed to get the ball in someone else's hands, nobody else could take the ball up the court until it was Jose Alvarado. And Jose Alvarado, I love you, man, but like, he wasn't the guy who could bring the ball up the court. So you needed someone that can handle and be that number one, especially coming off the bench for Jalen Brunson.
Yeah, I don't know if you've seen my comp for him, but I think it's very similar to Ty Jerome. Not the most athletic guy whatsoever. Certainly needs to add a little weight to his frame. Listed at 198 at 6'6". Probably need to get to the 210 level there to handle NBA physicality, but he's got some upside to him, 20 and a half years old. The one thing I will say, I said he's a shooter. He is awful at finishing at the rim. Only shot 54% at the rim.
That's
on only offense. You're basically looking at him as someone who's going to shoot a lot of deep threes.
Deep threes, and if not, we'll kick the ball out to Muhammad Diawara.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Yeah, hold on.
It's a draft and stash?
Wow, I didn't know that. I don't think that was known. Wow. Sergio De La Rey is expected to be a draft and stash, so he's not even going to be with the Knicks this year. How many times have you guys done that? I swear to God, you guys do it the most out of any team in the league.
We did it with that. What was his name? I can't remember his name. He was a second-round pick, and we had his draft rights were traded around like it was. No, Pacome Dadier's on the Knicks. It was like a Jonas something.
I will say, just based off recent memory, has there been a team in the late 20s that have taken more international guys than the New York Knicks over the last 5 years? I don't think there has.
Let's see here. You have Pacome Dadier.
You guys took another draft.
Ariel Huck-Porty.
Maybe it was him because he didn't come right away, right? Or did he?
No, he did.
He did?
Muhammad Diawara.
Did he come right away?
Yeah. He was last year's second-round pick.
Maybe I'm just thinking instead of not playing right away, just it was straight-up international guys. I haven't heard anyone talk about him as a draft and stash guy, so I'm a little bit stunned that he doesn't plan on coming here for next season.
That's interesting. And you wasted a first-round pick for that.
Thinking for the future, NBA champs, I guess you don't have as much urgency.
That doesn't sound right. Appreciate you, T. Lee. $2 super chat, cash considerations. I'm trying to figure out who that player was.
Yeah, I don't know. I just had this in the production. I didn't think that was out there. So that's a bit stunning to me. We only have 4 picks left in this first round, 26, 27, 28, 29, 35 picks. Bad at math. As we get to the end of the first round, shout out your favorite team for me down in the comment section. Spam it. And we're going to pick one team that we see in about a minute.
No, I'm just...
And then we will... And then we will ultimately... pick who to talk about in a minute. So spam your favorite team.
Spam it down below.
Lotteray is going to give shout-outs. Yep.
All right, here we go. I see Caleb. I see Mike Dibble, absolute Chat Sports legend. Chua Lore. I see Real. I see Peter. And then a lot of the same guys. Shout out to all of you. I see Ashlyn in here. There's
Papa Nicolau.
There's Suave from the Raiders Report. Shout out to Caleb, Mark Lee, Chula. We got Mike Dibble, Natty Ice in the chat also, as well. Jay Hearn. Keep them coming. Let's get that chat rate up.
I've lost count. Leandro Balmaro. He was a draft and stash for the Knicks. We got a trade. Pick it.
I saw the Rockets first. My guy, Rao. I think he said Jeremy Chug sent him. So shout out Chug. Shout out the Rockets today.
That's who it is. Look, Ian Begley just tweeted it out. The guy.
Wow, look at that.
Jakubaitis. I knew it was like a Jonas Jakob, whatever, something.
No draft picks last year. Didn't own a first-round pick this year. Rockets do own an early second-round pick this year. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 38 or 39.
God, that logo
I think.
is so
It's
ugly.
early second round, I know. They need more, I think, guard depth or maybe even a big man. Chugs and I have talked about some guys, Rel. I feel like they could be going after a Timon Lipsey, a Jane Bradley, Braden Smith. I feel like they're going to look at a guard. They need some guard depth.
Is Fred VanVleet picking up that option?
We do not know as of yet.
They took, the Spurs took Terrace Reed.
The smart organizations do smart things. You know why they traded up to 26? Because the Celtics would have taken him at 27.
Oh, yeah.
That's an incredible decision there by the San Antonio Spurs.
I mean, he was your best player. He was one of your best players available. Big man. Who's coming in here?
Oh, Brian, that one was confused me.
Not allowed. Get out.
Terrace Reed, 6'9", center out of UConn. Got a long wingspan, 7'4", 14 points per game scored, 9 rebounds, and efficient shooter. I mean, 60.7 field goal percentage. And like Rolly said, I mean, just good teams make smart decisions. He is physicality and aggressiveness. Look, it might not seem like the Spurs needed another big man, but after Wemby, like you saw Luke Cornett come onto the court, and it felt like they got a little soft. I mean, that is not the case with a guy like Terrace Reed in 2026. I mean, 14.2 offensive rebound percentage, which is 82nd percentile, and 82nd percentile on defensive rebounding. It feels like they are going to have that physicality with Terrace Reed. That's something that they didn't have with Luke Cornett.
Yeah, I mean, they drafted Jaden Quaintance to 20, which I thought was a phenomenal pick, and they trade up here to get him. And that just gives you insurance. Like, they clearly wanted to add a lot of depth, physicality, athleticism to the front court. They just didn't feel, I guess, like Luke Cornett was good enough, or they want to play more Wemby at the 4, since on offense he likes to play on the perimeter anyway. Well, Reed and Quaintance are both physical, athletic, good rim protection big men.
Yeah. And it feels like you said, like, just in case that knee is not good with JQ, you have your insurance with Terrace Reed.
And, I will personally guarantee that one of these two guys ends up being an above-average big man in the NBA. Am I going to say an all-star level guy? No, probably not. But in terms of filling a role and being a high-level impact guy to winning, one of these two guys will end up being a great. But this is what smart organizations do. You trade an early second-rounder and 2 future second-round picks to move up at the end of the first and grab a guy that can be a day-one contributor for you if you feel like it might take some time for Quaintance to be ready. That's just – I can't say good things. The Spurs are absolutely one of my winners in this draft.
It's just a smart move. And it's something like they saw what they struggled with throughout the NBA Finals, and it's clear they have their backcourt of the future, which is probably going to be one of the best backcourts, if not the best backcourt in the NBA, with Castle, with Harper, and I mean, they're just getting better, and they might run the West for the time being. I mean, it is going to be
an arms race.
It's going to be a
them and OKC.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2-team race in the West.
It's an arms race. This is the information on that trade. Nuggets obviously feeling comfortable moving back to the second round and picking up 2 future second-round picks. Man, I love what the Spurs have done. And also, I said this underrated note, I think the Celtics, their dream would have been Reed at 27.
Because they now
I can't guarantee that they would have taken him, but I would say the best fit for Boston would have been Reed at 27. So the fact that San Antonio probably felt something similar, traded up 1 spot ahead of them to take him, that's just a home run selection, man. That's a smart organization doing smart things.
All right, we got the 600 likes.
Oh. Did we? I feel like I gave 6 players. I talked about their early second-round pick and gave 5 or 6 guys that I think they could target.
Well, we hit 600. Keep hitting that thumbs up icon every single time we hit 100. We take this. I don't know if this is peach barf or this is dead fish. Oh, Jesus.
I could snipe 2 more in my mock draft if the Celtics take Koa Pete and the Cavs take Chris Sanac Jr. Give me 2 more, baby.
I don't know what that was, but it tastes pretty good.
So I guess it's peach. Hit that like button if you haven't already. First round coming to conclusion here. I mean, seems like the viewership knows it as well. There really hasn't been much surprises. I mean,
no surprise.
Maybe we get something crazy here in the last 4 picks, but like, am I shocked that Sanac, Brazil, Pete, and Evans are on the board? No, not really. Like, I could have told you that was probably the case, although I was really high on Trayvon Brazil. I mean, nobody really went way too high for me. Like, on my big board, I wouldn't have taken Ibuka Corey as early as they did. He ultimately went like 17th to the Pistons. This is a good pick. That's a good pick.
Yep, they took the
Celtics take Chris Sanac Jr., my top player on the board. This is a guy that I think Celtics fans will get excited about.
Yep, I know that Celtics Today host Tyler
Is that someone
Smith is
who
going
he
to be
said
happy.
he wanted a lot?
I can't remember who we said. But solid pick for him. I mean, they needed a big man, and they got a big man in Chris Sanac Jr. Right now, they were dealing with Nemes Keita, and I couldn't even name their other.
Yeah.
Oh, and then Vucevic.
He's kind of a mix between a big and a forward, if you're asking me, because he is 6'9", or 6'10", excuse me. He played the 4 at Houston, deferring to JoJo Tugler, who was the center there. 7'5" wingspan. 37-inch vertical. 99th percentile lane agility. 93rd percentile shutter run. So this is an athlete who's got size. He's got a +7 wingspan, as we already mentioned. 26% defensive rebound percentage. He has a high motor. He chose to go to Houston over schools like LSU, Auburn, Arkansas, Baylor, Kentucky, Tennessee. Why? He wanted to be coached hard. He wanted to be put in a position where it was either feast or famine. And although it wasn't the most successful freshman season for Sanac, I think it ultimately will benefit him in the long run. And because of his activity on the glass, the athleticism, and rim protection, did have a solid defensive season, I think he can be someone close to Jared Allen. But I also could see him be almost like a teammate of Jared Allen, Evan Mobley, if he's able to figure it out offensively. His shot diet's really bad. He ultimately settled for a lot of mid-ranges, 8.6 shots per 100. That's not good, especially when you shoot 43% in the mid-range. There's some things that need to be cleaned up with the shot form. But if you're Boston and you want me to sell you this pen, you just got an athletic, high-motor big that has some floor spacing upside that can play the 4 or the 5. And Joe Mazzulla will like Chris Sanac and his mentality.
As long as they play Mazzulla ball, which is, hey, we are going to distribute the ball. We are going to kick it out to every single person on the court, and someone is going to take a 3. And, I mean, 33% three-point shooting. Look, if he can shoot, he can shoot. That's something that they're going to want.
Jimmy
so
Jones!
I'd say this is a very solid pick for Boston. I'm never going to root for Boston, but we'll see if they can beat the Knicks. We'll see if they can beat the Knicks. Let's recap picks 17 through 27. Ibuka Okori going round 1, and Chugs, you didn't do a very good job for that one. You were right, Ed. You were right here. Get on the mic, my guy.
What's up? What's up? How we doing? Bro, honestly, I don't know if obviously Rolly's the draft guy. He's the guru. He's our Mel Kiper.
He's the master.
He's eating pumpkin pie every morning. My favorite pick, 2 of them. I love Darius Acuff. I don't care that he doesn't play defense. He can light it up.
Traffic cone.
I don't care.
I know.
He's gonna get so many.
He's gonna be good.
He's gonna get so many meaningless points in Sacramento. It's gonna be awesome. I love. It's on screen. Christian Anderson to the Hornets.
Good fit.
Love
I think
that
it's a
pick.
perfect fit
Bro,
for
him and Con Knipple on the floor together, just lighting
They're
it up
just
on
going to
either
shoot the
side.
lights out of the ball. It's going to be they're going to be a sneaky team once we get to next season.
I think so.
I would have liked Cam Carr personally there at the moment.
A lot of teams didn't like
I
Cam
do
Carr.
like. I mean, this is Rolly's guy. I like the Phylon pick to Philly.
Phylon, because he spits hot fire.
What is that from?
It's from the Chappelle Show.
Oh. No clue.
Yeah, I'm with all these young cats. They don't even know who Dave Chappelle is. Brian, you know who Dave Chappelle is?
Oh,
Chugs,
stop
I've seen
it.
Dave Chappelle in concert or in person.
Isn't Alper like older than you, Chugs?
How old are you, Alper?
I turned 29 in November.
I'm 29 right now.
I was gonna say I knew you guys were like similar ages.
Terrace Reed to the Spurs. I mean, the rich get richer. The Thunder get Ade Mara. The Spurs get Terrace Reed. Save
And
some for the
Jaden
rest of
Quaint.
us.
And Jaden Quaint. It's an arms
Yeah.
race over in the West
They
between
just-
those two teams.
Yeah, how do you feel about that? That the Spurs and the Thunder both getting better, and then the Rockets kind of just sit with their yield sign logo.
What pick do they have in the second round again? 38?
They have 39 and
Ah,
53.
fuck, Our guy Rel was asking what the Rockets should do. I gave him the guards. Guard depth, Bradley, Jacoby Gillespie,
Yeah.
Timin Lipsy.
No, that's the trade from yesterday.
Yeah, and I was really hoping that the Rockets might be able to snag like a Phylon or a Carr end of round one and like trade up and
I even started to contemplate on Twitter. I was like, I don't know if it's possible, but if Phylon makes it to like 25, how is it that I can get the Heat to move up from 41 to 25 or 26?
Oh, also, can you give me the rationale for the Grizzlies wanting 20 second round picks? Like, why do they want all the second round picks? Like,
Does
what
not make
it just gives you
sense.
more flexibility whether you want to use them in the future to draft, but it also allows you to either send those picks out with a trade exception to take in salary that someone doesn't want, or maybe attach that second round pick to salary you do not want to have a team be incentivized to take it. Like, there's rumors they want to move on for John Morant, right? But there's not a lot of people, at
Who
least
want him.
reportedly, that want John Morant. So maybe their thought process is we'll accumulate like 5 second round picks that we didn't have, and maybe we'll attach 3 or 4 of them to John Morant to have a team take him off our hands that have the potential to do that. I look at a Chicago Bulls who don't have a true point guard right now. Yes, they just took in Nick Claxton at $33 million, but they have a lot of cap space. Would the Bulls take in John Morant for essentially nothing with a bunch of second round picks coming alongside of it?
Maybe.
I don't know. An idea, though.
A lot of the Rockets fans were asking me about Ja today, and I don't like his fit next to Amen Thompson. Like, he's more of a slashing guard, guy who likes to play above the rim, wants to finish at the rim, and that's kind of what Amen Thompson already does. Like, we need a shooter.
You need a shooter, and John Morant is not that type of shooter.
Yeah.
Or maybe, I mean, you never know. Jaylen Brown, still a possibility.
I don't know. People are talking.
The
People are
Brooklyn
talking.
Nets here at 28 take
Joshua
Iowa State
Jefferson.
forward Joshua Jefferson. That's an interesting pick. Wouldn't have been my pick. Are we going to get Isaiah Evans falling to the second round? Ring, ring, ho-whoa, Miami Heat. Better get working on the phone.
Get on the phone.
Kiss me through the phone. Jefferson's a good player. There's a lot of intriguing traits with Jefferson. I think the number one thing for me, and we talked about him earlier in the stream, is his passing. 1.9 assist to turnover ratio, 27.7% assist rate at 6'8". That's impressive. He's not the greatest athlete. He's a high feel player. He beats you with his acumen. He beats you with his savviness. He's got okay footwork, but nothing great. Don't love his shooting. Only shot 61% at the rim this year, that's where most of his shots came from. Good defender, have to be over at Iowa State. 97th percentile defensive plus-minus plus, 93rd percentile steal percentage, and 99th percentile steal percentage in 2025. Good defender, smart basketball player, Now, this is a pick I get behind for Brooklyn because they took some high upside swings with Michael Brown in this draft. They drafted Igor Domen a year ago and some other high upside guards.
Bunch of guards.
Now let's take a guy that's got a good feel to him and can just impact winning to a certain extent.
And, I mean, they're in the rebuild now. I mean, after trading for Julius Randle, you also have Michael Porter Jr. I mean, you don't have Nick Claxton right now, so who's their center now? Now that they got rid of Nick Claxton?
I think they have to make a decision on Darryn Sharp, but outside of that, I don't think they have one.
So maybe in the second round you kind of find some guy. But, I mean, Brooklyn is a rebuilding team, and it's kind of just, hey, take what you can get because you get Mikel Brown at pick number 6, who I think is going to be a very, very solid player for him. And then Joshua Jefferson, who, I mean, solid forward nonetheless. But overall, whatever goes down in Brooklyn, it's going to be a long process.
How did the Nets get this first pick? Well, it was the trade that went under the radar yesterday because Giannis Antetokounmpo overshadowed it about an hour later. But it was Julius Randle going to the Nets in exchange for Nick Claxton. The Nets got a first-round pick out of it, so they took in Randle's contract, moved up 5 spots from pick 33 to 28, and you had a random no-namer from the Bulls head to the Timberwolves because the Bulls had to send something, and they sent some random dude.
They said, here's a player. You can have him.
Yeah.
I mean, is Brazil going to go in the next 2 picks?
I am. I'm high, way higher than I'm. Like, people were saying, like, what's your biggest surprise? They'll ask me about Trayvon Brazil. That is not a surprise. I didn't anticipate him going in the first round. You know what this was for me? This would be calling my shot. And when he's one of the best second-round picks in this draft, I would come back and tell you, well, I would have taken him in round 1.
We got to trade.
How I feel about him. But I knew the league didn't feel about him that way. I'm higher on Brazil than the league.
We got to trade. Sacramento is moving up to pick 29.
Really?
And look, I mean, for guys that come out of, like, I think Brazil is going to be better. I think that players that play in Calipari, they really don't look as good as they are in college once they get to the NBA because he always finds NBA-ready players, but he never gets them to their true potential. So I think that Brazil, once he gets in a better system, once he gets a guy that actually knows a true game of basketball rather than recruiting, I could see Brazil having a very, very solid career.
Hello, Koa Pete. That's who I think is going to be the pick for Sacramento. That would be my guess. We'll see. There's some good players available, though. I'll tell you this. For my Heat fans that are still watching, we got pick 41 tomorrow. Maybe the Heat trade it. Maybe they move up. I don't know. A lot of time between now and round 2. I feel pretty good about the Heat's chances to add a pretty good, impactful second-round guy.
That's actually very, very, very.
Can we go to the best available, Mr. Lottery, again? Because I just want to do this from a Heat's perspective here.
I think Shams just tweeted out who they're drafting. That basically means, hey.
So Alex Caravan's going to the Kings at 29. But, like, you got Trayvon Brazil on the board, who I would take at 41 without a question of hesitation. I would take Koa Pete because the talent is just undeniable. I'll take the shot there. Isaiah Evans, sniper. Malik Thomas, bucket getter, sniper. We move into my next group of 4 here, Mr. Jack. Henry Vasar. I'd be cool with it at 41. I'm the highest.
There's Caravan.
Alex Caravan coming off the board here to the Kings at 41 or 29. But I love Baba Miller. Tyler Nickel, Duncan Robinson clone, sniper. Bring him to me. There's options for Miami next round at 41.
Hey, give me my guy Otega Oweh.
Seth Trimble, I'm high on. Jacoby Gillespie. I'm way higher on Seth Trimble than consensus, too. Some people believe he's going to be a UDFA. I would take him in the middle second round. That's Gary Payton II reincarnated, folks. Trade details between the Kings and the Cavs. Cavs send their early, or the Kings send their early second-round pick and a future second-round pick to move up to 29 to take the multi-time college NCAA champion, Alex Caravan. Caravan reminds me of George Niang.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. Not your true, like, it's not your at most athletic guy.
Oh, no, that's not him. That's not him. But did shoot 37% from three, 85% from the line. 4-year starter. Modern NBA role player, man.
Oh, yeah.
He either gets to the rim or he shoots from deep. That's him. And to me, his IQ, his connective passing, he's not the most athletic, but can move laterally pretty well. I like him.
I don't mind him.
I like Caravan, man. I'm a little sad he went to Sacramento. No offense, Kings fans. It's a good pick. I just feel like Caravan could have impacted winning on a championship team like right away.
We have another trade. No, we have another trade. Jake Fisher says the Suns are trading into pick 30.
I believe. So he's not confirming it.
Whoa.
But boy, did we have a lot of picks changing hands here at the end of the first round. As we normally.
He said it.
We do usually have that, though. We do usually have a lot of picks switching hands. The final pick of the night, we'll be here to announce it, and we'll be back live again tomorrow. Subscribe and turn on your notifications.
Turn on those noties.
If you haven't already. Before we do that, though, prize picks, we're going to tell you about them. Mr. Alper's going to do it for the final time.
I gotcha, Mr. Rowley. Let's talk about the app that I can't get enough of, and that is Prize Picks. And why do we use it here at Chat Sports every single day? Well, because it's the best place to win cash while watching sports. And look, guys, I know we're watching the draft because, well, basketball is unfortunately over. But the fun doesn't stop over at Prize Picks, and the app is super easy to use. Just pick more or less on a few player stats and lock in your lineup. And of course, you got the big soccer tournament going on. Got big golf tournaments. Baseball also in full swing. Got motorsports every Sunday. Esports, you name it. It is on Prize Picks. Love making daily fantasy lineups. You guys can follow me on the app to see all my lineups at The Real Alper. Get the picks before they even get posted on the show. And, Rolly, you went 0 for 3.
Not good.
You went 0 for 3. Try to have the more on Harry Kane on his goals, and that did not work. And then I still am never going to get this guy's name. Yasko. And then Panama and Croatia. I keep wanting to think it's Guadalajara, but it's not. But it's Croatia. I know it's not close, but we had the more on all those. But it was a protected play because Prize Picks gives you guys good things like that. And now, Rolly has a $15 lineup that he could use.
Yeah, I'll probably lose again tomorrow.
Yeah, well, you still get a user offer. If you're new to Prize Picks, download the app today and use code HMA to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. The link is in the live chat for you guys. That is code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, it's good to be right.
A lot of movement here in the final 10 picks of the first round.
Pick
the
30?
Mavericks traded out of the 30th pick. The Phoenix Suns move up to get this selection, and they are going to take Arizona forward Koa Pete, a player that I wish went back to school. I really do, because he was a highly touted recruit, 5-star, 3rd overall recruit in the 2025 class, by the way. He started off with a bang. Had 30 points in their season opener against the defending champs Florida Gators. He averaged 14 a game this year. 6'7", 6'11", wingspan, 245 pounds, so really big NBA-ready frame at 19 years old. Good rebounder, good defender. I just don't know what he does offensively. Because outside of crashing the glass, he's not going to beat you with his jumper. Awful shooter. 62% free throw shooter. Like, he could be played out of the league if he doesn't get it together with a shot. Like, I compare him to Jeremy Sohan, who, if you remember, Jeremy Sohan went 9th overall in the lottery when he was coming out of Baylor. And everybody was enamored with him because of his size, his length, athleticism, and we're just all like, man, if he could figure it out with his jump shot, this is a dynamic player in the NBA. Well, that's how I feel about Koa Pete. And if he ends up struggling offensively and never figuring out that jumper, well, then he's going to be just like Sohan in year 5, being the 11th man, and that's being generous, who got waived mid-year. So, to me, there's a lot to like. There's a lot to dislike with Koa Pete. It's going to be a definite swing here. If he ends up reaching that potential offensively, Suns just might have got one of the steals of the draft. If not, though, well, he's out of the league in 5 years. And that ends the first round.
That's the first round.
Some really good prospects still available in my eyes. Trayvon Brazil. I'm a bit shocked that Malik Thomas and Isaiah Evans didn't go in the first round. I mean, you just think that scorers, shooters are so valued in this league. Maybe they just feel like they don't bring much outside of shooting, which is fair.
I also feel like they just like the big name, like Duke, Arkansas. Like people look at that and they see NBA players. That's where I don't understand. But I mean, the Knicks are on the clock when the second round begins tomorrow, which we'll be live for. But they're going to have a lot of options to pick from and a lot of true talent that's still on the board. A lot of talent that's still on the board.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of players I like. Isaiah Evans, I got to send out a tweet.
Who's the best player still available, you guys? What do you think for the 334 people that are still rocking with us tonight? I'm going to go with Brazil. I think that he is the best player available. I think he should have went first round. I think he's going to be a very solid player in the NBA.
You said Trayvon?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that's what I would say if my big board. But I really like Isaiah Evans. I like Trayvon Brazil quite a bit too. Or excuse me, Malik Thomas. Same school. What did you point to here? Oh, okay. I can sign off? All right, Alper's going to take me home here. Cool, I just got to send a tweet then. I'll be back here in a second.
So what?
I know, like, to film the video.
Okay. Appreciate Rolly for being with us all throughout the entire first round of the NBA draft. It was a fun one. So are we doing a cut right now? Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're just kind of just talking. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got you. I was like, I don't know if I'm doing a cut. I was super confused. But, no, I mean, it was the Knicks. They drafted a guy who was a drafted stash guy. And I'm like, what are we doing here? Like, I want an impact player, but still got 309 people rocking with us. Appreciate all you guys. Alexander is Orange County Walker. Yes, it is me, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we had the first round of the NBA draft. So we're doing a full-on. But it's not. Okay. Okay. No, I have not. Okay. Okay. I've just. Oh, wow. We got a trade right then and there as the Knicks are trading Sergio De La Rey. Is that how you say his name? To the Mavericks for Koa Pete. Look at Shams. So Sergio is heading to the Mavericks for a draft and stash, and Koa Pete is heading to the New York Knicks. All right. Oh, wait, then the Knicks traded him to the Phoenix Suns for 3 first-rounders. So the Knicks move out of the first round and pick up 3 second-round picks and cash. Holy shit. Knicks got 3 first. 3 seconds. Excuse me. Yes. I can hear everybody yelling. All right, so we're introing. Okay. 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 It's cool with me. Somewhat. I'll give it my best shot. Yeah, I mean, very, very confusing end to the draft. I don't know why they just didn't do that right before it ended. They had to do it after. Mr. Leon Rose, the Don, was on the phone getting things done. So we are about to do a recap video for you guys, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned, because we're going to go over everything that happened in the first round of the 2026 NFL or NBA draft, and I no longer have that script in front of me. Okay. Okay, let's do it. The NBA draft first round concluded just now, and it was a very exciting first round. Couple of picks. The first couple of picks were very, very, very kind of predictable, but then it got a little bit interesting. Welcome in to NBA Now by Chat Sports. I am your host, Brett Alper. And before we recap the whole NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and hit that sub button. We were live for literally 5.5 hours, giving you guys all analysis, intel on every single pick that happened. We also hit 435,000 subscribers. So if you want to keep up with all the news that happens in the NBA, we'll also be live for the NBA draft day 2. You're not going to want to miss out. Hit that sub button right now. So like I was talking about, the first 4 picks of the NBA draft were very, very predictable. You got the forward from BYU, AJ DeBanza, going to Washington, playing with the Wizards. Now going to be playing with Trae Young. Also going to be playing maybe with Anthony Davis. We'll see what happens there. Darryn Peterson, the guard from Kansas, going to the Utah Jazz. And then Cameron Boozer, who Nick Roloff said was one of the best players. He had Peterson number 1 and Boozer number 2, and Boozer going 3 to the Memphis Grizzlies. And then Caleb Wilson, who I think is an athletic freak, number 4, going to the Chicago Bulls. Number 5, Keaton Wagler, the guard out of Illinois, going to the Los Angeles Clippers. Mikal Brown, it's always L's down here over at Kentucky as a Kentucky alum, but great player. He's going to the Brooklyn Nets, and I think he's going to be very good. And then probably the best point guard in the draft, and coming out of Arkansas, Darius Acup Jr. He might be a traffic cone on defense, but that man is an absolute slasher on the offensive end, absolute scorer. He's going to be putting up numbers in Sacramento for the Kings. Kingston Flemings, the guard, pairing up with Jalen Johnson out at Atlanta as your number 8 pick, the guard from Houston. Then we got a lot of Michigan guys going. The next 4 picks, 3 out of 4 were Michigan guys. You had Morez Johnson Jr., the big out of Michigan, going to the Dallas Mavericks. And hey, you get a big man, you pair him up with Cooper Flagg. A little bit interesting here. Thought they should have went with the guard, but they made moves. So they made moves. Braden Burries, another guard, going to Milwaukee. And look, Milwaukee, they're in a rebuild now after the Giannis trade. So it is kind of interesting to see what they were doing throughout the entire NBA draft, because they had not 1 but 2 first-round picks. Yaxel Lenonborg, the forward out of Michigan, he's going to the Golden State Warriors. And a steal. An absolute steal. Ade Mara, the big man out of Michigan. Kind of your replacement for Isaiah Hartenstein, who I think could be leaving Oklahoma City. They drafted him, and we're not saying that he's going to be a Wembanyama stopper, but at over 7 feet tall and the wingspan, you had to find somebody that was going to go up against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama after losing in the Western Conference Finals. And then rounding out the lottery, 13 and 14. That's when the lottery stops because, of course, 16 teams make the NBA playoffs. Nate Ament, the forward out of Tennessee, going to the Milwaukee Bucks. And a little interesting pick. Anna Steinbeck, I think, was an awesome pick for the Charlotte Hornets as your last pick in the lottery. The big man out of Washington going to Charlotte. Look, they needed a big man. They already had, they got Con Kneppel. They have LaMelo Ball. They have Miles Bridges. But they didn't have a big man, and that's what they filled out of their spot to round out the lottery. Before we get to the rest of the picks, as I saw Mr. Sam Brown just trip, I hope he's okay. Who was the best prospect in the NBA draft. A lot of people, you could go any way, shape, or form with all of these three guys. If you like Darryn Peterson as your top guy, go ahead and give me a 1 down in the comments. Cameron Boozer, look, I'm not a big Cameron Boozer guy, but if you think he was the best prospect, go give me a number 2 down in the comments. And then AJ DeBansa, number 3, who was my top guy. He went number 1 on the list. They go with a point guard to back up SGA. Ibuka Okoro, the guard out of Stanford. Very, very small guard. He's going to Detroit. A little bit interesting pick there, I'll say the least. And then the Charlotte Hornets going and getting another guard, a good shooter to pair with Concanepple. They're going to be shooting lights out in 2026 and 2027 as they get him at number 18. Alan Graves, the forward out of Santa Clara. Interesting pick when you already have Scotty Barnes, but nonetheless, they take him at number 19. Jaden Quaintance, the guy who I thought was going to be an absolute beast for Kentucky, but he decided, hey, I'm not going to play. I'm going to keep my knee healthy. He's going to San Antonio, the Spurs. He's going to be a great player for them. Just watch and see. Then Kareem Lopez, the forward from Mexico who was playing out in Australia in the NBL. He is going to the Memphis Grizzlies. Baron Philon, a shooter, kind of pairing him up with Tyrese Maxey, pairing him up with VJ Edgecombe, another shooter for Philly. Good pick for them at number 22, the guard out of Alabama. Zuby, how do you say his name, Rolly? Ejiofor? Go for the big man out of St. John's, going to the Atlanta Hawks as their second pick at number 23. Cameron Carr thought the Lakers should have went with a center, but they went the best player available. They add another guard to them, the player from Baylor. Going to be an absolute steal at number 24, but still thinks they should have went with the big man. And then we had a trade. Yeah, the Knicks did draft Sergio De La Rey at number 25, but he will be going to the Dallas Mavericks. And the Knicks, they traded away $430, but they got second-round picks out of it, 3 second-round picks, and you can see that he is now going to the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll get to pick number 30. Cole Pete out of Arizona is going to number 30, so those are right there. So don't get a little bit confused with the Knicks picking at 25, but the Knicks got 5 future second-round picks and cash considerations for trading. They traded 24, then they traded to 25, and now they're trading 25 for the second-round picks. Now back to it. The San Antonio, they traded back up, and they got into the first round. Terrace Reed Jr., he is going number 26, the big man out of UConn. Chris Sinak Jr., Celtics, they needed a big guy. They got it. The forward out of Houston, Joshua Jefferson. Brooklyn just loading up at as many players as they possibly can. Forward out of Iowa State. And the last 2 picks of the NBA draft, Alex Caravan, the senior out of UConn, the guy that can shoot but not the most athletic player. He's going to the Sacramento Kings. And then rounding out the first round, Cole Pate is the Arizona forward. And like I showed you, that 3-team trade from earlier, he is going to the Phoenix Suns. That wraps up the first round of the NBA draft. And I think, but yeah, let's go over the trades a little bit before we go and get on out of here. So the first trade that we had, the Thunder getting the first round pick, the 16th overall from the Pistons, the 17th overall. It was a 3-team trade, and then the Grizzlies received the first round pick at 21 and 5 second round picks. They were loading up on their second round picks. And I don't know what the Grizzlies are going to be doing, but they got the 21st overall and 5 first-round picks as the Thunder gets 16th and the Pistons get 17th. And then we had the trade that we just talked about. The Lakers, they moved up to 24 to get Cameron Carr, and then the Knicks got pick 25, and that's when they drafted the point guard. And they later just traded it away, but the Spurs, they wanted to move up back into the first round, and they traded with the Denver Nuggets. If you guys didn't see, the Denver Nuggets didn't have a first-round pick. They traded away the 26th pick to the San Antonio Spurs for 28 and 31 second-round picks, and also the 35th pick overall. Then we keep the trades going. The Kings, they got to the 29th overall pick, and they traded with the Cleveland Cavaliers. 26th second-round pick, the 34th overall pick, and a future second-round pick. And then the last trade that happened that came right after the end of the draft, Sergio De La Rey, 25th overall, going to the Dallas Mavericks. Cole Pate, the Arizona player, going to 30th to the Phoenix Suns, and the Knicks getting 5 future second-round picks. So now that we're on to the second round, the Knicks, They are on the clock first at 31. Then we got the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves, the Cleveland Cavaliers after their trade at 34, 35 through 38. We got the Nuggets, who are finally going to be on the board. The Clippers at 36, the Thunder at 37, the Chicago Bulls at 38, and then they need to change this logo. The Houston Rockets yield sign just gets me every single time. But they are on pick number 39. The Celtics at 40, the Heat at 41, and the San Antonio Spurs at 42. We will be live for the second round of the NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen. So if you don't want to miss out on a single thing, because we are giving you live analysis, intel, and we get the picks before ESPN, you're going to want to be here at Chat Sports. So make sure you hit that sub button right now, and we'll see you tomorrow. All righty. I think that went well. Are we still? Yeah, we're still live. All right, guys, we are going to go to a loop cut here. It was a great time for almost 6 hours hanging out with you guys, but it doesn't end there. We will see you guys tomorrow for the second round of the NBA draft. We're going to have every single pick live for you, so don't miss out on a single thing. Let's get to that cut. The NBA draft first round concluded just now, and it was a very exciting first round. Couple of picks. The first couple of picks were very, very, very kind of predictable, but then it got a little bit interesting. Welcome in to NBA Now by Chat Sports. I am your host, Brett Alper. And before we recap the whole NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and hit that sub button. We were live for literally 5.5 hours, giving you guys all analysis, intel on every single pick that happened. We also hit 435,000 subscribers. So if you want to keep up with all the news that happens in the NBA, we'll also be live for the NBA Draft Day 2. You're not going to want to miss out. Hit that sub button right now. So like I was talking about, the first 4 picks of the NBA Draft were very, very predictable. You got the forward from BYU, A.J. Debinsa, going to Washington, playing with the Wizards. Now going to be playing with Trae Young. Also going to be playing maybe with Anthony Davis. We'll see what happens there. Darryn Peterson, the guard from Kansas, going to the Utah Jazz. And then Cameron Boozer, who Nick Roloff said was one of the best players. He had Peterson number 1 and Boozer number 2, and Boozer going 3 to the Memphis Grizzlies. And then Caleb Wilson, who I think is an athletic freak, number 4, going to the Chicago Bulls. Number 5, Keaton Wagler, the guard out of Illinois, going to the Los Angeles Clippers. Mikel Brown, it's always L's down here over at Kentucky as a Kentucky alum, but great player. He's going to the Brooklyn Nets, and I think he's going to be very good. And then probably the best point guard in the draft, and coming out of Arkansas, Darius Acup Jr. He might be a traffic cone on defense, but that man is an absolute slasher on the offensive end, absolute scorer. He's going to be putting up numbers in Sacramento for the Kings. Kingston Flemings, the guard, pairing up with Jalen Johnson out in Atlanta as your number 8 pick, the guard from Houston. Then we got a lot of Michigan guys going. The next 4 picks, 3 out of 4 were Michigan guys. You had Morez Johnson Jr., the big out of Michigan, going to the Dallas Mavericks. And hey, you get a big man, you pair him up with Cooper Flagg. A little bit interesting here. Thought they should have went with the guard, but they made moves. So they made moves. Braden Burries, another guard, going to Milwaukee. And look, Milwaukee, they're in a rebuild now after the Giannis trade. So it is kind of interesting to see what they were doing throughout the entire NBA draft, because they had not 1 but 2 first-round picks. Yaxel Lenonborg, the forward out of Michigan, he's going to the Golden State Warriors. And a steal. An absolute steal. Ade Mara, the big man out of Michigan. Kind of your replacement for Isaiah Hartenstein, who I think could be leaving Oklahoma City. They drafted him, and we're not saying that he's going to be a Wembanyama stopper, but at over 7 feet tall and the wingspan, you had to find somebody that was going to go up against the Spurs and Victor Wembanyama after losing in the Western Conference Finals. And then rounding out the lottery, 13 and 14. That's when the lottery stops because, of course, 16 teams make the NBA playoffs. Nate Ament, the forward out of Tennessee, going to the Milwaukee Bucks. And a little interesting pick. Anna Steinbeck, I think, was an awesome pick for the Charlotte Hornets as your last pick in the lottery. The big man out of Washington going to Charlotte. Look, they needed a big man. They already had, they got Concaneppel. They have LaMelo Ball. They have Miles Bridges. But they didn't have a big man, and that's what they filled out of their spot to round out the lottery. Before we get to the rest of the picks, as I saw Mr. Sam Brown just trip, I hope he's okay. Who was the best prospect in the NBA draft? A lot of people. You could go any way, shape, or form with all of these three guys. If you like Darryn Peterson as your top guy, go ahead and give me a 1 down in the comments. Cameron Boozer? Look, I'm not a big Cameron Boozer guy, but if you think he was the best prospect, go give me a number 2 down in the comments. And then AJ DeBansa, number 3, who was my top guy. He went number 1 to the Washington Wizards. If you think he's the best prospect in this year's draft, go ahead and give me a number 3. Then we go to the 15th and 16th. Dalen Swain, the forward out of Texas. He's going to the Chicago Bulls. Bennett Sturtz, the guard, the Oklahoma City Thunder. They went back into the first round. They got the guard from Iowa. Look, I think they should have went with a forward, but nonetheless, they go with a point guard to back up SGA. Ibuka Okori, the guard out of Stanford. Very, very small guard. He's going to Detroit. A little bit interesting pick there, I'll say the least. And then the Charlotte Hornets going and getting another guard, a good shooter to pair with Concaneppel. They are going to be shooting lights out in 2026 and 2027 as they get him at number 18. Alan Graves, the forward out of Santa Clara. Interesting pick when you already have Scotty Barnes, but nonetheless, they take him at number 19. Jaden Quaintance, the guy who I thought was going to be an absolute beast for Kentucky, but he decided, hey, I'm not going to play. I'm going to keep my knee healthy. He's going to San Antonio, the Spurs. He's going to be a great player for them. Just watch and see. Then Kareem Lopez, the forward from Mexico who was playing out in Australia in the NBL. He is going to the Memphis Grizzlies. Baron Philon, a shooter. Kind of pairing him up with Tyrese Maxey, pairing him up with VJ Edgecombe, another shooter for Philly. Good pick for them at number 22, the guard out of Alabama. Zuby, how do you say his name, Rolly? Ejiofor? Go for the big man out of St. John's, going to the Atlanta Hawks as their second pick at number 23. Cameron Carr thought the Lakers should have went with a center, but they went the best player available. They add another guard to them, the player from Baylor. Going to be an absolute steal at number 24, but still thinks they should have went with the big man. And then we had a trade. Yeah, the Knicks did draft Sergio De La Rey at number 25, but he will be going to the Dallas Mavericks. And the Knicks, they traded away for 30, but they got second-round picks out of it, 3 second-round picks, and you can see that he is now going to the Dallas Mavericks, and we'll get to pick number 30. Koa Pete out of Arizona is going to number 30, so those are right there. So don't get a little bit confused with the Knicks picking at 25, but the Knicks got 5 future second-round picks and cash considerations for trading. They traded 24, then they traded to 25, and now they're trading 25 for the second-round picks. Now back to it. The San Antonio, they traded back up, and they got into the first round. Terrace Reed Jr., he is going number 26, the big man out of UConn. Chris Sinak Jr., Celtics, they needed a big guy. They got it. The forward out of Houston, Joshua Jefferson. Brooklyn just loading up at as many players as they possibly can. Forward out of Iowa State. And the last 2 picks of the NBA draft, Alex Caravan, the senior out of UConn, the guy that can shoot but not the most athletic player. He's going to the Sacramento Kings. And then rounding out the first round, Koa Pate is the Arizona forward. And like I showed you, that 3-team trade from earlier, he is going to the Phoenix Suns. That wraps up the first round of the NBA draft. And I think But yeah, let's go over the trades a little bit before we go and get on out of here. So the first trade that we had, the Thunder getting the first round pick, the 16th overall from the Pistons, the 17th overall. It was a 3-team trade, and then the Grizzlies received the first round pick at 21 and 5 second round picks. They were loading up on their second round picks. And I don't know what the Grizzlies are going to be doing, but they got the 21st overall and 5 first-round picks as the Thunder gets 16th and the Pistons get 17th. And then we had the trade that we just talked about. The Lakers, they moved up to 24 to get Cameron Carr, and then the Knicks got pick 25, and that's when they drafted the point guard, and they later just traded it away. But the Spurs, they wanted to move up back into the first round, and they traded with the Denver Nuggets. If you guys didn't see, the Denver Nuggets didn't have a first-round pick. They traded away the 26th pick to the San Antonio Spurs for 28 and 31 second-round picks, and also the 35th pick overall. Then we keep the trades going. The Kings, they got to the 29th overall pick, and they traded with the Cleveland Cavaliers, 26th second-round pick, the 34th overall pick, and a future second-round pick. And then the last trade that happened that came right after the end of the draft, Sergio De La Rey, 25th overall, going to the Dallas Mavericks. Cole Pate, the Arizona player, going to 30th to the Phoenix Suns, and the Knicks getting 5 future second-round picks. So, now that we're on to the second round, the Knicks, they are on the clock first at 31. Then we get the Grizzlies, the Timberwolves, the Cleveland Cavaliers after their trade at 34, 35 through 38. We got the Nuggets, who are finally going to be on the board. The Clippers at 36, the Thunder at 37, the Chicago Bulls at 38, and then they need to change this logo. The Houston Rockets yield sign just gets me every single time. But they are on pick number 39. The Celtics at 40, the Heat at 41, and the San Antonio Spurs at 42. We will be live for the second round of the NBA draft, ladies and gentlemen. So, if you don't want to miss out on a single thing, because we are giving you live analysis, intel, and we get the picks before ESPN, you're going to want to be here at Chat Sports. So make sure you hit that sub button right now, and we'll see you tomorrow.